Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, would you like to have an attractive, dazzling smile, teeth that sparkle with all their natural brilliance? Then try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver, erasing the common surface stains and dingy film that so often robs you of an attractive smile. See the difference it makes in the appearance of your teeth. Try Colonos toothpaste. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S tonight. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Our story this time opens far from Mr. Keene's comfortable office in New York, on a stormy night in the deep south, a night lashed by wind and rain. A ramshackle old cab makes its way up a back road. Over his shoulder, the old Negro driver talks to his two passengers, Mr. Keene and the latter's assistant, Mike Clancy.
So y'all want me to drop you off at the Meade place?
Yes, driver. That's what I said. Will we soon be there?
In hardly a minute, boss. Wouldn't get me to go visiting in there at night.
And why not?
Most unnatural folks in there. Crazy folks.
Saints preserve us.
All touched in the head and the heart.
Why do you say that?
You'll meet 'em, boss. Here you are, gentlemen. This gate right over here.
Quite a big place. All walled in.
I'll get out and ring the bell for you.
Thank you.
And I'll wait here till someone comes for to fetch you. But I ain't going inside.
Driver, you wouldn't be superstitious, eh?
Oh, no, sir. Just intelligent. I was very intelligent about places where not to go.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I just remembered something terribly important.
What's that, Mike?
Well, I got an appointment tonight to go bowling in New York.
Steady, Mike. There comes somebody now.
Oh, it's a Great Dane, big as a horse.
And a woman with him. She's unlocking the gate. Come on, Mike. Let's get out.
On your responsibility, sir.
Driver, I believe this covers the fare.
Thank you, sir. And good luck to you.
Good evening.
I suppose you're Mr. Keene.
Yes, this is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
I'm Dorothea Meade.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Please come in. Sorry you had to make the trip in such weather, Mr. Keene.
Not at all. I'm much more troubled by what you had to say in your letter, Miss Meade.
Yes, it's so disturbing about Uncle Adam. Let's walk along the driveway, shall we? We'll get some shelter from the trees.
Well, these are water oaks, I believe.
12 altogether in a double row.
They're magnificent.
Yes, but they've been going to pieces lately. There's the house on up ahead.
Oh, yes. That's one of the most beautiful and majestic southern mansions I've ever seen.
But decaying, like everything else around here. Oh, be careful with that first step, Mr. Keene. It's loose.
I have it.
Just fasten Nero's leash to the post here. Please come inside. And, just hang your coat and hat from those hooks there.
Thank you.
It's good to be out of the rain.
Well, if you'll come across the hall now, we'll make ourselves comfortable in the library.
Stop where you are.
Saints preserve us.
Turn around. Get out of this house.
It's that man, the top of the stairs.
You're not wanted here. Get out.
Oh, now stop it, Cousin Roscoe. You're being very rude.
I don't like strangers. I hate them.
Go on back to your room, dear, and work on your plans. Otherwise, you'll never capture Washington.
Ah, yes. Washington. I'll move up reinforcements to the Army of the Potomac. Dorothea, see that I am not disturbed.
Glory be.
Poor Roscoe is still fighting the war of the states, Mr. Keene.
So it would seem.
Here, let's go into the library.
Of course.
Now, if you'll just make yourselves comfortable.
Well, now, Miss Dorothea, to get a few facts straight. This place belongs to your Uncle Adam?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
How old is he?
About 80.
And he disappeared just 10 days ago?
That's right. That's why I want you to investigate.
Well, now, who are all the members of the household?
Well, I myself, I'm just visiting here. Then there are 2 nephews and another niece. You've just met one of the nephews, my cousin Roscoe.
I'll say.
Then there's also Roscoe's sister, Harriet. Both about 50.
Yes.
Finally, there's my cousin Herbert Meade. About 40, very charming. He lived for years in India.
Oh, did he?
Came back last year with wonderful gifts for all of us. I believe he's enormously wealthy.
At any rate, that was the entire household except for the servants. Your uncle and 2 nieces and 2 nephews.
Yes.
Now, tell me about the exact circumstance of his disappearance, Miss Dorothea.
Well, after dinner that night, Uncle Adam decided to go for a walk. It was very dark, moonless, but quite mild.
He went by himself?
No, Nero trotted off with him, Mr. Keene.
Mm-hmm. Who was the last person to see him?
Oh, I was. I went out after him to offer him a flashlight. He said,
Nonsense, my dear. I don't need it.
"Oh, but it's so awfully dark, Uncle Adam."
I know every pebble around here by its first name. Come along, Nero. Let's go get some air.
And that was the last time you saw him, eh? What about Nero?
We found Nero here the next morning, tied to a post. Well, we presumed that Uncle Adam had decided not to take him after all, or disappeared after returning.
Did you start a search for him?
The very next morning, Mr. Keene. Well, the police went all over the grounds and no trace of him. Then I decided to write to you. Oh, I'm so terribly worried. What could have happened to him, Mr. Keene?
Much too early to start guessing, my dear. Miss Dorothea, quite frankly, how did your uncle get along with the other members of the household?
Well, he was something of a tease. You see it. Oh, hello, Cousin Herbert.
Hello, Dorothea. I understand Mr. Keene has arrived.
Yes, and this is his assistant, Mr. Clancy.
How do you do? This is a dreadful business. If there's any way I can help, Mr. Keene,
I may want to talk to you later, Mr. Meade.
well, I'll be in my room. Delighted to have met you, Mr. Keene.
Seems like a very pleasant sort.
Oh, he's a dear. And about the only one that Uncle Adam never picked on. Of course, Uncle Adam's been supporting Roscoe and Harriet for years as permanent guests. But he could never let off reminding Harriet about her age. He said,
Harriet, my dear niece, sometimes I begin to think you'll never find a husband.
Be still, Uncle Adam.
I must admit, though, that I met a fellow the other day who was quite smitten with you, Harriet.
Oh, really? Did you?
Miss Harriet, he said, isn't the flashy kind, but for solid, good looks, she can't be beat.
Oh, tell me. Who said that?
Oh, a fellow in the old man's home.
I'm hateful, Uncle Adam. I'm hateful.
That wasn't very kind.
but in money matters, he was the very soul of generosity. Here, look, inside the drawer of this table, Mr. Keith.
It's stuffed with bills.
It was there for Roscoe and Harriet to use as they wished.
Interesting.
Boss, there's something very odd about the size of those bills.
Yes, this is the old-fashioned currency, Mike. About 50% larger than what's issued nowadays.
One of my uncle's eccentricities. He's kept a bale of cash in the bank vault for years, and he's still drawing on it.
I see. Well, now, Miss Dorothea, besides the servants, was there anybody else around the grounds about the time he disappeared?
Well, yes, Uncle Adam had hired 3 or 4 men to work on the oaks.
That double row we saw as we came in, eh?
Yes. And I can get you the names of all the men who worked here.
That can wait until morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Let me show you to your rooms now. are, Mr. Keene. Your room, Mr. Clancy, is the one down the hall there.
Thank you, Miss Dorothea. I'll be one to talk a minute with the boss. I'll find it later.
Everything's all laid out for you. Good night.
Good night.
Boss, what do you make of it?
Nothing. Yet.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps.
Relax, Mike.
Oh, I get the feeling that eyes are on me all the time. And then that darn rainstorm. Oh, I wish he hadn't put us off in this lonely old wing by ourselves.
Steady, Mike. Go to sleep.
Well, I'll try to anyhow. Good night, boss.
Good night. Almost 11 o'clock. It is a strange house. And a strange family. I wonder if that storm will clear by morning. Must have a look around the grounds as soon as possible. See. Oh, great Scott. Mike Clancy. Somebody's turned off the hall light. One moment, Mike, while I find the hall light. There you are. Lying on the floor. Wait, Mike, wait. I'll fasten it in your neck. There we are.
Oh, Saints preserves. What was it?
A silk stocking. Drawn around your neck like a noose.
Glory be.
Tell me, what happened?
I don't know, boss. I stepped out into the hall. I started from my own room. Suddenly the light went out and I was being choked.
With a silk stocking?
Oh, there ain't no better use for silk stockings in times like these.
1 second. You notice anything about the color of this?
Well, it's dark, sort of.
Gunmetal. The same color that Dorothea Meade was wearing.
Oh, boss, I told you I should have went bowling tonight in little old New York.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning.
You enjoying the view from the porch?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Thank heavens the storm has cleared.
Yes, it gave me the chance to look around the grounds.
Oh, did you find anything interesting?
Mm-hmm. But on Mr. Clancy's neck, look at this.
A stocking? It looks like one of my own.
It was used last night in an attempt to choke Mr. Clancy.
Oh, dear God.
I wonder if you can explain.
Well, I'm afraid that I can. I have several pairs like that. When I went back to my room last night, Roscoe was coming out.
Oh, was he?
He said he'd been looking for some book. And, I know he has fits of temper, but I hate to believe he actually would try.
There he comes now, up the gravel path.
Ah, that you, Keene? Just the man I want to see.
Good. I want to talk with you.
Tell me, Keene, if you were in a situation where your major forces were disposed along the Potomac and Grant was moving along your flank...
Now, Mr. Meade.
Oh, you think I'm a bit of a fool, don't you? Well, look at these.
$dollar bills?
A dozen of them.
The old-fashioned size.
I've been investigating for a week, all on my own. You know where they all turned up? In the bar back in town. The bartender told me. I bought them all up. Know why?
Well, why?
Because they'd all been spent there by Ben Matley.
Oh, who's he?
He's one of the men working on the grounds when my uncle disappeared.
Simple as could be. Matley murdered Uncle Adam.
Well, that's very much worth looking into. But what about this stocking, Mr. Meade? Ever see it before? Have you?
Of course. On Dorothea's leg.
One moment, Mr. Meade. I'm afraid I'll have to go after him. Mr. Meade!
Stop where you are.
Mr. Keene, this is Cousin Harriet.
I don't want this man here. Tell him to leave Roscoe alone.
Cousin Harriet, if we're ever to find Uncle Adam...
Find him. I don't much care if we do.
This seems to be a house of hate, with motives on every side. But Mr. Keene continues his search. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people, but if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that adds so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene, who is knocking on the door of a cottage near the Mead estate.
Good morning. Are you Ben Matley?
Sure enough.
Keene is my name.
Yeah. I heard they was calling you from New York to find old Mr. Adam Mead.
Well, Matley, I'm going to ask you a very blunt question.
Yeah?
How do you come to have so many of those large-sized bills that Mr. Adam Mead always used?
Heck, I worked for him for weeks on them trees.
You would seem to be spending more than your normal share.
Sure. I'm good at poker, and the other boys ain't.
Well, tell me, Matley, about the work you did in those water oaks. Now, I gather that it consisted of hollowing out the rotted parts and filling them with cement.
Yeah, sure enough.
And then, were they finished?
Yep. Couple of weeks ago today.
Before Mr. Mead disappeared?
Day before.
Oh.
Sure had big holes in them. Funny the way that rot gets in water oaks. Holes big as a house, Mr. Keene.
But it never affects black walnut trees that way, does it?
Hardly ever. What do you ask me for?
Why? For an excellent reason.
We're ready for lunch, Mr. Keene.
Good, Miss Dorothea. I've worked up quite an appetite with all my walking this morning.
Right this way. The others are all waiting.
How do you do?
Mr. Clancy's sitting here by my side. Will you sit next to Cousin Herbert, Mr. Keene?
Delighted.
Any progress, Mr. Keene?
Progress? Why, I believe... excuse me.
Oh, you dropped something on the floor?
I got a pebble in my shoe. I'll have it out in a moment. There we are.
You were saying, Mr. Keene.
Negative progress. I mean that we can safely eliminate one theory.
And what is that?
If your uncle has been murdered, Miss Harriet, I don't believe it was for a legacy.
Why do you say that, Mr. Keene?
Because, Miss Dorothea, he has been made to disappear so completely.
I don't follow, not at all, Mr. Keene.
Assuming that he is dead, his will cannot be probated, nor can his estate be distributed for at least 5 years. You see, there must be proof of death through the finding of the body, or else, under the laws of this state, 5 years must pass until he can be presumed to be legally dead.
Why, I didn't know that.
Everybody knows that.
Be that as it may, Cousin Herbert, Uncle Adam will turn up all right.
What makes you so sure, Miss
A
Harriet?
bad penny always turns up.
Hello? Somebody knocking?
It's I, Mr. Keene, Herbert Mead.
Oh, come in.
Mr. Keene.
One moment, I'll switch on the bed lamp.
I'm sorry to waken you. It was my first chance to break away from the others.
What's the trouble?
I don't know whether Dorothy has been completely frank, Mr. Keene.
In what regard?
When Uncle Adam walked off that night, he wasn't alone.
Oh, really?
I was looking out of the library window. Down the path, Uncle Adam was joined by... Well, family loyalty is a good thing, but
Come, Mr. Mead.
the best way is to have it all come out now. Surely we could enter a plea of insanity for him.
For Roscoe, you mean?
You've seen one of his rages, I believe.
Yes.
Uncle Adam always was ridiculing poor Roscoe's military campaigns.
But the body...
Mr. Keene, I know the grounds have already been searched once. But I noticed this morning that the way Nero was mooning around in back of the house. It's only a stab in the dark, but
Yes, go on.
Tomorrow, by daylight, we'll go there together.
All right. First thing in the morning.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning, Mike.
Something on your mind, boss?
Well, Mike, yesterday at lunch I set a trap.
And? Tell me about it.
There was no pebble in my shoe yesterday. I was examining a trouser cuff.
I don't follow you.
Come along, Mike. We have an appointment this morning with Herbert Meade.
Maybe he's gone downstairs by now, Mr. Keene.
Maybe. Let's try the door.
Okay. Boss. Got. Oh, look at him there in the bed. Blood all over his face.
Quick, let's get to him. Mr. Meade. Herbert. Herbert.
Oh, my, a nasty gash on his forehead, sir.
Herbert, can you hear me?
Boss, he must be dead.
No. He seems to be just barely breathing. Mike, run downstairs. Have somebody phone for a doctor.
Okay, boss. Well, what are you doing there, sir?
Having a look in the closet, Mike.
What for? The killer?
No, just his trousers.
Well, we certainly had a fright, Mr. Keene.
What did the doctor say, Miss Dorothea?
Nasty cut for Cousin Herbert, but no fracture, fortunately.
Does Herbert have any idea who attacked him?
Just going back to discuss that with him now. You coming with me, Mr. Keene?
As a matter of fact, I'll join you later if you don't mind. I want to have a look in your uncle's tool shed, if I may.
Of course, anything, only we must find out once and for all who's responsible for all these horrors in this house. Oh, poor Herbert. Don't you think you should stay in bed?
Oh, don't worry, Dorothy. I'll be all right.
And you have no idea who it was?
I was deep asleep. Next thing, something came down on my head. I remember the pain and nothing.
Why, you could have been killed.
I wasn't hit with much force, the doctor said. Dorothea, that makes me start wondering, perhaps...
Oh, no.
But Harriet is such a strange one, always sulking, always taking Roscoe's part.
Oh, Herbert.
May I come in?
Why, of course, Mr. Keene.
I see you're sitting up, Mr. Meade.
And it's you, Mr. Keene.
I'm afraid so, my dear.
Afraid?
What I mean is, you know that old black walnut tree out there in back? You can just about see the top of it from that window?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
Well, just before your uncle's disappearance, some work was being done on the 12 oaks out in front, wasn't it? They had rotted.
That's right, so.
And that's understandable. But I find also that another tree was treated the same way. Bored out, refilled with cement. That is very strange.
Why, Mr. Keene?
Black walnut doesn't usually decay like that. Doesn't ordinarily require that sort of surgery. A few minutes ago, I had that cement filling broken open.
Oh, dear God, you mean?
Your Uncle Adam Meade has been lying inside that tree for 2 weeks. Dead.
Oh,
Entombed in the black walnut by the person who killed him.
who was that person?
The possibilities are numerous. Somebody who was mentally unbalanced, possibly. A thief, possibly.
You mean?
Or else a rather greedy and ruthless man who knew nothing about the laws of inheritance.
Who?
You, Herbert Meade.
What did you say, Mr. Keene?
Now we've got a third lunatic in the house. But, Keene, don't you realize that I was nearly killed here myself?
Nearly killed, yes. You staged that attack yourself and hit yourself just hard enough to bring blood. No worse.
Well, that's ridiculous. Well, when you found me, I was completely unconscious.
Correct. The answer is in this night table. See? A box of sleeping powder, half gone. First you gashed yourself, then you took a big dose of the sleeping powders, and then waited for results.
Well, you're out of your mind.
You see, while you lay there unconscious, I didn't waste too much time in pity. I looked in your closet, examined the cuffs of every pair of trousers you wear.
I don't understand.
In 2 of them, I found granules of wood, of black walnut scrapings.
In a third, bits of cement.
Oh, now, just a moment.
Night after night, while the men working on the oaks left their equipment around, you went out and worked on the black walnut, making a tomb. Then, when it was ready, you went out in the dark after your uncle and strangled him.
Monk!
The same way you attacked my assistant later. You see, you did not understand the laws of legacy, Servant Meade. But when I mentioned it at the table yesterday, you realized you'd made a mistake. You realized the body had to be found. And you gave me hints to guide me. You said Nero had been mooning around in back. Then, my dear fellow, you really gave yourself away.
Stand back, King, both of you.
Got a pistol.
Careful, Meade.
Into the closet, you two.
You won't get far, Meade. I've already been in touch with the police.
Stop that pistol, Meade. I've got you covered.
Thank you, sir. That was well done.
I heard every word of it. I arrest you, Herbert Meade, for the murder of your uncle, Adam Meade.
Well, the train's on time, Mike. We'll soon be getting into Pennsylvania Station.
And sure, wait till I tell me old lady just how close she came to losing her precious Michael Clancy. Boy, oh boy. But, boss, I wonder what on earth you'd ever do if you didn't happen to know about things like black walnut trees and the laws of inheritance.
What would I do, Mike? I wouldn't be a detective.
And so ends the case of the Moonless Night. Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the bizarre and baffling case of the missing witness. To help bring out the gleaming, natural brightness of your teeth, remove common surface stains by brushing them with the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. It quickly removes surface stains and helps make your teeth and smile look their dazzling, romantic best. Try the new Colonos toothpaste tonight. You have just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the missing witness. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
For amazingly fast relief from the pains of simple headache or minor neuralgia, try Anacin. For Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. It gives you not just one, but a combination of medically active, tested ingredients. Relief comes incredibly fast. Take only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N, at your druggist.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. One of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Next time you buy a dentifrice, get high-polishing, high-foaming Colonos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonel is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonel. And now for Mr. Keene and the Nightmare Murder Case. As our story opens early one morning, we find a kindly old tracer and his assistant, Mike Clancy, poring over some documents in his office.
Mike, ask Susie to step in here for a moment. I want her to attest these signatures.
Well, Mr. Kane, sir, Susie ain't in yet.
This hour? Well, that's odd. You suppose she's ill?
I couldn't say, boss.
Well, Mike, ring her apartment right away.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand it. She's always so punctual.
Well, you'd think she'd let you know if she was sick or something.
Yes, that's right. Got me worried.
They're ringing, boss. I hear 'em, but I don't get the answer yet. Well, suffering cat here, Susie, now. Well, that's one phone call that hasn't aided the war effort.
Oh, I'm sorry to be late, Mr. Keene.
What happened, Susie?
Just as soon as I get my breath, Mr. Keene, I'll tell you. See, a family by the name of Nolan lives in the apartment below mine. There's the father, Jim Nolan, and his wife, Mary, and their daughter, Helen.
Yes?
Well, at 5:30 this morning, I was startled out of a sound sleep by hearing Helen cry out. She was calling, "Daddy, don't leave me. Come away from there. I beg you." And then I heard violent sobbing.
Family row, huh? Now, Susie, that ain't any reason.
Mike, don't interrupt. Go on, Susie.
Well, I couldn't imagine what had happened. They're usually such a quiet family. And then this morning, just before I left for the office, Helen came to see me. Mr. King, she told me the strangest thing. She'd had a terrible dream about her father last night.
A dream?
And to cap it all, her mother told her this morning that her father hadn't been home all night. They're afraid something terrible's happened to him.
Well,
Helen's nearly out of her mind. And, well, I brought her along to the office with me. I wonder whether you'd talk to her, Mr. King.
Well, all right, Susie. Send her in.
And I'll take these documents along now that Susie's coming.
Yes, please do, Mike.
Mr. Keene, this is Helen Nolan.
Oh, come in, my dear, and sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Susie has told me briefly what has happened, so suppose you let me ask you a few questions first. When did you last see your father?
Yesterday evening when I got home from work.
And what does he do?
He's a typesetter at the Daily Advocate. That's down on Center Street.
Yes, go on, my dear.
I'm sure he's been murdered, Mr. Keene. Murdered. I dreamed it last night as clear as could be.
Now, try to calm yourself, Helen. A dream is one thing and the facts of life quite another. Has anything happened lately that makes you believe someone wanted to murder your father?
Oh, no, Mr. Keene. My father has no enemies. He leads the most regular life in the world. Well, he's never stayed out all night in his life, but my dream was so clear.
Well, try to think back. Now tell me, when you last saw your father, what were you doing?
Well, last night I was seated at the piano when Dad returned home. You see, Mr. Keene, I love to sing, and just as I was beginning a song...
Your voice sounds sweeter every day.
Oh, hello, Dad.
That's a beautiful song.
It's a dreamy song. It reminds me of you.
Me? Dreamy? You hear that, Mother? Well, come to think of it, perhaps you're right. Guess what tomorrow is? Tomorrow I'm celebrating. I'll have been working 25 years at the newspaper office, and I've a big surprise in store for you.
Jim, Helen has to be leaving.
Oh, that's so, Mary?
Sorry, Dad, I've got a date, a very special one. I'll see you in the morning, and you can tell me your surprise then. And maybe I'll have one for you. I returned home quite late, Mr. Keene. Mother and Dad had both gone to bed, I supposed, and then later on I had that terrible dream. A nightmare. My father's been murdered, Mr. Keene, or he's in some awful danger, I know it.
Well, tell me, Helen, how does your mother account for your dad's disappearance? Is it possible they had a quarrel?
That's just it, Mr. Keene. I don't like to say this.
You think she may be holding something back?
I don't quite know.
Well, suppose I have a talk with your mother. However, first I'll send Mike Clancy, my assistant, to your dad's newspaper office for a checkup. And Helen, I'd like you to remain close by where I can reach you very quickly.
You're very kind, Mr. Keene. Do you think anything...
My dear, try not to worry. I'll get working on this case right away.
I talked to Jim Nolan's boss like you asked me, Mr. Keene.
What did he say, Mike?
Well, sir, Nolan didn't show up at this newspaper office today at all. And he's always very punctual and a reliable worker. The boss didn't know much about him in a personal way, so he suggested we talk to a fellow by the name of John Olson, who works with him. And he's right here in this office.
All right, Mike. Let's go in. Are you John Olson?
Yes, that's me.
Well, my name is Keene, and this is Mike Clancy.
How do you do?
How do you do?
We're inquiring about Jim Nolan. I understand that you and Jim are friends?
Yes. Jim and me are just like that. He's a fine fella. Fine worker, too, but why didn't he come today?
Well, that's what we want to find out.
Maybe you can help us, John.
Sure, I'll help, but how?
Well, for some unknown reason, Jim Nolan has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. Did he have any trouble here that you know of?
Trouble? Oh, Jim and me and the rest here are like one big family.
Then you'd know if he was worried about anything.
Sure, Mr. Keene, but Jim was always happy. His head was always in the clouds.
In the clouds? In what way?
Well, one thing, he talked all the time about how he wanted a house in the country with cows and chickens and honeysuckle climbing all over the porch. Yeah, he talked about that all the time.
A house in the country, you say? That might explain something.
Well, I hope so. Now, you find Jim, Mr. Keene. Say his old pals here want him back. Quick.
All right, John. I'll do the best I can. Come along, Mike. We're going now to see Jim's wife, Mary Nolan.
Mr. Keene, I can't imagine why Jim didn't come home last night and why he didn't show up at work today.
Are you sure? I'm going to ask you something, Mrs. Nolan. What was the surprise your husband had in store for Helen?
Well, I suppose it might have something to do with his work, with a raise, perhaps.
Could it possibly have had anything to do with that cottage in the country?
What?
Your husband may be in great danger, Mrs. Nolan. You want him back, don't you? And Helen's heart is breaking.
You're right, Mr. Keene. I'd give anything in the world to have Jim home again. Perhaps I should tell you everything.
I think perhaps you should.
You see, it was this way. On the first day we were married, Jim would bring his weekly paycheck home to me. We agreed that out of it I'd lay aside $5 every week to put in the savings bank. And last night, after Helen had left the house, Jim said to me,
"Well, Mary, I guess you know what my big surprise is. Tomorrow is 20 years to the day when we started our savings account."
"Tomorrow, Jim? Oh, I hadn't remembered."
I don't wonder, Mary. 20 years. It's been a long time. But now our dream can come true. Together with the interest, there must be over $6,000 in the bank. Yeah. Enough to buy that cottage in the country and a few acres of land to live off of. Yep. Tomorrow I'm quitting my job.
Quitting? But, Jim, hadn't you better wait just a while longer?
No, Mary, I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'm going down to the office and tell them I'm through. Think of it. No more grinding away at the shop. Just green fields, blue skies, and air a man can breathe.
But things aren't too easy now, Jim. With expenses so high, some weeks I've hardly been able to make ends meet.
Oh, that's what you're worried about. Well, I understand, Mary. If we're a few $100s short, that's all right.
It's more than that, Jim.
More? How much? Answer me. How much?
Jim, I didn't realize.
Is there 6,000 in the bank?
Forgive me, Jim.
Is there 5,000? 3? 1? Is there anything?
No. Nothing.
Nothing.
I didn't know you cared so much, but Jim, let me tell you,
That's all I've lived for the past 20 years.
country. All gone.
Jim, what are you going to do? Where are you going?
I don't know, Mary. I don't know.
See, Mr. Keene, I couldn't tell Jim the truth for Helen's sake.
The truth? How do you mean, Mrs. Nolan? What happened to the money?
Well, a few years ago, our daughter Helen developed a very fine singing voice. I spent the money having her voice trained under one of the best teachers in the country.
I see.
Last night she had an audition. If Helen wins, it will mean a contract with the Metropolitan Opera.
So that's it. But, Mrs. Nolan, you were wrong in not telling Jim the truth.
Oh, I realize that now, Mr. Keene. I was gambling Jim's happiness against Helen's future. And if Helen failed, Jim would never forgive me. Now I'm afraid Jim may have done something terrible.
That's the story, Helen, as your mother told it to me.
Poor Mother. I never knew. And poor Dad. Oh, Mr. Keene, we've got to find my father.
Yes, Helen, and quickly. But frankly, I don't know where to start. I haven't a single clue to go on.
That terrible nightmare I had. In it, I saw someone trying to murder my father. I saw it as clearly as I'm seeing you in this room.
But that was a dream, Helen, a dream.
Mr. Keene, sir, if I might make a suggestion. It is just possible.
Oh, I know what you're thinking of, Mike.
For a fact, boss, the great-grandmother Gilhooly had second sight. Why, once she had a dream...
Yes, Mike, I've heard such things do happen, but to look for a lost person on such a basis, why, it's fantastic. Dreams are too vague and uncertain. I wouldn't attempt it.
Oh, Mr. Keene, it wouldn't do no harm to have the young lady describe it.
No, I suppose not.
It was so vivid, Mr. Keene. Please let me tell you.
All right. Go ahead, Helen.
Well, I suddenly found myself running along what seemed to be a broad wooden platform. I could faintly see a pier in the distance, and I could hear water lapping up against it. Then as I got closer, I noticed my father standing uncertainly on the edge, and someone was beside him. Railroad tracks and a watchman's shack were between me and the pier. I wanted desperately to get to my father, but as I started to cross the tracks, I heard a train approaching rapidly. Then the watchman came out of his shack and said,
You better hurry, miss, if you're going to make it. Come along, I'll help you.
He flashed the train down, and with its brakes grinding, I leaped across the rails, crying out, Daddy, don't leave me! Come away from there, I beg of you! Suddenly, my father was gone, and the other person ran away. And I woke up sobbing wildly.
You're very close to your father, aren't you, my dear?
Terribly close. Oh, Mr. Keene, doesn't that dream mean anything to you? Don't you believe it shows danger, that something dreadful has happened to my father?
Well, boss, what do you say?
Well, Helen, there's just a bare possibility you've been through one of those rare psychic experiences one occasionally reads about. It's 1,000 to 1 chance. While I've never attempted such a thing before, I propose to look into this dream of yours. Mike?
Yes, sir.
There's a railroad line running the length of the West Side riverfront. That's the logical place to begin. Inquire of every shackman's booth along there for any trace of the missing man.
In just a moment, we'll hear the outcome of Mr. Keene's search for Jim Nolan. Meanwhile, cold sufferers, at the first sign of a sneeze or other common cold symptoms, take something to help reduce fever if present, something to ease the headache, and something to relieve the pains and aches of a cold. Hill's cold tablets are specially prepared to go after all these symptoms at once. You can rely on Hill's cold tablets because each ingredient in this scientifically compounded cold tablet is of the highest possible quality, a proven formula, famous for more than 50 years. Take only as directed. Ask for Hill's cold tablets at your druggist tonight. And now back to Mr. Keene and the Nightmare Murder Case. It's a few hours later, and the tracer is in his office, waiting to hear the results of Mike Clancy's search of the riverfront. His telephone rings.
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. What's the news?
Well, boss, I think I've got a lead, and it looks like a good one.
Fine. Where are you?
At the corner of 12th and West Street.
Very well, Mike. I'll be there right away.
And this shackman I told you about, Mr. Keene, he says to me, well, here we are at his hut now. I let Tom, that's his name, tell you the story himself.
Very well. Suppose you wait outside, Mike, while I go on in.
Right, boss.
Hello, Tom. I'm Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mr. Keene. Come on in, sit down.
Thank you.
I ain't got much style here, but it's a mite warmer than outside. Mike Clancy was telling me what you's after.
Yes, I understand you noticed someone early this morning who answered the description of the man we're looking for.
That's right. I spied him first about 5 o'clock. He was hanging around the pier there.
The pier, eh?
Yes. Well, the early mill train comes by here at 5:30. As he was coming down the stretch, I sees this here fella easing towards the tracks. That's funny, thinks I. So I called him to get back, but he took no notice. He acted like a man in a daze. So I flags the train down with my red lantern and pulls him away from the rails, and just in time, too.
And then what happened, Tom?
Well, I took him into my shack here, Mr. Keene. He didn't look like the usual waterfront hobo, so I asked him what his name is.
And what did he say?
Well, he says, "What's that to you? Jim Jones is good enough." I talked to him for half an hour, kind of quiet-like, but didn't seem to make no kind of impression. He acted real beat down.
He did, eh?
Yeah. He just couldn't seem to get hold of himself. Kept saying he had no interest in life. Finally, I persuaded him to go and get some sleep. Told him he'd feel better then, and I directed him to a hotel around the corner.
A hotel, you say?
Yes, sir. Last I saw him, he was headed that way.
Well, thank you, Tom. You've been a real Samaritan. God bless you. This must be the hotel Tom spoke of, Mike.
Well, I guess we're at the end of the trail, Mr. Keene, and that's fine.
Yes. Well, here's the lobby door.
Go ahead, boss.
Mike, you see what I see?
What, police and plenty. Well, it looks like trouble, sir.
There's Inspector Hopkins. Come on. Hello, Inspector Hopkins.
Why, what are you doing here, Mr. Keene?
I might ask the same of you.
Well, I'll tell you. It's a little matter of murder.
Murder?
Yeah. The night clerk was slugged over the head this morning and the safe robbed.
Any idea who did it?
Oh, sure. This is one murder we don't have to worry about. We just got a confession out of the gunman.
Good for you, Inspector.
Yeah, Mr. Keene, it's an open and shut case, all right. This gunman was the last one to sign the register before the murder was committed. And he signed it under the name of Jim Jones.
Oh?
But we broke him down, though. That name is a phony. His real name is Nolan.
Nolan?
My, oh, my.
Oh, you know him, Mr. Keene?
Well, as a matter of fact, we were looking for him for another matter. A little domestic trouble.
Oh, well, that sews it up then.
You say that he confessed to this murder?
Got it down in black and white.
Oh, isn't that terrible, Mr. Keene?
Inspector, what time did the murder take place?
The medical examiner has just finished his examination and handed me his report. He says the hotel clerk must have been dead approximately 12 hours.
It's now 5:30 in the afternoon, so the murder must have been committed about 5:30 this morning.
Yeah. Between 5 and 5:30, the doc says. Not later than 6.
Between 5 and 5:30. Inspector, with your permission, I'd like to check on some of the details of this murder. And then I'd like to talk to Jim Nolan.
Sure thing, Mr. Keene. This way.
Come along, Mike.
Boy, if that nightmare ain't coming true, boss, with murder and all the trimmings.
Hush, Mike.
All right, Mr. Keene, you've seen the desk clerk's body. Now, do you want to have a talk with Nolan?
Yes, Inspector. I'd like to see what I can get out of him.
Well, he's right in here, Mr. Keene. Oh, Nolan. If someone wants to talk to you.
Hello, Jim. I'm glad to see you. My name is Keene.
Keene, you say? What do you want?
I've been sent by your wife and daughter to look for you.
I haven't any wife and daughter.
No? The inspector tells me you've confessed to killing the hotel clerk.
Sure, I confessed. Why don't you fellas let me alone? I've told you I did it, so let's get it over with. The sooner the better.
Do you want to die, Jim?
Is there any reason why I should want to live?
I can think of two reasons. Mary and Helen.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Inspector.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
I have an idea. Have you had this man view the body of the victim?
Why, no, it wasn't necessary, Mr. Keene.
All right. Jim, there's one question I want to ask you, and then I won't bother you anymore. Can you give me a description of the hotel clerk who was on duty when you registered this morning? The man you say you killed.
Haven't you enough evidence against me?
Yes, but this will clinch it.
Well, he was stocky, had black hair, a pug nose, and the little finger on his right hand was missing. I noticed the finger especially.
You're sure of that?
Positive.
Oh, Mr. Keene, just a minute. That ain't what the dead man looks like at all.
Of course not. That's a perfect description of Bugs Morelli, the safecracker.
Why, sure. That mug we've been out gunning for some time, eh, Mr. Keene?
Right. Morelli's your man, Inspector. Jim Nolan never committed this crime.
Yeah, but how,
Let me suggest what happened. Bugs held up the hotel desk clerk and then blackjacked him. While he was in the act of breaking open the safe, Nolan entered the hotel. To allay suspicion, Bugs then posed as the real clerk and assigned him to a room.
But then, why did Nolan here confess he murdered the clerk?
Well, that's another story. Jim Nolan has had a great shock. At the moment, he is desperate. He just doesn't want to live, and having failed in an attempt to kill himself, he thought he saw in this another way out.
Well, it sounds crazy, Mr. Keene, but it looks as if you might be right.
I'm sure of it, Inspector. With your permission, I'll take Jim Nolan along home.
Go right ahead, Mr. Keene. That is, if you'll promise to have him on hand if I need him as a witness.
I give you my word on it.
Mr. Keene, don't you see I can't go back?
Jim, don't talk that way. Of course you're going home.
I can't face them, Mr. Keene.
Why not? You haven't been guilty of any crime. You've acted a little foolishly, I think. But then so has Mary, your wife.
With our dreams, they've all gone sour. Our cottage has turned out to be just a house of cards. What have I to live for?
Jim, you're like a little boy who has lost his ice cream cone and thinks the world has come to an end. All of us have our dreams of one kind or another. Many are feathery and golden ones, just like yours. Why, we couldn't exist without them. But sometimes we have to sacrifice our hopes to help others attain theirs. And that's what's happened in your case.
What do you mean, Mr. Keene?
Mary didn't spend your savings, as you thought, for selfish reasons. She spent them on Helen.
Helen?
Yes. Your daughter has a fine singing voice. Something you didn't realize, Jim. Mary wanted to give her the best musical education that money could buy.
But if she'd only told me...
Well, that's where she was wrong. She was afraid. Afraid you might not understand. And afraid if Helen knew the circumstances, she'd refuse to continue her studies.
So that's the way it was.
Yes. Jim, I believe you're going to have reason to be very proud of Helen. Well, here we are.
Home.
Yes, home. That has a wonderful sound, hasn't it?
Yes, Mr. Keene. It has. Mary.
Jim. Oh, Jim, thank God you're home again. Helen, he's back. Daddy's back. Oh, Dad, I'm so happy. If you only knew how we've worried about you.
There, Helen. It's all right.
Oh, Jim, it was all my fault. Can you ever forgive me?
Don't worry, Mary. Mr. Keene explained everything. I guess I was a little foolish, too. You did exactly right about Helen.
How can we ever thank you, Mr. Keene? Oh, yes, how can we?
Don't try, my dears. My reward is in seeing you all so happily reunited.
But, Mr. Keene, I still don't understand. How did you manage to trace me?
Well, it's a strange story. Strange and incomprehensible. Helen had a vivid dream about you last night. She dreamed you were in great danger. And from the misty gropings of her mind, she saw almost an exact duplicate of the spot where you were standing. By following this lead, I was able to pick up your trail.
That's amazing, Mr. Keene. And I've never been one to put any stock in dreams at all.
No, I never did either. But it is an amazing coincidence. Suppose we call it just that. Now I must be going.
Oh, wait, Mr. Keene. Helen has something to tell you. I won that audition, Mr. Keene.
You won that audition? Good for you.
And a contract to sing at the Metropolitan next year.
Helen.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so happy.
Helen, darling, it all seems so wonderful. I can hardly realize what it means.
I think it means, Jim, that you're going to have that cottage in the country after all.
It's always a shock to meet someone whose nice appearance is suddenly shattered by a smile that reveals dull, dingy-looking teeth, or whose breath is unwelcome. Because many people are hampered by both of these handicaps without even knowing they have them, it pays to know about Colonos toothpaste. To help correct these conditions when caused by improper cleansing, just brush your teeth with Colonos, as you would with any other toothpaste, with this one exception. When you finish brushing, swish its rich, active foam thoroughly through your mouth. For Colonos is one toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. Thus it fosters a double result. First, Colonos helps your brush remove ugly surface stains from your teeth. Then, at the same time, it freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. For a high-polishing, high-foaming toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in, ask for Colonos. It has been approved by thousands of dentists. If powder is your preference, try Colonos tooth powder. It offers the same double result as a wonderful wintergreen flavor. Get Kollynos, toothpaste or tooth powder. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. On the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer brings us another thrilling missing persons case.
Time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in a new Mr. Keene series, in which the kindly old investigator will bring you his most celebrated cases, on Mondays through Fridays at this same time. Tonight's case is entitled, The Shrieking Prisoner Murder Case. Our scene opens in a large, old-fashioned home situated in a lonely section of New York City. It is night, and a young man is entering the darkened house. He gropes his way through one of the rooms, unaware that he is moving towards sudden death.
It's so dark in here. I wonder if I can find a light switch. Aunt Martha! Aunt Amy, are you at home? They're not here. The house is completely empty. What's that? Where is that screaming coming from? Oh, where's the door? It's so dark I can't see a thing. Don't point that gun at me. Put it down, do you hear?
No! Don't shoot! No!
Is this the office of Mr. Keene, the private investigator?
It is, ma'am. I'm his partner, Mike Clancy.
My name is Mrs. Jane Travers. I must see Mr. Keene at once. It's a matter of life and death.
Oh, here's Mr. Keene now, coming out of his private office.
Mr. Keene.
You wish to see me?
I'm Mrs. Jane Travers. Something horrible has happened, and I've come to you hoping you can help me. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Keene. People say you're not only a noted tracer of lost persons, but you're also famous for solving murder cases.
Many of my cases do involve murders.
Oh, then, Mr. Keene, I'm hoping you'll help me. I'm so shocked and confused. I don't know which way to turn.
Oh, please sit down and try to compose yourself, Mrs. Travers. Has someone you know been murdered?
My husband, Donald. He was shot to death last night in the home of my two aunts. One of them may be under suspicion for the crime.
Please give me all the details, Mrs. Travers.
I have two unmarried aunts, Mr. Keene. My Aunt Martha Carson and my Aunt Amy. They've been living alone for years in an old house in a quiet section of the city.
Where your husband's murder took place?
Yes. I don't see my aunts very often. I'm afraid they're both rather eccentric. They don't encourage visitors. In fact, they have a rather frightening reputation in the neighborhood.
Frightening, Mrs. Travers? In what way?
They're known as the Weird Sisters. They hardly ever leave the house, and very few people get a chance to see them. Yesterday, my husband Donald went over there.
For any particular reason?
Well, I hadn't heard from my aunts in over 6 months, and I was worried about them. I felt that something was wrong. They have no telephone, so Donald decided to investigate.
By himself, Mrs. Travers?
I was going to go with him, Mr. Keene, but I developed a violent headache a few hours before, and Donald went alone.
Well, a good thing for you, maybe, ma'am.
You mean, Mr. Clancy, I could have been murdered along with my husband? Well, when I think that Donald is gone,
We understand, my dear.
Anyway, Donald went over to see my aunts. And the next thing I knew, the police notified me of his murder. We'd only been married 8 months, and we were so very happy.
What did the police investigation disclose, Mrs. Travers?
As far as I know, Mr. Keene, they only spoke to Aunt Martha. She's 45 now, I think about 10 years older than her sister Amy.
And what did your Aunt Martha tell the police?
She said she was out of the house when Donald was shot, and that Aunt Amy is away in the country. But when the police question people in the neighborhood, they're bound to find out that Aunt Martha was lying.
You're sure of that?
Aunt Amy would never leave Martha and go out of the city for one thing. And Aunt Martha herself only left the house once in 6 months at the most. Oh, Mr. Keene, something must be terribly wrong with my aunts.
Are you afraid that they may be involved in your husband's murder?
Oh, no. No, I just can't believe that either of them had anything to do with Donald's murder. It's just that with those rumors going around...
Rumors of their eccentricity?
Some people have even said there's a streak of insanity in their behavior. The police may think that one of my aunts killed Donald in a burst of maniacal fury. Oh, Mr. Keene, please, please do something to find out the truth.
I assure you, we'll do our utmost to help you, Mrs. Travers.
All Aunt Martha and Aunt Amy have in the world is each other. And in some ways, their relationship is almost like a stern mother and daughter.
How do you mean?
Well, Aunt Martha has always dominated Aunt Amy, for one thing. Even to the point of interfering with her personal affairs.
To what specific personal affairs are you referring?
I don't know this is a positive fact, but I heard that my Aunt Amy once had a chance to marry. Was a man named George Wheeler. But Aunt Martha talked her out of it.
Do you know why, Mrs. Travers?
No, I don't, Mr. Keene. Oh, but please don't misunderstand me. Their relationship was always very warm and happy. At least as far as I knew. And in spite of their odd way of living, they got along together.
I see.
Oh, more than anything else in the world, I want my husband's murderer found. But if it should involve an innocent person, someone who used to be very close to me, I...
Suppose you take us to your aunt's house, Mrs. Travers.
I have an unhappy job to do first, Mr. Keene. Arrange for my husband's funeral. But I can give you the address and meet you there later.
Very well. Write it down here, please.
Yes. Mrs. Martha and Amy Carson, 1124 Ivy Road.
Mike, we'll proceed to that address immediately and see if we can start unraveling the mystery of Donald Travers' murder on the scene of the crime.
Well, this is the house, Mr. Keene. Sure, and it's nothing but a rickety pile of shingles going to seed.
There doesn't seem to be a doorbell, Mike.
Well?
Miss Carson?
I'm Martha Carson, yes.
My name is Keene, and this is my partner, Mike Clancy. We're investigating the murder of Donald Travers, your niece's husband.
Who sent for you?
We were asked to take the case by Jane Travers, your niece.
The police have already been here. If you're not from them...
Let's not have any trouble, ma'am. We usually work along with the police.
May we come in, Miss Martha?
Well, just for a minute.
Are you alone?
Yes.
I understand your younger sister, Amy, lives here with you.
Amy's gone. She'll be away for the rest of the month, at least.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Miss Martha.
The police have already talked to me about my nephew's murder, Mr. Keene. I told them I knew nothing about it.
You were out of this house when it happened?
Yes.
Where, may I ask?
I was just out, that's all. Doing some shopping.
Oh, then perhaps someone at the store where you shopped would be able to identify you.
Why should I need that, Mr. Keene?
Miss Martha, according to your niece, you and your sister Amy may come under some suspicion in this murder case. And I want to help you if I can.
I don't need any help. I can take care of this by myself.
What's that chopping noise?
Well, Mr. Keene, there's a fella standing out there chopping down a dead tree. I can see him from this window.
That's our handyman, Luther Prague. He does work around here.
Well, he looks big enough to pull that tree up by the roots with his bare hands.
Mr. Keene, do you really think the police might suspect me or my sister Amy in some way?
Your niece seems to think so, Miss Martha.
And I don't want anyone to say I'm hiding something. I could tell you about someone you might want to talk to, but I don't want him to know you heard it from me.
Who is it?
A man named George Wheeler.
The man who wanted to marry your sister Amy?
How do you know about that, Mr. Keene?
Your niece, Jane Travers, mentioned it.
But you had no right to. Well, anyway, George Wheeler had it in for Donald Travers.
He did? Why?
My sister Amy found out that George Wheeler couldn't be trusted, and it was Donald who told it to her. That's why, well, that's what broke up Amy's romance with George Wheeler.
And Wheeler hated Donald Travers for that?
Naturally.
Was George Wheeler anywhere near this house when young Travers was murdered?
He could have been. He lives only a short distance away. Mr. Keene, I never trusted the man myself, and when he loses his temper, he's capable of anything.
You realize, of course, Miss Martha, that your accusations are very grave, and that they might make George Wheeler an important suspect in this murder case.
I'm telling you the truth, Mr. Keene.
What is George Wheeler's address?
He lives in the small gray house on the corner. You can't miss it.
Perhaps we'd better question him, Mike.
Sounds like a good idea, Mr. Keene.
You'll find him at home now if you go right over.
Very well, Miss Martha.
Saints preserve us.
Who is that, Miss Martha?
None of your business, Mr. Keene.
Boss, it almost sounds like a trapped animal.
Martha, where is that shriek coming from?
I won't tell you. Get out of my house and leave us alone.
Mike, let's go upstairs and investigate.
No, I won't let you do it. Luther! Luther, come in here quickly.
Mr. Keene, she's calling that big gorilla, the handyman.
I'm afraid we're in for a little trouble, Mick. Come on, Mick. We're going upstairs and...
No, don't you dare! Luther, stop these two men. Don't let them go upstairs.
Mr. Keene, it's the Axeman. And he's got that chopper in his hand.
Nevertheless, Mike, we're going upstairs right now to find out who is doing that shrieking and why.
Who is imprisoned in the room upstairs in the home of the strange Carson sisters? And what part did the prisoner play in the murder of Donald Travers? The rest of this exciting story will be heard on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at this same time. Be sure to listen again on Wednesday for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Be sure to listen to Mr. Keene for the next episode of the Shrieking Prisoner Murder Case on Wednesday at this same time. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in our new Mr. Keene series, in which the kindly old investigator brings to us his most celebrated cases on Mondays through Fridays at this same time. Tonight, the Shrieking Prisoner Murder Case. The scene opens at night in a large old-fashioned house in a lonely section of New York City. A young man has just entered the darkened interior, and as he moves across the room, he hears a sudden, blood-curdling shriek of frustration and anguish coming from another part of the house. The young man stands frozen for a moment. Then as he quickly moves to a door and opens it, a shot rings out. A moment later, a murderer peers down with grim satisfaction at the figure on the floor. The lifeless body of a young man with a bullet through his heart. And now, Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are looking into the murder. The scene of the crime is a home owned by two weird sisters, Martha and Amy Carson, and the murdered man is their niece's young husband. Why has he been murdered? Mr. Keene is first attempting to find the source of the frightful shrieking which has been heard in the house. But he and Mike are being blocked by Martha Carson and Luther Prague, her burly handyman, who has entered the room with an axe in his hand. As Mr. Keene says,
Martha Carson, I'm here with my partner, Mike Clancy, to investigate the murder of young Donald Travers. I suggest you tell your handyman to let us go upstairs to find out who's shrieking up there.
No, you can't go up there.
If you go up, I'll chop you both to pieces.
My partner, Mike Clancy, happens to be armed himself, Luther Prague.
And my gun can speak a lot faster than his axe, boss.
I told you to get out of my house, Mr. Keene.
We're going to find out who's upstairs, Miss Martha, shrieking like a trapped animal. If you try to prevent us, you'll only put yourself further under suspicion for the murder that occurred in this house last night.
Luther, don't let Mr. Keene go upstairs.
Get out of here, both of you. I'll chop the two of you to pieces with this axe if you try to go upstairs.
Look out, boss. He means it.
Careful, Mike. Miss Martha, call this man off, or there'll be trouble.
No, you have no right to search this house.
Are you getting out, or do I chop you both to pieces with this axe?
Put that axe down, Luther.
And be quick about it.
Well, Miss Martha...
Put it down, or I knock it out of your hand.
I'll tear you apart, you...
Luther!
Well, he's not hurt bad. I just had to quiet him down a little.
Well, Miss Martha, are you going to take us upstairs now? Or do we find out by ourselves who is shrieking up there? And what it has to do with the murder that occurred here in your house last night?
I'll take you upstairs, Mr. Keene. Come with me. Before I open the door, Mr. Keene, let me tell you something. No one in this house right now had anything to do with the murder of young Donald Travers, my niece's husband.
That remains to be proven, Miss Martha.
My niece, Jane Travers, should never have sent you here.
Jane Travers only wanted to help you prove your innocence, Miss Martha. The police may be putting both you and your sister under arrest shortly.
But why, Mr. Keene? We had nothing against Donald.
Well, it's your reputation that's against you, lady.
You mean the reputation we have in this neighborhood for being eccentric, Mr. Clancy? For being weird sisters?
There's talk about the possibility of insanity in your family.
And if that don't sound like a crazy woman, I never heard one.
Mr. Keene, there is insanity in my family, as you'll see right now. You can go inside the room.
Mr. Keene, there she is. Saints preserve us, she's staring at us.
With vacant, expressionless eyes.
Look at her hair, falling down like strings of rope over her face. And her fingernails, they must be an inch long.
Mr. Keene, this is my sister Amy.
And you keep her locked up in this room, Miss Martha?
For her own good.
For my own good? You mean because you hate me? Everybody hates me!
Amy!
Don't touch me, Martha! I'll kill anyone who touches me!
Miss Martha, you lied when you said your sister Amy was away in the country.
I didn't want anyone to know that Amy was up here in this room, Mr. Keene. Because I don't want her taken away and put in an asylum. I'll do anything to prevent that.
Be careful what you say, Miss Martha. Anything could mean that you may have murdered young Donald Travers to stop him from discovering your secret.
No, I didn't kill him, Mr. Keene, and neither did my sister Amy.
But Amy was inside the house when the murder occurred.
Yes, she was. But, Mr. Keene, I told you about a man you ought to question in this case, George Wheeler. When he broke up with Amy, she lost her mind. She loved George so much.
Where is George? Why doesn't he come to see me? Why?
Amy, try to control yourself.
Miss Martha, you told us that this man, George Wheeler, hated your nephew, Donald Travers, because Travers accused Wheeler of being untrustworthy and advised your sister Amy here not to marry him.
My sister Amy went out of her mind because she was so madly in love with Wheeler. The shock of finding out he was beneath her was too much.
And you had nothing to do with it?
Martha had a great deal to do with it, Mr. Keene.
George Wheeler!
I heard what you said to these people as I came up the stairs, Martha. I heard you trying to accuse me of murder.
George, you've come to rescue me.
No, Amy, I can't take you away from here. I didn't come.
Then I'll fight my way out. I'll tear my way out with my fingernails. Stop that. You know I didn't mean it, Martha. Don't be angry.
Amy, I'm terribly sorry.
What are you doing in my house, George Wheeler? I told you to stay out of here for good.
I came, Martha, because I thought the police would still be here. And I had some evidence for them. But first, I want to clear up a few matters with Mr. Keene. I know who you are, sir.
Well, Mr. Wheeler?
Amy Carson loved me. And she would have married me if it hadn't been for her sister Martha. Martha made Amy turn me down when I proposed.
And rightly so. You knew my sister had some money, and you thought you could live on that once you married her.
I have a good job, Martha. You know that. I don't need Amy's money. If it weren't for her sister Martha's domination, Amy wouldn't be the poor broken figure you see her as now. Look at her, Mr. Keene. It's pitiful.
Sure, and she just stares at the wall as if none of us were in the room.
My heart breaks when I see her this way, Mr. Clancy.
It's possible, isn't it, Mr. Wheeler, that Amy Carson could have resented Donald Travers just as you did?
Oh, how do you mean, Mr. Keene?
Why exactly did Donald Travers object to her marriage to you?
He said that I was after her money.
Martha, you and your sister have a great deal of money.
We had enough to live comfortably, Mr. Keene.
Judging by this house, it couldn't be a fortune.
In any case, Mike, if Amy Carson had resented the things young Donald Travers said about the man she loved, she may have wanted to strike back at her nephew herself.
Oh, no, Mr. Keene. Amy wouldn't hurt her because of that.
Amy Carson is obviously insane, Mr. Wheeler, and probably dangerous. And in that state, she could be capable of anything, even murder, with no motive at all.
And what about Martha Carson? Is she completely above any suspicion?
How dare you accuse me, George Wheeler? Mr. Keene, do you think I could have murdered my nephew to prevent him from finding out about Amy and sending her to an asylum?
That's how the police may take it, Miss Martha. Mr. Wheeler, a moment ago you said you had some new evidence. What is it?
This gold watch, Mr. Keene.
Well, let's see it, mister.
Well, I found it this morning, and I recognized it as Donald Travers' watch.
It belonged to the murder victim?
Yes, Mr. Keene, absolutely. I'd seen Travers wear it several times.
And where did you find it?
In Luther Prague's room.
Boss, Luther Prague must have stolen this watch from the murdered man.
If he did, Mike, we'll be dealing with another suspect in this case. Mr. Wheeler, was Luther Prague downstairs when you came into the house?
No, Mr. Keene.
Well, he must have come to and left right after we came up here, boss.
Yes, Mike. Where does he live, Mr. Wheeler?
He can usually be found in an old abandoned shack. It's in an empty lot a short distance from here.
I wonder if anything else was missing from the victim's body that Luther Prague may have taken.
I searched Luther's room carefully, but that was all I could find.
Well, it's all beginning to add up, boss. Looks like that big muscle man, Luther Prague, is the next fellow we want to see.
Yes, Mike. Martha, before I leave, I want to know what you intend doing about your sister Amy here. She's insane. She may be dangerous.
I'll have her examined by a doctor, Mr. Keene. And if he tells me to send her away to a mental institution, I will.
Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Would you point out Luther Prague's shack to us now?
I will, Mr. Keene.
And then I must ask you to remain close by yourself for further questions.
In other words, I'm still a suspect too.
Frankly, yes.
Very well, Mr. Keene. I'll do just as you say.
All right, Mick. Now we'll have a talk with Luther Prague and find out just how he obtained this watch and what he knows about young Donald Travers' murder.
Okay, boss.
I'll be talking to you later, Miss Martha.
All right, Mr. Keene. Amy, stop crying.
You said you were going to send me away. You said that, Martha. I hate you.
They'll never take you away, Amy. I won't let them. I'll kill anyone who tries to take you away. I swear it.
The handyman Luther Prague has become a fourth murder suspect on Mr. Keene's list. But was young Donald Travers murdered with robbery as the motive? Or is the murder linked to the mystery of the insane woman so closely guarded by her older sister? The rest of this exciting story will be heard on Thursday and Friday at this same time. Be sure to listen tomorrow to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Be sure to listen to Mr. Keene tomorrow, Thursday, at this same time for the next episode of The Shrieking Prisoner Murder Case. And don't miss the regular half-hour Mr. Keene program, heard every Friday night over most of these stations. Time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in our new Mr. Keene series, in which the kindly old investigator brings to us his most celebrated cases on Mondays through Fridays at this same time. Tonight, the Shrieking Prisoner Murder Case. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are looking into the strange murder of young Donald Travers, who was shot to death in a lonely house owned by his wife's two eccentric aunts, Martha and Amy Carson. Both Carson sisters are suspects in the case, for Amy is shriekingly insane, and Martha was determined that no one should find out about it. A third suspect is George Wheeler, whose engagement to Amy Carson was broken because of the victim's interference. But now, Mr. Keene and Mike have gone to investigate still another suspect, a handyman named Luther Prague. Meanwhile, in the Carson house, Martha tries to calm her insane sister Amy. And inside the room in the attic, which has been Amy Carson's prison, we hear...
Amy! You must be quiet. You know you can trust me, your own sister.
Trust you, Martha? When you keep me locked up here like a prisoner?
It's for your own good. I swore no one would take you to an insane asylum, and I'm keeping that promise.
Who were those strange men who were here?
That was Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mr. Clancy.
Investigator?
Yes. They're trying to find out who murdered our nephew, Donald Travers, here in our house last night.
Oh.
George Wheeler has taken them to Luther Prague's shack. They think Luther, our handyman, murdered Donald Travers.
They do? But why?
They think Luther killed him to rob him. And I've told them something else, Amy. I said George Wheeler could have murdered Donald, because Donald said something that broke up your romance with George.
My romance? Martha, you broke up my engagement to George.
Donald Travers was the one who called George a fortune hunter, wasn't he?
Yes, Donald did. And I could have killed him when he said it.
Amy, don't say that in front of Mr. Keene. I think we've got him fooled now, so let's not spoil it.
You're trying to fool Mr. Keene?
Yes. He never would have come here if our niece Jane hadn't sent him.
Jane Travers. Donald's wife?
Yeah, she's another one who's trying to interfere. They're all trying to send you away to an asylum, Amy. But they'll have to do it over my dead body.
You're too smart for them, aren't you, Martha?
I certainly am. And I'm not through with Mr. Keene yet. I've got a few other ways to confuse him, too. Now, you stay where you are, Amy.
What are you doing, Martha?
I can see Luther's shack through this window. Mr. Keene and his partner are walking towards it. George Wheeler is gone. I'm leaving now, Amy.
Take me with you, Martha. Don't leave me alone in this room again.
You've got to stay here, Amy. But don't be afraid. When I talk to Mr. Keene, I'll make certain he ends up in more of a muddle than ever.
No! Don't shut me out!
Be quiet!
No! Don't lock me up! Don't! Open the door! Let me out! Let me
Well, it's no use, Mr. Keene. The door to this shack of Luther Prague's is good and locked. I've worked on it now for half an hour.
If we want to search this place, Mike, you'll have to find another way of getting in.
Well, I might be able to force a window.
When George Wheeler found that watch that had been stolen from the murdered man, Donald Travers, this door must have been accidentally left locked.
Mr. Keene!
Boss, it's Martha Carson.
Mr. Keene! My sister, Amy. She's escaped.
She got out of that room, Miss Martha?
She tied the bed sheets together and let herself down through the window.
Saints preserve us now. We've got a crazy woman running around loose.
I'd better make a thorough search of the neighborhood for her, Mike. And meanwhile, you try to get into this shack of Luther Prague somehow and search it.
Right, Mr. Keene, sir.
Come with me, Miss Martha. We'd better find your sister Amy before she has a chance to do anything violent. We've gone over the neighborhood pretty thoroughly, Miss Martha. But we found no sign of your sister Amy.
It's getting dark, Mr. Keene.
It was foolish of you not to turn your sister over to the health authorities the moment you knew she was insane, Miss Martha.
I realize that now, but I couldn't bear to let her go. She is all I have, Mr. Keene. We've lived in this house for 20 years, ever since our parents died.
How long ago did you decide to shut yourself off from the rest of the world?
Oh, 10 years or more, Mr. Keene. It happened when I was disappointed in love. I was going to marry someone, but he jilted me.
And so you couldn't stand the idea of your sister Amy marrying either, a short time ago.
It was Donald Travers who broke up her engagement to George Wheeler when he said George was a fortune hunter. That's what caused Amy's mind to crack.
And it could have caused her to murder Donald Travers.
No, that's not true, Mr. Keene. After all, I had something to do with that broken engagement, too. I loved Amy too much to let her marry that scoundrel.
And did you love her so much you would have committed murder? To keep someone like Donald Travers from finding out about Amy's insanity and sending her to an asylum?
That's ridiculous. You can't prove a thing like that, Mr. Keene.
Miss Martha, what kind of an income do you have? How do you get money to live?
I told you, Mr. Keene, we had a little money left to us by my father.
May I ask how much?
That happens to be my business. It was enough to get by on through the years.
And where do you keep this money, Miss Martha?
Why are you asking me so many questions about my money, Mr. Keene? I don't like to talk about it.
Is it in the bank?
No. I have it in an even safer place. And that's all I'm going to tell you about my financial affairs.
Mr. Keene.
Oh, well, now, here comes your partner, Mr. Clancy.
Yes, Mike?
Well, boss, I just had another tussle with Luther Prague, that axe-swinging handyman. This time I left him in his shack tied to a bedpost with handcuffs.
Did he come in while you were searching his place, Mike?
That he did, sir. And just as I found some very important evidence.
What did you find, Mike?
Well, first of all, I found this wallet. It's got the initials DT on it.
Donald Travers, the murdered man.
That's right, boss. It's also got $200 in cash inside it. I found it in Luther's pocket when he came into his shack.
What else did you discover there, Mike?
And this gun, sir. It's a .38 caliber job, and one bullet is missing.
That might be the murder weapon.
Well, it was in Luther Prague's drawer.
There you are, Mr. Keene. It looks as though you've solved the mystery of my nephew's murder.
Does it, Miss Martha?
Our handyman, Luther Prague, killed Donald Travers. There's no question about it. He murdered Donald to steal that wallet and Donald's watch. The watch that George Wheeler found in Luther's room.
The handyman admits he stole the watch and wallet, Mr. Keene, but he says he didn't kill the young fella.
Then how does he explain having the watch and wallet, Mike?
Well, Luther claims he heard the shot when Donald Travers was murdered. He says he was outside the Carson house at the time. And when Luther ran in, he found the body, but he didn't call the police himself.
You mean he robbed the dead man?
That's what he admits. He told me he figured the dead man couldn't use the money or the watch anymore, so he might as well make use of it himself.
And what did Luther Prague say about the gun you found in his shack, Mike?
Well, he said he never saw it before in his life, boss. And he swears he didn't murder Donald Travers.
Mr. Keene.
What is it, Miss Martha?
I thought I saw a light flash in the cellar of our house. Through that low window behind you.
She's right, boss. I saw it myself just now. Like someone was shining a flashlight on and off for a second or two.
How do we get into the cellar, Miss Martha?
There's a door on the other side of the house. Right around that corner.
Please stay here. We'll investigate that light. Come with me, Mike.
Well, here's the cellar door, Mr. Keene.
Open it, please, Mike.
Oh, there's a short flight of wooden steps leading downstairs.
Flash your light down there.
Careful, Mr. Keene. These steps are wet.
Yes, there seems to be a small leak in the water pipe above us.
Well, there's no one here in the cellar, Mr. Keene. Whoever it was flashing that light must have gotten away through that other door over there, leading up into the house.
Now, just a minute, Mike. There seem to be footprints here. The stairs were wet when the intruder came down, and there are 3 or 4 very clear footprints on the cement floor. Mike, shine your flashlight on the wall over there.
What? Mr. Keene, a big chunk of cement's been taken out of the wall. Looks like there was some kind of a hiding place there.
And, Mike, here's a $50 bill on the floor.
A $50 bill? What do you think it means, Mr. Keene?
It may mean we're very close to the solution to this murder case. Well, let's look around a bit more.
Well, it's as quiet as a tomb down here. Sure, it makes my skin creep when I think that Amy Carson, a madwoman, is running around loose.
Flash your light on that hole in the wall once more, Mike.
There you are, sir.
The hole is lined with wood, and apparently it was used to hide valuables. Martha Carson tried to avoid the topic of money every time I brought it up, Mike.
Well, I think we'll know the truth when we tell her this wall's been tampered with, Mr. Keene.
I'm sure we will.
Mr. Keene, suppose them footprints on the stairs were made by that loony woman, Amy Carson. Look, boss, they lead right across the cellar floor and up those other stairs again.
That second flight of stairs must lead into the house. Mike, I'm going to follow those footprints up there.
Boss, remember crazy Amy Carson is dangerous. If she murdered Donald Travers, she wouldn't stop at trying to murder somebody else. She's a homicidal maniac.
Homicidal maniac or not, Mike, I'm going up there. Now.
Is Mr. Keene walking up into the arms of a homicidal maniac? Which of Mr. Keene's suspects murdered Donald Travers? And why? For the solution to this startling mystery, be sure to listen tomorrow at this same time to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Don't miss tomorrow's episode of Mr. Keene in the Shrieking Prisoner murder case. Same time, same station. And don't miss the regular half-hour Mr. Keene program, also heard every Friday night over most of these stations. Tomorrow evening on most of these same CBS radio stations, you're invited along when police recorder Don Reed and the police of a western metropolis prowl their motorized beat on their night watch. A suicide report, a razor blade fight, and an item on a bad jackpasser occupy the night watch police tomorrow night at the Star's address.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in our new Mr. Keene series, in which the kindly old investigator brings to us his most celebrated cases on Mondays through Fridays at this same time. Tonight, the Shrieking Prisoner murder case. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the strange murder of Donald Travers, who was shot to death as he entered a lonely house owned by his wife's two eccentric aunts, Martha and Amy Carson. Amy Carson is insane, and although both sisters are suspects in the case, Mr. Keene has his eye on two other suspects, Luther Prague, a handyman who robbed the victim, and George Wheeler, who at one time wanted to marry Amy Carson. But now, Mr. Keene has found an empty hiding place in the wall of the Carson cellar, and strange footprints lead up from the cellar to the house. Footprints that may have been made by the insane Amy Carson. Now, as Mr. Keene and Mike slowly mount the cellar stairs, wondering whether they're walking into the arms of a homicidal maniac, Mike is saying,
Mr. Keene, remember Amy Carson is dangerous. If she murdered Donald Travers, she wouldn't stop at trying to kill someone else.
I know, Mike. But we've got to find out who made these footprints and where they lead.
We're liable to meet her up here, behind this door, waiting for us with the kitchen knife.
Now, Mike, open that door.
There's a woman there, boss.
Yes, Mike, but it's Jane Travers, the wife of the murdered man.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I just got here to my aunt's house. Have you found any new evidence about my husband's murder?
My partner, Mike Clancy, and I have uncovered quite a bit of evidence, Mrs. Travers. I think I know now who murdered your husband.
Was it one of my aunts? Aunt Martha or Aunt Amy?
I'll name the killer as soon as I have my final clue, Mrs. Travers. Meanwhile, let me tell you what we've uncovered in this case so far. I think you have a right to know. Both your aunts are under strong suspicion.
Why, Mr. Keene? Why would they do such a terrible thing?
Your Aunt Amy is insane. She was in love with a man named George Wheeler, but she was forced to turn down his proposal of marriage.
Yes, I know that, Mr. Keene.
Your husband told her that this fellow Wheeler was only after her money when he proposed to her.
Donald told her that?
Apparently, Mrs. Travers. Then Amy's older sister, Martha, forced Amy to turn George Wheeler down. Amy could have blamed that on your husband and murdered him in a burst of insane frenzy.
Oh, I can't believe it, Mr. Keene.
Your Aunt Martha is a suspect because she had her sister Amy hidden away at the top of this house, and she wanted no one to know about her sister's insanity.
To prevent Aunt Amy from being taken to a mental institution.
Yes, Mrs. Travers. If your husband had been on the verge of finding out the secret, Martha Carson could have lost her head and murdered him.
But what had happened to Aunt Amy? What drove her insane?
Well, the fact that her sister Martha broke up her romance with George Wheeler did that, Mrs. Travers. Of course, it also makes Wheeler a suspect, too. He may have had a grudge against your husband for calling him a fortune hunter.
And, Mrs. Travers, we've got a fourth suspect, a handyman named Luther Prague.
We found your husband's watch and wallet in his possession, and also a gun that may turn out to be the murder weapon.
Did he rob my husband?
Luther Prague claims that he did that after the murder had been committed by someone else. Well, that remains to be seen.
But But, Mr. Keene, you say you know who actually killed my husband.
I think I do. And I'll be able to put the murderer under arrest very shortly. Now let me ask you something. What do you know about your aunt's finances?
Why, practically nothing, Mr. Keene.
If your husband thought George Wheeler was a fortune hunter, and that was the reason he wanted to marry Amy Carson, he must have thought your aunt had money.
And you believe she has a great deal of money, is that it?
Let's say she had.
What do you mean?
A few minutes ago in the cellar, we found part of the wall broken open. It had evidently been a hiding place for valuables. Valuables that had been stolen just before we entered the cellar.
Oh, does Aunt Martha know that, Mr. Keene?
Not yet, Mrs. Travers.
Oh, Mr. Keene, no matter how this case turns out, I want you to know that I'm so grateful to you for all you've done.
Mr. Keene. Boss, it's George Wheeler. Mr. Keene, Amy Carson has returned home.
She's been found, Mr. Wheeler?
She came to my house after she escaped, and I brought her home. Her sister Martha's with her now, upstairs in Amy's room.
I want to talk to her immediately.
You want me to go with you, Mr. Keene?
No, Mike. I'd rather you stay here with Mrs. Travers and George Wheeler. In just a few minutes now, we ought to know the final answer to this mystery and put Donald Travers' murderer under arrest.
Amy, you must listen to me. You know who I am, don't you, Amy? Don't you?
You're my sister, Martha.
Why did you run away?
I wanted to see George.
George?
I wanted him to marry me.
You're never to speak to George Wheeler again, do you hear? Amy, listen to me. Our nephew, Donald Travers, has been murdered. I've been trying to get you to remember that.
Donald?
He was shot to death downstairs in this house last night.
Good. I'm glad Donald's dead. Glad, do you hear? I hated him. Hated him.
Amy, don't talk like that. Mr. Keene may hear you.
Donald said George was no good. He lied. And I'm glad he's dead.
Amy! Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene?
Miss Martha, George Wheeler just told me your sister Amy had returned.
Amy, this is Mr. Keene, the famous investigator. You remember him? You saw him just before you ran away.
Oh?
Miss Martha, I have some news for you. I believe you've been robbed.
Robbed?
We found an open hole in the cellar wall and a $50 bill on the floor, which the thief must have dropped.
All our money was hidden inside that wall. Over $50,000. Oh, I've got to see. I've got to find out. Go on.
Now, Amy, I want to ask you some questions.
Questions?
Do you remember hearing a shot last night?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Keene.
You know that your niece's husband, Donald Travers, is dead.
Yes. My sister told me.
Both you and your sister are under suspicion of murdering him, Amy. And so are the handyman Luther Prague and George Wheeler.
Don't blame George. You can't arrest George. I won't let you. I'll kill you first. I'll kill you with this.
Where did you get that knife, Amy?
You didn't know I had a knife hidden inside my sash, did you, Mr. Keene? I picked it up in George's house. And now it's going to come in handy.
Amy, please put the knife down on that table.
You're afraid of me, aren't you? Of course you are. For all you know, I killed Donald Travers.
Did you, Amy?
I had a good reason, didn't I, Mr. Keene? I hated him more than I've ever hated anyone in my life.
But I'm your friend. Now try to calm yourself.
And I'm glad Donald's dead. Do you understand? It makes me happy.
Amy, give me that knife.
No, Mr. Keene. I'm going to use this knife on you. I'm going to use it on you, Mr. Keene.
But you have nothing against me. And you're not angry with me. I only want to help you.
I don't believe it.
Amy, you're going to give me that knife right now.
No.
I'm your friend. You know that. And you're ill. Very ill.
Yes. I'm ill.
So put the knife down, Amy. Put it down.
I'll... All right.
That's better. I'll take the knife now.
Boss, are you all right? I heard Amy from downstairs.
Did she try to use that knife on you, Mr. Keene?
For a moment, Mr. Wheeler, I thought she would. Mike, search George Wheeler.
What? Don't move, mister. Saints preserve us. Wheeler's pockets are loaded with $1,000 bills.
Which he stole from the Carson sisters' hiding place in the cellar. And George Wheeler is the man who murdered Donald Travers.
Do you think you can prove that, Mr. Keene?
I'm sure I can, Mr. Wheeler. For one thing, you planted the murder gun in Luther Prague's shack.
When he found the watch Luther stole from the murdered man's body, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. Wheeler told us he'd searched Luther's shack carefully. If he had, he would certainly have found that gun. So it means that George Wheeler planted the gun there himself.
And what about them footprints in the cellar, boss?
That was my second clue, Mike. The footprints were made by a man who was wearing heavy rubber-soled sports shoes, like Wheeler is wearing now.
That still isn't enough proof against me.
Boss, this fellow Wheeler must have been searching this house for that money when Donald Travers walked in and surprised him.
Yes, Mike. That's why he murdered Travers. But he still hadn't found out where the Carson sisters kept their fortune hidden. He didn't learn that until tonight.
Well, how do you think he found out tonight, boss?
I told him.
Amy, be quiet.
You told him, Amy?
Yes. George said he'd take me away and marry me if I told him where we had our money hidden.
That was when you went to George Wheeler's home tonight, Amy?
Yes, Mr. Keene. George brought me back here, and we went into the cellar. I showed him where our money was hidden, and then he sent me upstairs. George, you will marry me now, won't you?
You mad woman, let go of me! You insane fool!
Mr. Keene, it's gone. Our money's gone. But your partner's holding it.
Yes, Miss Martha. We've recovered your money. It was George Wheeler who stole it, and it was he who murdered young Donald Travers.
Yes, you're right, Keene. I killed him when he walked in on me last night. But he had it coming to him anyway. I could have married Amy if it hadn't been for him.
Mr. Keene, I had as much to do with breaking up that marriage as Donald did. For selfish reasons, I must admit now. But I'll make up for the way I treated Amy. I will, Amy. I promise. You'll get medical treatment and a cure if it takes all our money.
And George Wheeler will get the electric chair. Put him under arrest, Mike, for the murder of Donald Travers.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the Shrieking Prisoner murder case. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Directed by Blair Walliser. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Monday at the same time when the kindly old tracer turns to The Case of Murder and the One-Eyed Gypsy.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, if your teeth are not every bit as bright and lustrous as they should be, resolve right now to bring out the natural sparkle of your smile with Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. You see, the new Colonos acts on your teeth as a jeweler's polish does on tarnished silver, safely, gently removing dingy surface stains, thereby uncovering the full natural sparkle of your smile. Ask your druggist for Colonos. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Tonight he brings us the case of the missing witness, one of the strangest of his career. A case in which murder, 3 beautiful women, and a fashion show are all strangely mingled. But listen now. As our story opens, a man is seated in a chair. Across his head slants a bar of sunlight, and on his face is a completely incredulous smile. He rises slowly to say,
"Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say."
You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you. Not you.
Now our scene shifts to the quiet office of Mr. Keene, as his spinster secretary, Miss Ellis, enters to ask a favor.
Mr. Keene, I wonder if I might get off early this afternoon.
You want to do some shopping, Miss Ellis?
Oh, no. I'm going to a fashion show.
Why, Miss Ellis, I didn't know you were interested in fashion shows.
But are you insinuating that I dress like a bag of potatoes?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Keene, it's something very, very special. You see, when I was living in Queens about 15 years ago, there used to be a little widow next door. Pretty little creature. Oh, such a struggle to make a living for herself and her daughter. I'd give her a bit of sewing every now and then to help, and... well, you won't believe me when I tell you her name.
Try me.
Mary Blaine. Today she's the most brilliant in America.
Good heavens, that is...
Dress, her dinner suit, the short evening gown. She's enormously famous and wealthy now.
Yes, I read a piece about Mrs. Blaine in one of the magazines. It called her the epitome of the successful career woman.
Well, she's giving her mid-season fashion show today, and she asked me to come for Auld Lang Syne.
Brilliant woman.
Mary's a... Hey, look here, Mr. Keene. Don't you come along and meet her.
Me?
Dozens of men there, and all in love with Beauty Blaine. Oh, do come. Now you've not...
Well, all right, Miss Ellis.
You see, Mr. Keene, I told you that... Oh, that's the general talking to her, right?
She is beautiful, all right. Success.
How do you mean?
There's an expression in her face of strain, anxiety.
Maybe. Oh, she's noticed me. Here she comes. Isn't she stunning in that little gray number? Miss Ellis, I'm so glad you could come. Well, thank you, Mary, dear. And I took the liberty of bringing my boss, Mr. Keene. How do you do, Mr. Keene?
Delighted to know you.
I've been hearing about you for years from Miss Ellis. How wise you are. And how kind. Now, don't give away any secrets. But it's very sweet of you to break away from all those generals and things to say hello to just me, Mary. You were my friend when I was nobody. Well, you've always deserved the best friends in the world, Mary, and Oh, look, somebody's waiting to you. Oh, my manager. It's time for the show to begin. I'll have to get up to the microphone there to announce the new models as they come by. I'm so glad to have met you, Mr. Keene.
The pleasure was mine. Yes, she's lovely and famous, but not quite happy.
Oh, you with your X-ray eyes. Well, here starts the fashion parade, Mr. Keene.
Ladies and gentlemen, for my first offering, a long dinner dress with panel of pleated white chiffon, tied with a grosgrain ribbon at the back.
Isn't that stunning?
Yes, even an old bachelor can see that.
Especially an old bachelor. That's funny. I don't see Eric Plummer here, Miss Keene.
Eric Plummer? You mean the portrait painter?
Yes, and gay dog number 1 of New York.
Oh, they're good friends, Miss Ellis?
He's been infatuated with Mary for some time.
You mean he and Mrs. Blaine are going to marry?
Well, Mary's a strange one, Mr. Keene. Never quite sure whether men love her for herself or her importance. But it seems that Eric Plummer has finally won her heart.
And now a black velour suit with lean, plum-lined skirt, a double-breasted jacket with high scrolled lapels and a scrolled hip pocket.
Oh, and look, Mr. Keene, over there by the door.
Yes, Miss Ellis?
That charming little blonde, that's Mary's daughter, Bunny.
Quite a young lady.
It's hard to believe that Mary would have a daughter 18 years old.
Yes, she's still so young herself.
Mary won't be too pleased about her coming here.
Why?
Well, Mary just likes to keep Bunny away from business and career and men of the world.
Oh.
Mary's learned to value everything old-fashioned. A little white house with chintz curtains.
In other words, one of America's greatest career women thinks that a woman's place is really in the home. And a simple home.
Miss Ellis. Hello, Bunny, dear.
Miss Ellis, how long has the show been going on?
About 15 minutes.
I must talk to Mother. I must.
But, dear, she's up there at the microphone. You can see.
Something horrible has happened. I must talk to her.
But, Bunny, what do you mean?
And now is my last offering before the intermission. Another short dinner dress.
Mother.
She's seen you, Bunny. She's coming this way. Oh, now, dear, try to quiet yourself. And here, let me introduce you to Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Bunny?
Mr. Keene, you're the famous detective.
I am an investigator.
Well, maybe you can do something about this horrible thing.
What horrible thing, Bunny?
Hello, Bunny, dear.
Mother.
Darling, I thought you were going skating with your young soldier friend.
No, I didn't. Oh, Mother.
Oh, come, Bunny. What's happened?
I went to Eric Plummer's studio instead half an hour ago.
To Eric's studio? Why?
He asked me to tea. He wanted to talk about doing my portrait.
He might have asked me about that.
Oh, it was all to be a surprise, Mother. Eric said it would make me the toast of cafe society. I'd become glamour girl number 1 of 1944.
Oh, my dear. You should have gone skating. Bob Martin is such a fine boy, and his furlough will be up soon.
Mother, I still haven't told you what happened.
If you'd rather we left you alone.
Oh, no, Mr. Keene, please stay. I beg you to.
Well, what has happened, Bunny?
When I got to the studio and rang the doorbell, a policeman came out.
A policeman?
He asked me all sorts of questions because you see, Eric's been shot.
Shot?
Through the head. He's dead, Mother. He's dead.
Oh, how utterly horrible.
The police said there weren't any clues at all. Oh, imagine anybody killing a wonderful man like Eric Plummer. It's ghastly.
Ghastly.
I want to find the person who killed Eric. I want to make them pay. And that's why I thought maybe Mr. Keene...
Yes, Mr. Keene. In a situation like this, you'd know exactly what to do.
But if the police are already on the case...
Well, one moment, please. Bunny, go over to Mr. LaRue and ask him to announce the rest of the show.
All right, Mother.
And you, Mr. Keene, would you please step into my office with me? Oh, forgive me, Miss Ellis. Oh, it's quite all right, Mary. Here, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Well, my dear?
Mr. Keene, Bunny's news did not altogether surprise me.
Really?
In fact, I know very well who killed Eric Plummer.
You do?
But first, Mr. Keene, I've heard you're the cleverest private investigator in this country.
Thank you.
Do something for me, please. Go to Eric's studio. Examine all the evidence. And when you come back...
Yes?
I'll tell you who killed Eric Plummer.
afternoon, Captain Thomas.
Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Keene, your assistant with you, the one and only Mike. Glad to see you both.
Good day to yourself, Captain.
You're handling the police investigation, Captain?
That's right, Mr. Keene. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, what brings you here, if I may ask?
I was with Eric Plummer's fiancée, Mrs. Mary Blaine, when she got word of the shooting. She's very upset, naturally. She asked me to look into it. Do you mind?
Not at all, Mr. Keene. It's murder, all right.
Has the medical examiner been here yet?
We're waiting for him now.
Well, I might look at the body.
Certainly. This way, sir. In this room here. Well, there he is. Just the way we found him.
He had been sitting by his easel in the center of the room.
But there's nothing on the easel, boss. Just an empty frame.
Quite right, Mike.
We figure there was once a painting there, Mr. Keene, and the person who shot him was being painted. Then ripped it off the frame to avoid identification.
Yes, very possible indeed, Captain. Now then, if I may look at the wound.
Right there in the head.
No powder marks.
No.
The path of the bullet, it entered just above the right ear at a distance of... what would you say, Captain? Doesn't it seem to you that bullet was fired from 15 feet or more?
I leave that kind of guessing to the medical examiner. Oh, may I ask why you're staring at the walls now, Mr. Keene?
I was wondering about the proportions of this room.
I measured it already. 20 by 20.
Oh, thank you. No sign anywhere of the gun that killed him?
None.
May I ask how you learned about the shooting?
Through a neighbor. The shot resounded pretty loud in the air shaft back of that window there.
And the neighbor who heard it?
The gal who has the studio in the back. Portuguese gal. Rosa Avalar. She was taking a bath at the time she heard the shot. Quick as she could, she came and knocked on the door here. No answers, so she sent for us.
Well, thank you, Captain. I won't trouble you any further.
Rosa Avila. This is her daughter.
All right, Mike. Wait for me on the landing below. I'd rather go in alone.
Okay, Mr.
Miss Avila?
Yes?
I'm taking a hand in the investigation of the murder next door.
Well, I have already talked to the police.
Just one or two questions more.
Why not? I want to help as much as I can. This Mr. Plummer was a very kind gentleman.
In what way?
Oh, he is a painter and I am a painter. But I am a little one, a poor one. He made me many loans of materials. Very generous.
As one artist to another, eh?
Yes, of course.
Well, what I'd like to know is, did you see who entered his studio in the hours before he was shot?
No. I am busy painting a flower piece.
That one there?
Yes.
It's lovely.
You like it?
Very much. I presume you're working from that vase of roses on the windowsill.
Yes, that's right.
Well, now, after the shooting, did you hear anybody running from the studio?
Well, I am not sure. You see, I am taking a bath with the window closed. I hear a loud noise like a shot, but nothing else.
Thank you. Sorry to have troubled you.
No trouble at all.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Mike, I'd like you to check something for me right away.
Why, sure, sir.
While I go back to see Mrs. Blaine, I want you to dig up the landlord of this house and, just as routine, check on these points.
In just a few moments, the scene follows between Mr. Keene and Mary Blaine. Meanwhile, remember, first impressions are usually lasting impressions. People judge you by the way they see you. They decide almost at once whether they want to know you better or not. And one of the greatest factors that influence everyone you meet is your teeth. If your teeth are dull and discolored by surface stains, chances are 9 times out of 10 that others find you unattractive. That's why I want to tell you about the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste. Thousands more people every day are discovering it does wonders in helping to remove from the teeth those dingy-looking surface stains, so that the natural sparkle and brilliance is revealed. What's more, Colonos is delightfully pleasant to use because it leaves your mouth feeling tingling clean and refreshed. for its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. So if you want a smile that makes a good impression, that adds to your charm and personality, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high polishing toothpaste. Get Colonos, Kollynos, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore tonight. And now Mr. Keene faces Mary Blaine, Eric Plummer's beautiful and famous fiancée.
Here, Mr. Keene. Sit down.
Thank you, Mrs. Blaine.
You went there. You examined the evidence.
Yes. I fulfilled my part of the bargain.
And now I'll have to fulfill mine.
Well, my dear, you said you knew who killed Eric Plummer.
I did, Mr. Keene. I killed him.
You? I fancied you'd say that.
Oh, not because I'm shielding anybody else. Please don't get the conventional idea that my daughter, that Bunny, perhaps...
No. But if you did it, why did you send me back to look at the evidence?
Because I hoped and prayed that perhaps I didn't do it. Oh, I know all this sounds mad.
Tell me the whole story.
The whole story, Mr. Keene. I've given my best years to fight my way to the top. Now it's just one long nightmare of anxiety to stay there. Men flock around me. Why? For my money? My fame? Or for myself? I can never be sure. When I met Eric Plummer, I knew he'd led a rather wild life, but he was a great artist in his own right. And when he told me he loved me, it sounded real for once. Or I hoped it was real.
Yes, my dear. Go on.
Lately he's been painting my portrait. Once I took Bunny to watch. That was a mistake. Eric went to work on Bunny with all his charm. A man old enough to be her father. I want to keep Bunny wholesome and natural, Mr. Keene. I asked Eric again and again to stop turning her head. Today, this morning, I went to sit for him again, and to have it out with him once and for all. I was sitting on the dais, and he was painting. He looked up and laughed. He said,
Well, my dear, you wouldn't be jealous of Bunny now, would you?
Don't be silly, Eric. I just want you to leave Bunny alone.
Such a hackneyed situation, isn't it? The poor man starts by falling in love with the mother, and then suddenly he sees that after all it's the daughter he loves.
Eric, you don't love anybody. It's all a game with you.
Ah, me. The eternal triangle.
He'd taken that tone with me before, Mr. Keene. Laughed at me. This time I was desperate. I wasn't going to let him ruin Bunny's life. I brought along a revolver. I took it from my bag. Eric looked up and said,
Mary, you're much too sophisticated for that kind of nonsense.
You must promise me never to see Bunny again. Eric, I'm serious about this. Believe me.
Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say. You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you.
And there he lay dead before you, Mrs. Blaine.
Mr. Keene, will you believe me? I was horrified. I never really meant to pull that trigger. I only wanted to frighten him. And suddenly, he was dead. I suppose I should give myself up to the police.
One moment. Before you do anything like that, what has become of the gun?
Well, after I ran from the house, my first thought was to get rid of it. I threw it away.
Where?
There was a can of cinders standing in front of one of the houses. I pushed the gun inside and covered it over.
That, my dear, was a great mistake. You went and buried your own best witness.
Witness?
Yes. To the fact that you never shot Eric Plummer.
But I didn't shoot him.
No. It was a physical impossibility.
Why? Why do you say that?
Better answer.
Hello?
Begging your pardon. May I speak to Mr. Keene?
One moment, please. Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Hello?
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Mike. What'd you find out?
Boss, you hit it on the nose.
Good, Mike. I'm glad. Now, something else for you to do.
Yes, sir.
Check with the sanitation department at once. Ask what they've done with the cinders they removed this morning from the 3000 block in East 58th Street.
Cinders?
What I'm really after is a gun. The caliber
38.
38. Mike, we must have it.
Talk of a needle in a haystack.
I know you won't fail me, Mike.
Okay, sir.
So you think I did not kill Eric?
Strange, isn't it? That I have to get evidence to convince you of your own innocence.
But if I didn't, who did, Mr. King?
That, my dear, is another story, and a rather tragic one. Forgive me if I run along now.
Oh, so you are here again. The old gentleman.
Yes, I'm afraid I must trouble you again.
With more questions?
This is a matter of life or death.
For whom?
A woman, her daughter, other person.
Well, what do you want now?
Permission to inspect your studio. I want to study the layout.
Sorry, I cannot talk to anyone.
Miss Avila! She slammed the door in my face.
Come in. Good morning, boss. It's me. Not fit to stand in anybody's office.
Why, Mike, you're all covered with ashes.
Like a spectre risen from the grave. I've been digging through a mountain of ashes all night.
Where?
Oh, over on the East Drive. They were taking it for landfill.
Did you find it, Mike?
Here you are, boss.
Good work.
Have a look inside.
Mike, I'm going back to Mary Blaine's place at once.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you going in there by any chance to see Mrs. Blaine?
Yes, Corporal. You are a corporal, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Bob Martin's my name.
My name is Keene. I believe you're a friend of Bunny's.
Oh, I'm crazy about her. I came up on this furlough just to see Bunny. She locks herself away from me. Won't come to the phone. Not sophisticated enough for her, I guess.
I rather fancy she may soon have her fill of sophistication.
Well, I just thought if you saw Bunny around
I'll
inside
be glad to tell her you're here. And too bashful to break in.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. King. Oh, I've been waiting so anxiously ever since you phoned that you were coming.
Can we speak somewhere privately?
Of course. This door.
Mr. King.
Hello, Bunny.
You have good news for us? Bunny knows everything. I told her.
I don't see how I ever could have thought Eric was glamorous.
Well, we found a gun, Mrs. Blaine. Look at it.
It's mine. The one I tried to get rid of.
Not one of the cartridges has been fired.
You're sure?
My dear, you couldn't possibly have killed him, and for many reasons.
What do you mean?
You say Eric Plummer was facing you when you aimed the revolver,
Yes, Mr. Keene.
but the bullet actually entered from the side of his head.
The side?
In fact, judging from the lack of powder marks, from the distance at which the fatal bullet was obviously fired, nobody inside that room could have killed him.
Why, Mr. King?
The room is 20 by 20. With Plummer sitting in the center at his easel, a person aiming the pistol with arm outstretched would nowhere have been more than 10 feet from him. But the bullet traveled at least 15 feet.
15? Then where did it come from?
Outside the apartment. From a studio just across the narrow air shaft, and through the open window of Plummer's studio.
And the person who killed him?
A young lady, I'm afraid, also a painter. We learned from the landlord that it was Plummer who engaged the little back studio for her a year ago.
Eric did?
Yes.
And he was supposed to be so madly in love with Mother.
For the past 3 months, her rent hasn't been paid at all. Plummer finally lost interest. The young lady, Miss Avila, seems quite hot-tempered.
Charm. Glamour. And in the end, murder.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Captain Thomas.
Your office said I'd find you here. I have a message for you.
For me?
It was addressed to the old gentleman. We figured out that means you.
From Rosa Avila.
Yeah. Read it.
Old gentleman. You are very wise. You guessed the truth. Now I will save everybody's time by sentencing myself. Rosa Avila.
She committed suicide?
Half hour ago, ma'am.
I'm sorry about this. Truly sorry.
Well, that closes the case. I'll have to get along now and write the police report. Goodbye, Captain Thomas.
Mr. Keene, how can I ever thank you?
You were innocent, Mrs. Blaine. I was happy to be able to help you.
Eric, everything about him was so mean, so heartless.
That reminds me, Bunny, I believe there's a boy, a very bashful one, who's hanging around outside.
Oh, not poor Bob.
Yes, poor Bob. Boy your own age, with 10 times the real glamour of a man like Eric Plummer.
Poor dear, he must be furious with me.
No, just dying to see you. And my dear, whenever you're tempted to see glamour in a man like Eric Plummer, remember that all that glisters is not gold. Often you have heard that told. Gilded tombs do worms enfold.
How terribly true. I've realized it for a long time.
And now, so do I.
All right, Bunny. Run along with you and make that poor bashful soldier happy.
And so Mr. Keene concludes the case of the missing witness. Listen next week at the same time as he brings us the baffling and colorful case of the girl who sang too well. Every girl and woman knows that in order to be popular today, one of the most important things she needs is an attractive smile. A smile that reveals clean and sparkling teeth. And to the man in business, teeth that make a good impression are just as important, too. If you're not certain that your own teeth are as attractive as they should be, here's something you will want to know. The new Colonos High Polishing Toothpaste does wonders in helping to remove those dingy surface stains. Helps reveal the natural brilliance of your teeth that adds so much to the charm and personality of your smile. I'll tell you why it does this. Its action on teeth is like that of a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. So start using Colonos, a high polishing toothpaste, yourself, right away. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos at any drugstore tonight. You've just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time. Every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the girl who sang too well. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos Toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the Old Time Radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
For the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, thousands of people take Anacin for incredibly fast relief. For Anacin is like a doctor's prescription, a combination of several medically proven ingredients, not just one. The relief Anacin brings is astounding. Take only as directed. If pain persists or is unusually severe, see your doctor. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. One of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. freshen your breath and brighten your teeth by removing ordinary unsightly surface stains, get Colonos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonos is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Actually freshens your breath while it brightens your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of the glamorous widow. It is late in the afternoon, and as Mr. Keene and his partner, Mike Clancy, prepare to leave their office for the day.
What time is it, Mike?
A little after 5, Mr. Keene.
Well, you may as well leave. I doubt if we'll have any more clients today.
That almost sounded like a stage cue, Mr. Keene. Come in. Oh, it's only the cleaning woman.
May I see your office now, Mr. Keene?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, sir.
She must be new. The woman who used to clean this office is much older. Oh, well, Mr. Keene, I guess I'll be on my way.
I'll see you in the morning, Mike.
Yes. Good night.
Good night, Mike. Well, I may as well get my hat and...
Mr. Keene, sir.
Yes?
Are you leaving the office now?
Yes, I am.
I was hoping I could talk to you, sir.
About what?
It's very important. So important that, well, I took this job just to get a chance to tell you my story.
You did?
Yes, you see, sir, I felt that I wasn't important enough to make an appointment and waste your time, but I thought if I...
Here, give me that pail. Now, sit down and try to relax.
Sit down, sir?
Of course. Right here.
You're very kind, Mr. Keene.
If you went to all the trouble of taking a job just to get in to see me, your business must be very urgent.
Well, sir, the work I usually do is better than this. My name is Thompson, sir. Adelaide Thompson. Almost everybody calls me Addie.
What's the trouble, Addie?
3 weeks ago, my mistress, Mrs. Carlyle, was found dead, and...
Go on, Addie.
I was Mrs. Carlyle's personal maid, and she was so good to me. She always treated me right, Mr. Keene. Gave me nice presents and a decent salary.
And you say she was found dead?
Yes, from sleeping pills. The police think she took an overdose herself, but I know different. Mrs. Carlyle never even used sleeping pills, Mr. Keene. She was murdered.
How old a woman was she?
Just 30. And the most beautiful woman you ever saw. She used to be an artist's model. She married a very rich man, and, well, when he died about 4 years ago, he left her $1 million. She had looks and money, Mr. Keene, and plenty of suitors, too. First there was Craig Pendleton. Oh, he was a slick one. Handsome as could be.
What was his occupation?
Nobody knew. But he dressed like a man with money, and he always seemed to have enough to take Mrs. Carlyle to fancy places. She liked Mr. Pendleton. I guess all women liked him. He had a slick way of talking.
I mean it, Doris. You're the only woman I've ever loved.
Oh, now, really, Craig. You expect me to believe that?
It's true. Oh, when I hold you in my arms like this and we dance, I have the feeling that you'll disappear. Vanish like something in a dream.
Very pretty. Do you think my bank account will vanish with me?
Doris, how could you say a thing like that?
Well, a rich widow must be cautious.
You're beautiful, Doris. You're perfection.
Even if I don't believe what you say, I think you're sweet to say it. I would even admit, Craig, that I like to be in your arms. Yes, I like it very much.
Addie, was Mrs. Carlyle in love with Craig?
I couldn't say, Mr. Keene. There were so many others.
For instance?
Well, there was Buddy Hilliard. I guess he was my favorite. He was the youngest suitor, but he was awful cute, Mr. Keene.
What did Buddy do for a living, Addie?
He sold insurance. He didn't make much money at it. In fact, I heard him say once that he was always in debt. He used to come over to Mrs. Carlyle's apartment a lot. I guess he was crazy about it.
Yes, Doris.
Would you turn off that phonograph, please? I'm making a phone call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can turn it back on now if you like, Buddy.
Oh, it isn't important. My God.
What?
You look terrific, Doris.
Do you like my gown?
Oh, that must have cost a fortune.
It's an original model. I paid $300 for it.
$300?
Mm-hmm.
Holy smoke, I don't make that much in a month.
Oh, you will, Buddy, when you get a little older.
Oh, there you go, talking about my age again. I'm 26.
Goodness.
And a failure.
Oh, now, Buddy.
I am, I tell you, Doris. I've no right to even talk to you. I can't afford it.
Buddy, are we going to debate about money all evening, or are we going to have fun?
Well, where do you want to go?
How about the Palladium room?
Holy smoke, that'd break me.
Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
All right, Doris, come on.
Where to?
The Palladium room.
Oh, absolutely not.
But you just said you wanted to.
I don't care much about dancing tonight. You know what we'll do?
What?
We'll go for a walk in the park and then see a movie.
Oh, well, isn't that kind of dull for you?
Not at all. Be a good boy now, Buddy, and don't fret. You'll have a marvelous time together this evening.
Buddy was an awful nice kid. One thing is certain, Mr. Keene, he had nothing to do with Mrs. Carlyle's death.
Well, were there any other suitors, Eddie?
2 others, Mr. Keene. Warner Frederick and Joe Spence. Mr. Frederick is an art critic. He's awful smart, and Mrs. Carlyle had a lot of respect for his brains. He used to kid me a lot, but I didn't mind. He meant it all in good fun.
You say Mrs. Carlyle will return in a few minutes, Eddie?
Yes, Mr. Frederick. He asked for you to wait.
Oh, thank you. Well, Eddie, I understand you're becoming interested in art.
I like a picture now and then.
Oh, there's an exhibition of Picasso in one of the galleries downtown. Would you like to go?
What's Picasso?
He's a great painter, Eddie.
Oh, fancy stuff, Mr. Frederick, huh? Like in the museum?
Yes.
That ain't the kind of pictures I'm in.
Oh, you don't care much for that, eh?
No.
In other words, Eddie, you don't know much about art, but you know what you like.
That's right, Mr. Frederick.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's one form of art I'm sure we'd both agree on, Eddie. The art of admiring a woman who is truly beautiful.
Like Mrs. Carlyle?
Like Mrs. Carlyle. I think she's the most desirable woman in the world.
Joe Spence was just the opposite, Mr. King.
And what was he like, Eddie?
Just thinking about him scares me. I got a feeling he used to be a gangster. I'll never forget one day when he said to Mrs. Carlyle...
Now listen to me, Doris, and listen hard. I know all about that lineup of jerks that keeps following you around. I don't like it here. I'm liable to do something about it, you hear? So get rid of them. Get rid of them fast. Or I'll get rid of them. Even faster.
Joe Spence is a killer, Mr. King. You can see it in his eyes and hear it in his voice.
So Doris Carlyle had 4 suitors, and any of them or none of them are suspects.
3 weeks ago, I came in late after my day off. Usually I go right to my room and go to bed. But that night, I don't know, Mr. King, maybe I had a feeling of trouble. Mrs. Carlyle, it's Addie. I'm back. Just being home. What's that light doing on in the room? My goodness, how many times have I told that cook to check through the house and see if the lights are off? You'd think it. Mrs. Carlyle. Mrs. Carlyle! This is horrible, Mr. Keene. Horrible.
Eddie, calm yourself, my dear.
One of those men killed him, Mr. Keene. I know it. If you find out who killed her, I'll work for you for nothing for the rest of my life.
I'll find out, Eddie. I promise. This is Joe Spencer's apartment, Mike.
We better be careful, Mr. King. He may be a tough customer.
He was the only one of all four suitors who actually threatened Mrs. Carlyle that we know about. That's why I've come to see him first.
Well?
Are you Joe Spence?
Who wants to know?
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Well? What's up, Slim? A couple of guys here looking for you. Come in.
I'm a private investigator, Mr. Spence.
A cop? Now, take it easy. You're a private investigator, Mr. Keene. So what?
I'm investigating the death of Doris Carlyle.
So am I.
Are you?
When I find the lad who's done it, I'll blow him out from between his ears. What are you coming to me for, anyway?
I wanted to find out just what you knew about the case. Evidently, you too have a reason to suspect murder.
It sounds like he's trying to pin the rap on you, Joe.
Now, just keep this a two-man affair, son, between Mr. Keene and your boss. If you're making a foursome, you and I can talk it over.
All right, Mike. I don't think there'll be any difficulty.
Now, look, Keene, I told you I'm looking for the lad who killed Doris myself. Now, what else do you want to know?
I want to know if you killed her.
Me? You? No.
No is an easy word to say.
What else do you want?
Proof.
I'll give you proof.
Will you?
What reason would I have to bump her off? I was nuts about her.
You were jealous, too.
Sure, Mr. Keene. But only in the beginning. And if you figure that's a motive, include me out.
Do I? Why?
Just 2 days before she died, she and I got engaged to be married.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of the glamorous widow. Meanwhile, two handicaps to business and social success are surface-stained teeth and unwelcome breath. To help correct this dental double trouble when due to improper cleansing, try Colonos, a double result toothpaste that actually freshens your breath while it brightens your teeth. Brightens them beautifully by removing ordinary unsightly surface stains. High polishing, high foaming Colonos has a mouthwash effect built right in. When you use Colonos, swish its active foam thoroughly through your mouth to get the extra benefit of this added mouthwash effect. Get K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste, or if you prefer, Colonos tooth powder. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the glamorous widow. After leaving Joe Spencer's apartment, Mr. Keene and his partner Mike Clancy pay a visit to the second of beautiful and wealthy Doris Carlyle suitors, Warner Frederick, the art critic.
Sit down, Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy.
Thanks. Quite an apartment you have here, Mr. Frederick.
Oh, I wish I had more room on my walls for the paintings I like, and the ones I can afford.
Seems to me you got enough pictures here already.
Yes. You must know quite a bit about paintings, Mr. Frederick.
My father was an art dealer. I can recognize a masterpiece merely by glancing at it, if you'll forgive me for being immodest.
Well, we've come to you, Mr. Frederick, hoping you might be able to supply us with a few details concerning Doris Carlyle's death.
Oh, naturally, I'll do anything I can, Mr. Keene.
When did you see her last, Mr. Frederick?
3 hours before she died.
Did you tell that to the police?
Of course. I have nothing to hide. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know it might have been murder until the police called me. I understand Eddie gave them that idea.
Well, when you left Mrs. Carlyle that night, did she say anything about having another appointment?
No, sir. She said she had a headache, wanted to rest.
What did you do?
Well, I went to an exhibition.
May I ask where?
At 749 East 57th Street, the Italian Gallery.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything you told the police that you haven't told me?
Well, no, Mr. Keene.
Are you sure? I suggest you give me all the facts, Mr. Frederick.
Well, there was one thing I failed to mention. I was so broken up at the time.
What was that fact, Mr. Frederick?
I suppose it would have helped me. It would have placed me under less suspicion if Doris was actually murdered. You see, Mr. Keene, Doris and I were engaged to be married.
But you beat it, Mr. Keene. What did Mrs. Carlyle figure on? Collecting boyfriends and husbands like a string of polo ponies?
Craig Pendleton is the next of our suitors, Mike. His apartment is on Park Avenue. Let's run up there now.
Well?
Is Mr. Pendleton at home?
He's gone out for a few minutes. Who wants to see him?
The name is Keene. This is Mr. Clancy. We're investigating the death of Doris Carlyle.
Come in.
Thank you.
I'm Gloria Hayden, a friend of Craig.
I see.
Craig just went out for the newspapers. He'll be right back.
Good.
Hi.
What?
I was just admiring that fur coat on the chair.
Sable.
Well, what of it?
It's very pretty. Is it yours?
There's no law against owning a sable coat, is there?
None at all. Did you say your name was Miss Hayden?
Yes.
And how do you happen to be wearing a wedding ring?
None of your business.
No, take it easy, sister.
Ladies, if you want to answer questions, Mike, I won't urge you. You can always answer to the police.
I've got nothing to hide. I'm married to Craig. He gave me that coat as a wedding present.
You must be rather wealthy. May I ask how long you've been married to Craig Pendleton?
Just a week. I left my job in a Broadway show. He's taking me on a honeymoon.
Very interesting. Where to?
South America. Rio de Janeiro. Craig says it's very romantic in here.
Yes. It's also quite far from here, Mrs. Pendleton.
What do you mean?
Good evening.
Well, we seem to have guests.
Yes, Craig. This man's name is Keene, and this is his partner. They're asking questions.
Oh? What kind of questions?
Questions about you and your wife and Doris Carlyle. There's every reason to believe that Doris Carlyle was murdered.
Craig, I'm
Take it easy, Gloria.
Tell me, Mr. Pendleton, what business are you in?
I make investments, Miss Keene.
The kind of investments that enable you to buy your wife a sable coat?
My investments pay off very well.
Are you a gambler, Mr. Pendleton?
Why should I answer that?
Because I'd like to know how you got the money to pay for this apartment and that coat.
And if I don't tell you, Mr. Keene?
I'll have the police get my information for me.
Yes, I am a gambler. What of it?
Can you prove you won the money you seem to have?
How else could I get it?
By theft? Or blackmail?
That's not so, Craig.
Gloria, please. Let me handle it. Are you inferring, Miss Keene, that I might have blackmailed Doris Carlyle?
Perhaps, Mr. Pendleton.
That would have been a waste of time, would it? I could have gotten her money in another way. Gloria here knew that. I've told her.
And just how could you have gotten Mrs. Carlyle's money in another way, Mr. Pendleton?
By marrying her. She accepted my proposal the day before she died.
Well, that's three of them, Mr. Keene. And all of them claim they were engaged to marry Doris Carlyle just before she died. So two of them must be lying.
Perhaps all three are lying, Mike, to cover themselves.
And what we do now, boss?
We're going up to see the last of Doris Carlyle's suitor, Buddy Hilliard. But first, I want to check on a few alibis that were given me tonight.
I'll show you the young Hilliard's room myself, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Thank you, Mrs. Finnegan.
I've been his landlady now for almost a year, and I never saw him act the way he's been acting since that girl of his died.
Mrs. Carlyle?
Yes, he was in love with her all right. And since his death, since her death, he's hardly stirred from his room. He just sits around grieving, and there's nothing I can do to help it.
Peace like that, there usually isn't.
Just 3 days before the wedding. Oh, what a shame.
Wedding? What wedding?
Here we go again.
Why,
Buddy Hilliard and Mrs. Carlyle were going to get married.
Is that what he told you, Mrs. Finnegan?
Well, he not only told me, Mr. Keene, but I went downtown with the two of them to get the license. I was going to be a witness at the wedding.
Just a second, Mrs. Finnegan. You mean you actually had proof that Buddy and Mrs. Carlyle took out a license to marry?
I saw it myself.
Does that mean that the other three are lying, Mr. Keene?
Definitely, Mike. Evidently, Buddy was the man she really was engaged to.
Look, this is Buddy's room. I know he's in. I didn't see him go out today.
Oh, there's no answer.
Not again, Mike.
That's funny.
You have a key to this room, Mrs. Finnegan?
Yes, a master key. Here, kid. I can't imagine how he could have left that. Oh, Mr. Keene!
Yes, I'm afraid we're too late. What?
Is he?
He's dead. He's been shot through the head. The police will be here in a few minutes, Mike, but we can't wait for them.
Why not, Mr. Keene?
Because we've got a date with the murderer. Come on, Mike. We're going to Doris Carlyle's apartment to reconstruct the crime. When we put our hands on the man who killed her, we'll have poor Buddy's killer in the bargain. Mrs. Carlyle's body was here, Eddie, on this chair.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Was there anything unusual about the room when you found her?
The room was just as it is now. Mrs. Carlyle's body was over there in that chair, next to them magazines.
Quite a pile of them.
Interesting. Practically all of them are Hollywood movie magazines.
Well, you see, Mrs. Carlyle used to love to read about the movie stars.
Odd.
What is this, Keene?
And a magazine like this one should be in with the others.
Mr. Keene, you said you wanted to see her bank statement. She always kept them in that drawer.
Oh, you go through those bank statements, Mike. You know what I'm looking for.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, I'm making a complete inspection of this apartment from top to bottom.
Mr. Keene, I got it, boss.
The check I hoped you'd find, Mike?
Yes, sir. And thanks for it. If this is really the guilty man...
It is, Mike. I'm certain of that. Because I found a very amazing clue myself.
You have, sir?
Mike, I think you'll have the murderer pay us a visit here. Let me have that phone, please. That's our man, Mike. Eddie, would you please answer it?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
And don't be afraid.
I'm not, sir. Not with you and Mr. Constable.
Well, this is it, boss.
Keep your gun handy, Mike.
Come inside, sir.
Here he comes. Good evening, Mr. Frederick.
Good evening, Mr. Keene. I was rather surprised by your call. Rather late for a visit, isn't it?
Not too late, Mr. Frederick, to apprehend the murderer.
Sir?
You killed Doris Carlyle.
Are you joking, sir?
You caused her death by giving her sleeping pills in this apartment. You probably put them in a drink.
Did I? And why, may I ask?
Because you sold her a bogus painting. As an art critic, you advised her to spend $100,000 on a Rembrandt painting. That one over there on the wall. The painting, however, is not genuine. It's a clever imitation.
How do you know I sold it to her?
This check was made out to the Claren Gallery, the firm you're working with. Naturally, they were kind enough to back up your alibi when I called.
You're very clever, Mr. Keene.
So are you, but you made a few mistakes. The night Mrs. Carlyle was murdered, she quarreled with you. By accident, she'd come across this art magazine, and she discovered that the so-called Rembrandt you sold her was actually in the Louvre in Paris. Rather than face prison and disgrace, you contrived to murder her.
That's quite right, Mr. Keene.
The murderer.
Hey, there's no need for that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Keene.
Frederick, why did you also murder Buddy Hilliard?
Was it because he won Doris Carlyle away from you? Or did he also find incriminating evidence of your first killing?
The young fool seemed to have found out what you found out. He paid for it.
The way you're going to pay, Frederick. Mike?
Come on, Frederick. Let's get going.
You'll find a police car waiting for you in front of the building.
Thank you. That's very convenient.
Lady, it appears as if our search is over.
I'm so grateful to you, Mr. Keene. I just can't tell you how I feel.
You needn't try. I think I understand. Is this a picture of Mrs. Carlyle?
Yes, sir.
She was very beautiful.
The most beautiful woman I ever saw, Mr. Keene. And the kindest.
I'm sure she would have been grateful, Eddie, for your loyalty.
And so Mr. Keene solves another perplexing crime and brings the clamorous widow's murderer to justice. There are wallflowers in business, just as there are wallflowers in every social gathering. And frequently, they are the people with dull, dingy teeth or unwelcome breath. Now, to help correct this gentle double trouble when due to improper cleansing, use Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing, high-foaming toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. A double result toothpaste that actually freshens your breath while it brightens your teeth. You see, the special high-polishing action of Colonos quickly removes ordinary unsightly surface stains from your teeth, and thus really brightens them. And the wonderful high-foaming action of Colonos makes your breath fragrantly sweeter, actually freshens it. To get the full benefit of the extra mouthwash effect Colonos offers, use Colonos as you would any other toothpaste. But after you finish brushing, swish its active, bubbly foam thoroughly through your mouth like a mouthwash. Remember, for fresher breath, for brighter teeth, for a more sparkling smile, use Colonos toothpaste. It has been approved by dentists everywhere. If you prefer powder, try Colonos tooth powder. It offers the same double result and has a refreshing wintergreen flavor as well. Get K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos, toothpaste or tooth powder. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the Golden Scorpion.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colonos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Yellow Talon Murder Case. Today, many thousands of people are thankful to their physicians or dentists for first having introduced them to that remarkable preparation called Anison, which brings such incredibly fast and effective relief from the pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. So ask for easy-to-take Anison tablets at your drug counter next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name for you. Anison. A-N-A-C-I-N. and a yellow talon murder case. Our scene opens in the study of a country home on the Hudson River, some 50 miles from New York. An attractive, auburn-haired young woman has just entered the room. And as she shakily picks up the telephone and dials the number, it is obvious that she is under some frightful strain.
Why don't they answer? Why don't they answer?
Operator?
Oh, operator, I've been trying to get the police. It's a matter of life and death. Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh, hello? 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 Oh, the phone. The line's been cut. The phone's dead. No. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No.
Can I help you, young fella?
Are you Mr. Keene?
Oh, I'm Mike Clancy, his partner. Mr. Keene's in his private office. Did you and this young lady have an appointment with him?
No, I just hoped I'd get a chance to see him right away. It's rather important.
Please, tell him Philip Carter's here. It's terribly urgent.
Oh, here's the boss now.
Mike, do you have the Roberts folder?
Are you Mr. Keene, sir?
Yes.
My name is Philip Carter, and this is my fiancée, Eloise Gray. Could you possibly give us a few minutes of your time, sir? I'd be very grateful.
Just what is it you want to see me about, Philip?
A murder, Mr. Keene.
It's Philip's sister, Helen. She was killed last night in Philip's home.
Saints preserve us, but we didn't read anything about it in the papers, young fella.
The family estate is 50 miles from here, on the Hudson. It will probably be reported in the newspapers later today.
Well, sit down, Philip. And you, Miss Gray. Mike, we can let the Roberts matter drop for a while. Doesn't seem to be as urgent as this.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Now, suppose you give me the details, Philip.
My sister Helen was found in the study about midnight by our Uncle Jonathan. He's been living with us ever since the death of our parents years ago.
I'll never forget last night as long as I live, Mr. Keene. I saw Helen's body, too.
You were in the house at the time of the crime, Eloise?
I was asleep. Philip's uncle woke me up and sent me into town for the police. The phone wires had been cut.
How was Helen Carter killed?
That was the most horrible thing of all, Mr. Keene.
My sister had been strangled, and her throat was terribly lacerated. It was as if some gigantic bird with sharp talons or claws had attacked her.
A bird? Saints preserve us.
What made you think of a bird, Philip?
Because of this. It was found near my sister's body. The police permitted me to bring it here when I told them I was going to ask you to enter the case, Mr. Keene.
Well, let me see that, Philip. Mike, what do you make of this?
Well, it looks like a talon, Mr. Keene. A yellow claw.
Yes, the type of claw an eagle or a hawk might have. And yet this particular talon is too big for an ordinary hawk. If it actually came from a bird, the bird must have been gigantic.
Sure, and it makes your spine crawl just to look at it, boss. It's as sharp as a razor.
Yes. What other facts are there to the case, Philip?
Well, according to Uncle Jonathan, he was awakened around midnight by some kind of horrible scream. At first he thought it was one of his pets, but later he changed his mind.
What kind of pets did your uncle keep?
Falcons. In medieval times, as you probably know, Mr. Keene, hunters would train falcons to help them bag their game.
Well, I've never even seen one of them things.
Well, a falcon is a hawk, Mike, and a very clever and ferocious bird. Hundreds of years ago, they were trained to go after small game. They can be quite wild and dangerous.
Uncle Jonathan Briggs is an eccentric, I guess. He's been a little peculiar ever since he lost his fortune years ago and came to live with us. We've been supporting him, but it hasn't been difficult. Dad left a very considerable estate when he died.
Your Uncle Jonathan and your fiancée, Miss Eloise, were the only people in the house at the time of your sister's murder?
Yes, Mr. Keene. My sister Helen had a personal maid, Amy Parrish, but she had taken the evening off and she didn't return until very late.
Philip, I think you also ought to tell Mr. Keene about Kim Bradhurst.
And who is Kim Bradhurst?
A neighbor. He was in love with my sister, and he used to make a pest of himself. I once had to throw him out of the house bodily because he annoyed her so.
Was he questioned by the police?
Yes, Mr. Keene, but he had an alibi. He was ill all day yesterday, and in bed. He had a doctor visit him about 9 last night.
Mr. Keene, Philip's sister Helen was one of my best friends and a wonderful girl. I never thought she made an enemy in her life until now.
We were very close, Helen and I. And if I ever get my hands on the killer...
Philip, please, don't talk like that. You frighten me. Let Mr. Keene and the police handle the case. There's been enough horror already.
Your fiancé is right, Philip. No matter how you feel, the law must take its course.
I understand that, sir.
Will you come back to the house with us, Mr. Keene? Philip was afraid to leave me there alone after what happened. That's why I came with him to New York.
Eloise was spending a few days with Helen while I attended a horse show near here. I've shown a few entries every year, but I only wish I'd never even thought of it this time. Maybe if I'd been at home last night, I'd have been able to save my sister's life.
It was something you certainly couldn't foresee, Philip. Mike, suppose we drive out to the Carter estate, along with Philip and Eloise.
I'll get the car, Mr. Keene.
We're having my sister's funeral at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I guess we'll just have time to make it.
And suppose Mike and I go to your house, Philip. You and Miss Eloise can attend the funeral while we make a preliminary investigation.
Whatever you say, Mr. Keene.
This yellow talon is most strange, to say the least. Certainly it couldn't have been some monstrous bird.
It's dreadful. It makes me shudder just to look at it.
When I think of poor Helen,
I know, it's shocking. But I promise you, Philip, I'll see this case through to the end, no matter how great the risk.
That must be the Carter house, Mr. Keene, right in front of us.
Yes, and apparently that's where the road ends, Mike.
Oh, saints preserve us.
What's the trouble?
Did you see that, boss?
What?
Well, something flew by the car on the left just a second ago. Mr. Keene, look out. It's some kind of a hawk.
Yes, Mike, it's a falcon. One of Uncle Jonathan's, I imagine.
Why, it's flying back to the house.
Try to see where it lands, Mike.
There she goes. Up behind them gables on the roof. And she's a beauty, isn't she? Mr. Keene, who's that fella?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. By any chance, are you Philip Carter's uncle?
Why, yes, I'm Jonathan Briggs. Who may you be?
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Keene, the eminent investigator. You've come to look into the death of my niece, Helen.
At your nephew, Philip's request. I imagined you'd be at your niece's funeral, Mr. Briggs.
I don't like funerals, Mr. Keene. I never attend them.
Well, would you mind showing us to the house?
Not at all. But let me tell you that you're just wasting your time here.
Am I?
As well as risking your life. The house is no good. It's cursed with bad luck.
Well, we'll risk it, Mr. Briggs.
Suit yourself. But just remember that I warned you. This way, Mr. Keene. Amy! Amy, where are you? Fool maid's never around when you want her. Make yourself at home, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Briggs.
It certainly is a big house. Must be 20 or 30 rooms in this place.
Yes, it's big. Big and cold.
You don't seem to like it very much, Mr. Briggs.
I don't.
And why do you stay?
Because I can't go anywhere else. Besides, Sir Richard and Lady Sharp would miss the woods.
And who are Sir Richard and Lady Sharp?
My birds. My falcons. You saw Sir Richard a moment ago when he flew past your car. He's as fast as lightning, that one is. I've spent 3 years training him how to kill.
Not a very cheerful hobby you've got, Mr. Briggs.
He attacks only field mice and small animals, Mr. Clancy.
Would that falcon be capable of attacking a human being?
I knew you'd come to that, Mr. Keene. They want to blame my niece Helen's death on one of my birds. Well, it's ridiculous. Those falcons are as harmless as 2 pigeons. Yes, Preservus. What was that? Sounded like Amy the maid.
Get him out of here. Keep him away.
Amy, control yourself. Why are you carrying on?
It's one of your falcons. He flew in through the window and almost blinded me.
Stop acting like a child. It's probably Sir Richard. I'll find him.
Calm yourself, Amy. You're not in any danger. My name is Keene.
Mr. Keene, the great investigator? Oh, I was hoping Mr. Carter would call you in, sir. The most terrible things have been going on in this house.
So I've heard.
It's those birds. Well, you'd think they were human the way Mr. Briggs talks to them. One of them killed Miss Helen, I know it. And I'll be next.
Now, take it easy, Amy. No one's going to do any killing while we're around.
Tell me something about Miss Helen Carter. Was she on good terms with her Uncle Jonathan?
As far as I know, sir. I guess he's a harmless one himself, though he acts like a loon sometimes. But it's those vicious birds, those falcons, I can't stand them.
I don't think Helen Carter was murdered by a bird, Amy.
No?
In fact, I'm sure of it.
But, Mr. Keene, I've heard of eagles and hawks attacking people sometimes and even killing them.
That's true. A bird the size of a hawk might possibly attack a man or a woman if it was provoked. But it certainly wouldn't bother to cut a telephone wire before doing it.
Well, I never thought of that, boss.
Sir Richard, come back here. Come back. Don't, children.
Faith, and now what's going on in this place?
It was a shotgun blast, Mike. Sounds as if it came from outside the house. Come along with me.
Mr. Keene, look.
Who are you?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
Tim Bradhurst, my name. Where's Jonathan? I've got a little present for him.
You killed him. You killed Sir Richard.
I'll say I have. I was glad to blast his ugly head off. You'll find him out there in the woods, Jonathan. If that other bird of yours starts going after my chickens, she'll get the same dose.
You murderous! Steady, Mr. Briggs.
Take him inside the house, Mike.
Come along.
He killed my falcon. I'll square accounts. I'll square accounts if it's the last thing that I do.
What did you say your name was, mister?
I didn't say, but it happens to be Keene.
Oh, famous investigator, huh? And I suppose you've come to find out how Helen Carter died. Well, I loved her as much as anyone. If you find the killer, I'll be happy to help you take care of him.
I won't need any help on that score, Mr. Bradhurst. But I assure you I intend to find him or her, no matter how dangerous the task it may be. Helen Carter was murdered by a human being, not a bird. Although it appears her killer had talons. And I'm going to see that those talons are clipped for good.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the Yellow Talon murder case. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breeds between teeth. Get Colinos toothpaste with amazing dental floss action for a clean mouth and a pleasing breath. Most unpleasing breath breeds between the teeth, in the deep recesses where food particles can collect and decay. These are the places that must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a pleasant breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Now, Colinos toothpaste gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. What's more, Colinos has high polishing action. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colinos is gentle, safe for even children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Most refreshing toothpaste ever. Test Colinos in your own way. Keeps your teeth bright, your breath right. Colinos toothpaste is dentist approved, dentist recommended. Get the Colinos with dental floss action today. Save 31 cents on the giant economy size. Now, back to Mr. Keene and the Yellow Talon murder case. The strange and terrifying murder of pretty Helen Carter brings Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, to the Carter home 50 miles from New York, the scene of the crime. The victim appeared to have been attacked by some gigantic bird, and the only clue discovered so far is a large, broken yellow talon, as sharp as a knife. Now it's shortly after midnight. And in the room Mr. Keene and Mike have been given, Mike is suddenly awakened from his sleep by the sound of someone moving about. Quietly, Mike reaches under his pillow for his revolver, and then raises himself on one elbow and prepares for action.
Don't move. Whoever you are, mister, don't move or I'll shoot.
It's me, Mike. Everything's all right.
Mr. Keene, what are you doing, sir?
I heard someone moving about the house. Don't put the lights on, Mike. Just slip into your robe and slippers and follow me.
I'll be right with you, boss. Just 1 second.
Ready, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Then follow me. This way, down the hall.
This house seems to be as quiet as a tomb.
I'm sure there's a prowler about, though.
Boss, look. There's a light moving towards us at the end of the hall.
Someone with a candle in his hand. Stand back against the wall until he reaches us. He hasn't seen us yet.
Boss, it's...
Yes, Mike.
It's Philip Carter's uncle, Jonathan Briggs.
Looking for something, Mr. Briggs?
What are you doing, Mr. Keene? Spying on me?
I was just wondering what you were up to at this hour.
You and your partner here think I'm crazy, don't you? You think there's something wrong with my mind.
On the contrary, I believe you're a lot more aware of what's going on than you appear.
You're looking for a murderer, aren't you? You're looking for the man who killed my niece, Helen. Well, maybe you'll have 2 murderers on your hands.
What do you mean by that?
Kim Bradhurst killed my pet falcon. He killed one of my birds for no reason at all, because he wanted to see how miserable he could make me. Well, when I get my hands on Bradhurst, he'll wish he'd never been born. Mr. Briggs, maybe you ought to go back to your room. Don't touch me. I can take care of myself. I'm not as old and decrepit as my nephew seems to think. He may be supporting me, but...
Let go! Help! Help me, someone!
Mr. Keene.
It's coming from that room, Mike.
That's the maid's room, Amy's. The door's locked, boss.
Break it down, Mike.
Wait! I'll let you in.
What's going on? Oh, it's Eloise, my nephew's fiancée.
What's the trouble, Eloise?
This maid, Amy, is a thief. She's got a room full of things that belong to Helen Carter. I heard her prowling around the house, and I followed her here to her room. I caught her with my purse. I left it downstairs on the table by mistake before I went to bed.
Is that true, Amy?
Well, I guess there's no point in saying no. You have the evidence.
What's the trouble, Mr. Keene? What's going on here?
I'm afraid your housemaid Amy is in a very difficult situation, Philip. She's evidently a thief.
Look, Philip. The closet door is open. There's a pair of shoes that belong to your sister Helen. She even stole her clothes.
Miss Eloise, what's happened to your hand?
Well, you've got a cut on the palm, young lady.
Amy scratched me when I tried to take my bag away from her. She fought like a wildcat.
Well, what'd you expect me to do? Smile at you when you grabbed me? Anyway, I didn't take much. It isn't as bad as all that.
I'm afraid it's a lot more serious than you imagine, Amy. You not only face a charge of larceny, but also one of murder in the first degree.
Murder? Oh, no. No, I didn't kill Helen Carter. I swear I didn't, Mr. Keene.
You can defend yourself in court, Amy. I'm asking Mr. Keene to see to it that you're placed under arrest.
Well, at least give me a chance to call someone.
An attorney?
No, not a lawyer. Mr. Bradhurst.
Kim Bradhurst, our neighbor. What's he got to do with this?
Well, never mind. He owes me a little something, at least protection. Let me call him. That's all I ask.
All right, Amy. Go ahead.
I'll keep her company, boss, just to see that she behaves herself.
Right, Mike.
So it was Amy Parrish who murdered my niece, eh?
Perhaps. But this case isn't quite finished, Mr. Briggs. We may be due for another surprise. In any event, we'll hear what Mr. Bradhurst has to say. That must be Kim Bradhurst now. Philip.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
I suggest you take your uncle to his room. There may be trouble between the two.
Very well, Mr. Keene. Come on, Uncle Jonathan.
All right. I'll go. Can't stand looking at him anyway.
Here's Kim Bradhurst, Mr. Keene.
Still carrying his shotgun, I notice.
Maybe I like to carry it around, Mr. Clancy.
Well, now, Amy, what is it you want to say to Mr. Bradhurst?
Mr. Keene's accusing me of murder, Mr. Bradhurst. They all say I killed Miss Helen.
That's ridiculous.
We found Amy the maid with stolen goods a little while ago. And she admitted taking most of it from the murdered girl, Helen Carter.
I don't know anything about stolen goods, Mr. Keene. But I'll stake my reputation on the fact that Amy didn't murder Helen.
What makes you so sure, Mr. Brighthurst?
Because she was Helen's confidant, as well as her personal maid. And she's a friend of mine. Amy's done me many a favor, making things easier for me when Helen was alive. I'll return those favors by backing her to the limit.
In what way did Amy help you, Mr. Brighthurst?
I can tell you that, Mr. Keene.
Well, Miss Eloise, do you know?
Amy used to inform Kim Bradhurst when Helen's brother Philip was out of the house, so he could try to see her on the sly. It used to frighten me. I knew that Philip disliked Kim, and I thought one day it would lead to trouble. Do you know why he carries that gun around with him all the time?
I don't mind admitting it. Your sweetheart Philip's a big man, Eloise, and stronger than I am. I made up my mind to take care of him the next time he put a hand on me.
Mike, ask Philip Carter to bring his Uncle Jonathan back to the room. And ask Jonathan to bring his pet falcon along.
Okay, boss.
No, I'm afraid of that bird. I don't want to see it.
Don't worry, Amy. I got rid of one of those falcons with a shotgun. I can do the same for the second.
I advise you to be careful, Mr. Brighthurst, and keep that gun lowered.
But why bring the falcon in, Mr. Keene?
You'll see in just a moment, Miss Eloise.
Please, just call me Eloise. I feel as though we've known each other for a long time, Mr. Keene.
That's odd. I feel the same way, Eloise.
Just step inside, Mr. Briggs. What do you want with me? My bird, Mr. Keene.
I just wanted to make a test, Mr. Briggs.
Look at that bird. It's horrible.
Do you also think the falcon is horrible, Eloise?
No. I think it's a beautiful bird, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Eloise always liked my falcons. She understands them.
Perhaps even more than you imagine, Mr. Briggs.
What?
Just what are you getting at, Mr. Keene?
I'm afraid I have some shocking news for you, Philip. In my opinion, your fiancée, Eloise Gray, is a murderess. She murdered your sister, Helen.
What's that you say?
Eloise? Mr. Keene, are you joking?
A few minutes ago, Eloise claimed that she followed Amy to her room and caught her with her purse.
Well, Amy admitted it, didn't she?
Yes, she admitted it, Eloise, and she did steal your purse. But you didn't follow her or see her take it. You were waiting for Amy in her room.
And may I ask how you know?
The door was locked. If you had followed a thief to her room, you certainly wouldn't have locked the door yourself. It would have put you in a dangerous position. No, it was Amy who locked her own door when she entered, thinking she was alone. And you were waiting there to kill her, the way you killed Helen Carter.
That's a lie, Mr. Keene.
No, it's not a lie, Eloise, and I have further proof. You said Amy scratched your hand when you struggled with her for the purse. I noticed that Amy bites her fingernails. They aren't long enough to scratch anyone.
Then, Mr. Keene, how did Eloise get that cut on her palm?
She inflicted it on herself by accident, Philip. She was wearing sharp talons, yellow talons, to use on Amy as she did on your sister.
Look at her, Mr. Keene.
Yes, I killed her. She hated me. She wanted to break off my engagement to Philip.
But that isn't true, Eloise. She loved you.
Loved me. Wasn't she trying to call the police?
Yes, and you cut the phone wire. In some way, Helen found out what you were, Eloise, and she tried to protect herself.
Boss, look what she's putting on her hands.
The talons, the sharp claws. She wears them like gloves.
You hate me too, Keene. And you'll get what she got. Now!
Mr. Keene, look out! Saints preserve us, but I was almost too paralyzed to move. Did you see how she acted, boss? Why, she waved her arms like she was some kind of a hawk and went for your throat, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike. Mr. Bradhurst, I'm sorry you used your gun. Mike would have been able to subdue her.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Keene. When I saw the insane look on her face, watched her reach for your neck with her talons, I tried to protect you instinctively.
Well, I suppose she's better off. She was undoubtedly insane.
Mr. Keene, I can't believe it. How could anyone change so?
I'm sorry, Philip. But in my opinion, your fiancée had a split personality. She changed from a human being to what you've just seen, homicidal maniac. How long had you known her?
Only a few months.
And your sister, Helen, actually was very fond of her, Philip?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Well, Eloise had to have some excuse for murder in her poor, distorted mind, so she imagined Helen was trying to ruin her life. Amy would have been her second victim. It went for a stroke of luck. However, we can consider the case to be closed. We've solved the mystery,
of the Yellow Talon murder.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the Yellow Talon murder case. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses.
Ever suffer heartburn from acid indigestion? New Bicidol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling anywhere, anytime. Bicidol mints give longer-lasting relief than baking soda, help prevent immediate return of the trouble, soothe irritated stomach lining, let you sleep when indigestion strikes at night. Carry new Bicidol mints for fast relief. And always have Bicidol powder in your home.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colonos, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, for bright, sparkling teeth, $1 million smile, try the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from silver. Safely, speedily, it whisks away dingy surface stains that cloud your smile and reveals the full, natural brilliance of your teeth. Get the new high-polishing Colonos at any drugstore tonight. Ask for Colonos toothpaste. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Tonight our story opens in one of the great movie palaces of Broadway, the Palladium, where for 3 weeks the stage presentation has been a sensational success. Skip Gordon's Review, starring Lola Bennett.
My heart tells me I will cry again.
As the spotlight cuts across the vast theater to the stage, it falls on a beautiful golden-haired girl, Lola Bennett, singing in the wistful style that has made her a hit overnight.
Will I be sorry if I do? Should I leave my heart for you?
Come back, Lola. Come back and take another bow.
Thank you, Sim.
And make a little speech for our audience, won't you?
You've been wonderful to me. I don't know how to thank you.
Hold it, everybody. Hold it. Lola will be back with another song later. Meanwhile, a little novelty number from our orchestra. A special arrangement of that outstanding hit, Pistol Packin' Mama. Take it away, Maestro, while yours truly cools off in the wings.
Oh, Skip.
Yeah, Joe?
I've been stage manager here 10 years. I've never seen a gal win over a crowd like Lola.
Swell kid.
Whoa, what are they doing out there?
Just a pistol sound effect in the number. Don't you like it?
I'll take a blockbuster.
Hey, where is Lola? I thought she'd be here in the wings.
She ducked back to her dressing room, Skip, to fix her makeup.
Hey, it's time for Lola to go on again.
Well, run down and knock on her door, huh?
Okay, I'll signal the band to do another chorus meanwhile.
On stage, Laura. On stage.
Well, Joe, what's yours?
No answer.
Well, look inside.
She's not there.
Well, it can't be.
I'll ask the doorman if she went out.
Well, hurry, Joe. Will you hurry?
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, Joe?
Have you seen Lola?
Oh, not this way.
Lola!
Lola. Hey, Lola, baby, where are you? Lola. Where are you?
And you say, Mr. Gordon, that she hasn't been seen since she disappeared last night?
No, Mr. Keene. In all my years in show business, I've never known anything like it to happen.
You tried her home, Mr. Gordon?
Call me Skip, won't you? Well, sure, we tried her home, and no soap. I don't get it, Mr. Keene. Especially since she knew we were going to give her a farewell party, too, after the show.
A farewell party?
It was her last performance with my review. She goes into the Skytop Club this weekend as star attraction. I made her take the offer.
How do you mean?
Well, I had her under contract ever since I found her singing in Cleveland 6 months ago. The minute she got the right song, she went over like wildfire. Now the Skytop wants her. Well, when they sent her the contract, she showed it to me and said,
No, Skip. I'm not signing that contract.
"Oh, don't be crazy, kid. It doubles your pay. Gives you top billing."
Skip, you've been just wonderful to me. You taught me how to dress, to carry myself, to really think. I'm not walking out on you.
Look, Lola. Here's another contract. Yours and mine.
Well, you've torn it up.
I'm no jail warden, baby. You're heading straight for the top, and I'm not holding you back. Not on your life.
Skip, that was very generous of you.
Generous, Mr. Keene? I love Lola. Even though I've never told her.
Never told her?
She wouldn't even have looked at me. Oh, but find Lola, Mr. Keene. That's all I'm asking. Find Lola.
Well, the place to start is obviously the Palladium, where she was last seen. That's a famous old house, as I remember.
Sure. In the old vaudeville days, we used to talk about making the Palladium. When you played there, it meant you were good. Still does.
And Lola made it with this engagement?
3 smash weeks.
All right, Skip. Let's go.
Hello, Charlie.
Why, hello, Mr. Gordon.
By the way, Mr. Keene, this is the stage doorman, Charlie Barnes.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, sir. You think you'll find her?
I'll do my best.
A swell little lady.
Incidentally, Charlie, you were on duty last night?
Yes, sir, Mr. Keene.
You're sure she didn't leave the theater?
She couldn't have. Not without creating a riot.
Why?
The place was surrounded with autograph hounds.
Oh. Well, now, Skip, if we could have a look in her dressing room.
Oh, sure, right this way. I told the house manager to leave it exactly the same as it was last night.
Good idea. Thank you, Charlie.
Glad to oblige you, Mr. Keene.
Well, Skip, I gather your review is staying on at this theater.
Yeah, another week. With a replacement for Lola. Here we are now. After you.
Thank you. Usual dressing room. Chair, dressing table, wardrobe trunk.
Yeah, that's right.
And telegrams of congratulations pasted up on the mirror.
Yeah.
Sing, canary, sing. I love you, I love you, I love you. Repeated 24 times.
Yeah, the telegrams are mostly from Larry Reeves.
Reeves?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a well-known Broadway playboy, isn't he?
Yeah, with more money than's good for him, too, and more wives. Married 4 times, divorced 4 times.
I gather he wanted Lola for the 5th?
Yeah, been making quite a pitch. Even a smart kid like Lola got to believing him. They were almost engaged.
Almost?
Yeah, he sent Lola a ring last week. Diamond like a headlight. It'd burn him when Lola sent it back.
I suppose this is her costume trunk.
That's right. Hey, you don't think...
Is there a key around?
Key? There's one on the dressing table.
Oh, we'll try it. These are her costumes, Kit.
Yeah, some of them. I remember others.
Oh? Where are they?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Oh, Skip. Hey, Skip.
Now, that's Tommy Tolan, my band leader.
Hey, Skip.
We start the first show in 10 minutes. Yeah, I know. This is Mr. King.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, yeah. You said you were going to ask him to. Hey, that reminds me.
Of what, Tommy?
Well, I wanted to mention it before, but I didn't want to talk out of turn.
Well, come on, give, Tommy, will you?
You know my goofy saxophonist, Harry Forbes.
Yeah. Harry's had a crush on Lola for months, hanging around and pestering her day and night.
Well, right after you left the stage last night, Skip, and we started Pistol Packing Mama, remember?
Yeah?
Harry signaled me. He whispers he's got to leave the stage. Oh, he looks so crazy. I says, all right. So he slips out behind the drapes. Very interesting. And then I don't see him for 15 minutes. And the funny part about it...
What was so funny about it?
Oh, hello, Harry.
What was so funny?
All right. I'll say it right to your face, Harry. You walked off the stage carrying a gun.
We all had guns, phony guns for the pistol packing number.
Now, just a minute. Am I to understand you used guns, pistols as stage props for the performance of the number Pistol Packing Mama? Yes, Mr. Keene. But the rest of us had our guns on stage. He could have had his loaded.
Are you trying to say
If anybody wanted to shoot Lola, that was the time to do it. During all that noise.
You skunk.
No, your band leader is right, Paul. It was his duty to tell us. Why did you go off the stage?
Oh. Because I felt sick. I wanted to take a pill. I told him that.
Okay.
Okay, nothing. One of these days you'll have to get yourself a new saxophone.
Now, hey, Harry, wait a minute now. Wait.
Never mind, Skip. And thank you, Mr. Tolan, for this information. Oh, I figured I had to tell you, Mr. Keene. That guy's wacky. Well, the curtain's in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be there. Well, Mr. Keene, how does it add up to you?
It doesn't, yet. Better get along to your performance, Skip.
Performance, yeah. You'll be sticking around.
Right here in the dressing room.
Okay.
Telegram. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Miss Keene,
Yes?
I was waiting till the others went away.
Who are you?
I'm just a dresser around here. Take care of the performance clothes.
Well?
Look, this note. She gave it to me last night. She said that if he came again, I was to give it to him. In excitement last night, I forgot. You better have it.
Thank you.
Marie!
Oh, quick, put it in your pocket. That's Larry Reeves, Mr. Keene. You know, the playboy.
Hey, Marie, why didn't you answer when I called?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Reeves. I didn't hear you.
Any word yet about Lola?
No, Mr. Reeves, nothing.
Who's this? Anybody? Can't be. I don't know.
Thank you.
Gold digger, she's going to run out on me.
She's not a gold digger.
Shut up.
I won't have you talk that way about her.
I know a kind playing hard to get. Come and find me. When I do, I'll wring her little neck. Break every bone in her body.
Oh, he's just awful, that Mr. Reeves. Thinks that for money he can have anything. But Miss Bennett's not his kind.
What about this note?
She said to give it to him if he came around again to bother her.
She was expecting last night?
Every night. The doorman was told to keep him out, but there's a way of coming through the front of the house, Mr. Keene.
I see.
Don't open that note here, please, sir.
Very well. And if Mr. Skip Gordon asks for me, tell him I went back to my office. will have you know, Miss Ellis, I don't make a practice of reading other people's mail.
But good heavens, this is a matter of life or death, perhaps. Oh, come on, what does it say?
Well, I'll read it. Dear Larry, I've sent back your ring, and that must end it. In my 26 years, I found there is one quality in people that I cannot stand, selfishness. It once cost me a terrible lot, the worst years of my life. If I married you, it would be the same all over again.
Well.
So it must be goodbye. And please stop threatening.
Please?
Selfishness. The worst years of my life. What does it mean?
Yes, what?
As a matter of fact, Miss Ellis, we know almost nothing about Lola Bennett. Skip has known her only 6 months, and she's never talked of the past.
Well, what's the difference? This note points straight to Reed.
And other evidence points to Forbes, the musician. No, I've got to know a whole lot more about that girl. There's only one way to find out.
How?
You know the weekly newspaper Footlights?
Oh, sure. The Bible of show business.
Well, I'd like Mike Clancy to go back through their files and dig up every single mention that was ever made of Lola Bennett.
Right, Mr. Keene. Now get hold of Mike at once.
Two people under suspicion in the disappearance of Lola Bennett. And Mr. Keene goes on with his search. Meanwhile, girls, something to blame. Teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people. But if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth. Brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that adds so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste, at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene's office and the continuation of the case of the lovely singing star, Lola Bennett.
Well, here you are, boss. I got 3 back numbers of Footlights that mentioned.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
The first goes back about 8 years, when she was just a kid.
A review of a vaudeville act that opened in St. Paul. Billy, the song and dance man. The reviewer says a strictly mediocre act. It may do for the sticks, but will never make the Palladium.
Now, this paragraph here.
Accompanying Billy was a pretty little stooge called Lola Bennett, who had nothing to do but be sung at.
Now look at the second paper, Mr. Keene.
84 years later from Akron, Ohio. Now the act is called Billy and Lola. About this minor league vaudeville act that premiered here last night, nothing much can be said for or against the male heart, Billy. But the little blonde who shared the bill, Lola Bennett, showed unusual promise. 2 of her numbers, sung with refreshing sincerity, brought down the house. Very interesting.
Read that third item, boss. It goes back just 2 years.
Now the act is called Lola Bennett and Billy. Right. One of the most novel fan singers heard in these parts lately opened last night at the Star. Voice full of honey and captivating personality. Should go far with the right training. The act was completed by a novelty instrument number from Billy. Different, but was it good?
Boss, what do you make of it?
The old story of show business. The pupil outgrowing the master. Lola made the Palladium, but Billy never did.
Billy, whoever you are. That's your private phone, boss.
Hello.
Hello.
Keene Company.
Keene, this is Harry Forbes. You know the saxophone player?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Forbes.
I'm going to talk straight out. I want you to lay off me.
But, my dear fellow.
Don't try to put Lola's disappearance on me. I had nothing to do with it.
How did you ever get my private phone number?
From Skip Gordon, and I've warned him too. Lay off me or else.
Or else what?
Lay off me, that's all.
You hear any of that, Mike?
I did. A maniac. But don't you think that he, well, with the suspicions we got...
Never mind. For another reason. Each of these reviews mentions other acts that appeared on the same bill, Mike. I'd like to find some of those other people.
It'll take a lot of digging.
But it may give us very valuable information. Try the booking agencies, Mike, and the Actors Hotel at once.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Well, nice, Mr. King, that somebody remembers me after all these years out of show business.
I gather, Mrs. Hall, that you once had a comedy act?
Wasn't much, but it made folks laugh.
On at least one occasion, you played the same theater with a song and dance man called Billy.
Billy? Oh, sure. Kind of a sourpuss.
Why do you say that?
Well, I had his heart set on getting to Broadway. Wasn't good enough.
What was his surname, Mrs. Hall?
Surname? Billy. That's all he was ever called.
You remember his partner?
Oh, sure. Lola Bennett. He hired her in St. Paul after his regular partner walked out on him.
But what's become of Billy?
Billy? Oh, well, I couldn't tell you.
Yes, Major Tiny? I'm looking for an old performer called Billy.
I remember him, Mr. Keene. My midget act trooped all over Canada with him one winter in a unit show.
Really?
My, but what his wife had to put up with.
Wife, did you say?
Yes, Lola Bennett.
Oh, they were married.
2 years by then, but they weren't happy. Billy was so jealous.
Of the fact that she was becoming more successful than he?
That's right, Mr. Keene. He took to drink. Actually beat her up one night. I tried to stop him.
Oh?
He threatened to walk on me. Oh, a bad character.
What was his surname?
I never knew.
Would you have a photograph of him?
No, sir.
Thank you. Still one more chance.
Sure, I know, Mr. King. When I was hooping on the Jackson circuit, see, I used to do a soft shoe number like this.
Charming, Mr. Foley, charming.
Yeah, but strictly passe. I'm working up a new routine now like this.
If I may be so rude, Mr. Foley.
Yeah?
How were they getting on when you knew them?
Oh, terrible. You see, the booking agents were thumbs down on him.
Why?
Well, they said he grabbed the act. The ball and chain. The guy tried everything. He even worked up a novelty, a solo, and a song on 5 different instruments. You know, one after the other. Still no soap. But Lola stuck by him. Much good it did her. Guy was a maniac. Talking crazy all the time about making a Palladium. Hitting Broadway. Well, it got so bad, she finally had to divorce him.
I see. By the way, what instruments did he play in that novelty number?
Clarinet, fiddle.
The saxophone, too?
Yeah, saxophone, all right. Yeah, that was his best.
Would you by any chance have a photograph of him?
Photo? Let's see, well, once in Buffalo.
Yes?
We all gave a hospital benefit, and the newspapers took photos.
Could you find that photograph?
Well, now if I dig around in my press book, I might. Let's have a look.
Keene and Company?
This is Skip Gordon, Mr. Keene.
Oh, good morning, Skip.
I haven't heard from you in days. Any news, Mr. Keene?
There may be tonight. I can reach you at the Palladium still?
Yeah, and we're on for the rest of this week. You know, I got some news for you.
Really?
Harry Forbes, the saxophone player, walked out of the band last night. We can't locate him. That puts a finger on him, I guess.
It certainly looked like that.
If he's the guy, if he's harmed Lola in any way.
Well, Skip, to be perfectly frank, I'm afraid somebody has harmed her.
Keene. Who? How?
I'll probably have the answer for you tonight. Meanwhile, I must use the phone for a very important call.
Okay. See you tonight.
Hello?
Guy Tuck Club.
Good. I'd like very much to talk to your manager. Good evening, Charlie.
Good evening, Mr. Keene. Any luck yet locating Lola Bennett, Mr. Keene?
Yes and no.
I don't get it.
In a few minutes, a package may arrive here at the Palladium for me. Ask the delivery man to wait before bringing it in. I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, where's Mr. Skip Gordon?
On stage, introducing a number.
By the way, Charlie, the night that Miss Bennett disappeared, was anything moved out of here?
No, sir. But something came in. Some props for our next stage show.
I see.
Well, Mr. Gordon should be coming off the wings any minute now.
New singer?
Yeah, replacing Miss Bennett, but not half as good.
Oh, I see Mr. Gordon there now.
Hello, Miss Keene.
Hello, Skip.
Well, what's the word?
Skip, you may have to brace yourself for really bad news.
Dead, huh? Dead.
Yes, I'm afraid so. The final sacrifice to a very selfish man.
Who? Forbes? Reeves? I'll kill whoever it was.
Steady, Skip. We'll see that justice is done.
Lola was such a swell kid.
Time for you to go on stage again, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, the show goes on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's your master of ceremonies again. I'd like to introduce the rip-snorting arrangements of the hits of the season, Pistol Packin' Mama. Oh, Mr. Keene. Mr. Keene.
Yes, Charlie, I'm coming.
The delivery man came. He's waiting for you.
Good, Charlie. I'll walk back with you.
If you want any help bringing it in,
all that noise. Come, let's find a quiet place. Go into this dressing room.
No. This was Miss Bennett.
You don't believe in ghosts, Charlie.
Why, what do you mean?
Charlie, look at this wardrobe trunk with Miss Bennett's costume.
Oh, what about it?
He really had two trunks. Two. When the express company came that night to deliver certain props, somebody ordered one of the trunks taken away.
Where to?
The address was already labeled on, just as on this one. It was sent to the next place where Miss Bennett was engaged to sing, the Skytop Club.
Who was responsible for that?
It's no mystery to me any longer. A very jealous man, her former husband. What? Think of producing. You stay here.
I'm staying nowhere.
Oh, yes, you are. I'm going out now to have the delivery man bring in that package for me.
Listen, Dean, I'm not staying.
You're going to watch me open Miss Bennett's second trunk, the one that went to the Skytop Club. I'm having it brought in.
I'm watching nothing.
We'll open the trunk right here in our dressing room. Just between ourselves, there are police stationed at every exit. The killer will never get out of this theater.
You found her in the trunk? Let me out of here.
No, you're staying right here. I'm locking you in this dressing room.
Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Skip.
I came off for a breather while the band is playing. What's up?
Skip, my boy. It's too bad that Lola didn't meet somebody like you years ago. Unfortunately, the man she did once marry was insanely jealous and possessive. He couldn't bear to see her succeed where he had failed. He tried her best to help him, but, well, I'd like you to know this much, Skip. She loved you for your generosity. She valued you above anybody in the world.
But who killed her? Who was the man?
A man she ran into again the moment she reached this theater 3 weeks ago.
Darn it all. Those pistol shots.
Didn't you notice something peculiar then, Skip?
What do you mean?
One shot was nearer than any of the others. Creepers, you mean? It came from this dressing room.
Quick, get that door open.
Charlie, the doorman. He shot himself. It is a doornail.
Mr. Keene, was he the guy?
Yes. Her former husband. That's the way he killed Lola that night. He fired the pistol during the band number. Charlie, a doorman. An old and disappointed performer. He made the Palladium with the most tragic performance of his life.
And so ends the case of the girl who sang too well. Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us another of his baffling cases, The Man Who Didn't Come Home. Today, the girl or woman who wants to be popular knows that one of her most important assets is a charming smile, and teeth that sparkle and gleam. Knows that no matter how smartly she may dress or make up, teeth that are dingy and discolored looking instantly create an unfavorable impression. And the same is true of the man in business, whose very livelihood depends on selling himself. He knows how quickly discolored looking teeth can bring failure. That's why today thousands of smart and successful men and women are changing to the new Colonos high polishing toothpaste. So for your own sake, try the new Colonos toothpaste yourself. It works like a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver, dulls, revealing the natural brilliance and sparkle of your teeth. Ask for Colonos toothpaste, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, at your drugstore tonight. You've just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the man who didn't come home. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colonos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled, The Case of the Man Who Invented Death. If you want incredibly fast relief from the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anison. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients that give effective relief. If you've not been introduced to Anison by your own physician or dentist, let me urge you to try it yourself. You can get Anison tablets at any drug counter. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name for you. Anison, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Our scene opens in a rather shabby rooming house in metropolitan New York. A well-dressed, middle-aged man is just descending the stairs to the second floor as a heavy-set woman in an apron calls up to him irritably.
Who's there? Who's climbing up them steps?
It's I, Mrs. Marley, George Rockwell.
Well, if you come to see that crazy Amos Piper, he's not in.
But he must be.
I tell you he's not in. What's more, I got half a mind to lock him out. He hasn't paid his rent in over 3 weeks. And I'm not running a charity home. I'm just a poor landlady who's trying to get along.
All right, Mrs. Marley. I understand. I'll pay him his rent for him.
Well, that's more like it.
But I'm sure he must be in. I had a very important appointment with him at this hour. I know he wouldn't break it without letting me know. Did you see him go out, Mrs. Marley?
No. Just that I haven't heard him tinkering around with his fool inventions all morning. Anyway, what with the electricity going bad, I've had more trouble this morning.
The electricity has gone off?
Oh, I called for the service man, but he hasn't come.
Mrs. Marley, do you smell smoke?
Well, sure I do. It is smoke.
It's coming from under Amos Piper's door. Quick, open it up with your key.
All right, I will. But the place is on fire. There's smoke.
It's just a burned electric wire. Mrs. Marley, look.
Oh, it's Amos Piper. He's lying on the floor.
Don't touch him. Call the police. Amos has been electrocuted. He's dead.
Are you sure that Amos Piper's death wasn't an accident, Mr. Rockwell?
Positive, Mr. Keene. But if Mr. Piper was fooling around with high-voltage electricity, as you're saying he was, seems to me he was just letting himself in for trouble.
And I agree with my partner, Mike Clancy. Tell me, Mr. Rockwell, why are you so sure it was murder?
Because someone had tampered with Amos' electric equipment, Mr. Keene. The police agreed with me when I pointed it out. Certain wires had been deliberately changed, and an electric booster had been added, raising the amperage and the voltage. That's why the lights in the rooming house blew out. Amos had used that equipment many times before. It would have happened much sooner if the invention had been dangerous as it was when we found the body.
Just what was he trying to invent, Mr. Rockwell?
A machine for turning base metals like lead and brass into gold.
Saints preserve us. What do you think he was, a magician?
Well, many years ago, Mike, certain men who were called alchemists believed it was possible to turn cheap metal into precious gold.
Yes, that's true, Mr. Keene. But in modern times, we recognize how impossible that is.
Amos Piper must have been an eccentric.
I suppose he was. But he was also a dreamer. One of the kindest men I've ever known. And I'm going to miss him.
How long had you known each other, Mr. Rockwell?
At least 20 years. When we were younger, we both dreamed of being important scientists and startling the world with our inventions. I was more realistic than Amos. I knew after a while that dreams alone won't make one successful. So I entered business and forgot about invention.
I see.
I now own a manufacturing plant, but Amos kept right on trying to invent things.
Well, did he ever hit the jackpot, Mr. Rockwell?
No, Mr. Clancy. His big ambition was the gold machine. Once or twice he turned out a few trifling inventions which he sold and managed to eke out a small livelihood on his royalties from those. But more often than not, I had to come to his rescue financially. Although most of the time he never knew.
I can see that you felt very close to Amos Piper, Mr. Rockwell. Tell me, did he have any enemies that you knew of?
No, Mr. Keene. He was a man who never harmed a living soul. Some fiend devised a way to get rid of him for some reason. And I want to do everything in my power to see that the murderer doesn't go unpunished.
I understand.
That's why I came to you, Mr. Keene. You have a reputation for being one of the greatest investigators in the country. Not only that, but you have a genuine sympathy for the underdog, for people who are wronged. Well, Amos was wronged. No matter how eccentric his ideas were, he was a good man.
And no one has the right to take anyone's life, Mr. Rockwell.
Then you'll enter this case and investigate it along with the police?
I'll do everything I can.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. I knew I could count on you, sir.
Now tell me one thing more before Mike and I have a look at the scene of the crime. You say the day you found Amos Piper's body, you had an important appointment to see him?
Yes. He phoned me the night before and begged me to come over on the following morning.
Did he tell you why?
No, Mr. Keene. He just appeared very excited and said he was on the verge of some great discovery. Up to now, neither the police nor I have been able to find out just what that discovery was.
Well, perhaps this mysterious discovery might provide us with an important clue to Amos Piper's murder. At any rate, we'll keep it in mind, Mark, as we try to put our hands on one of the cleverest killers we've ever come up against.
There's no doubt of his cleverness, Mr. Keene. When you think of the way he set up that contraption to electrocute poor Amos.
If we can bring him to justice, Mr. Rockwell, we'll show him a more reliable electric machine invented by the state. The electric chair for murderers.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Marley, the landlady?
I am.
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator? Well, please come in, sir.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Keene?
I'd like to look at the room where Amos Piper lived before he was murdered.
Oh, why, of course. Come this way, please. It's on the second floor front. Seems everybody wants to look at that room. First the police, and Mr. Decker, and now you.
And who is Mr. Decker?
Oh, he's quite a gentleman. He comes here lots of times to see Amos Piper. He's in some kind of business, or office equipment, I think. He's in the room right now. There's the room, Mr. Keene, right in front of you.
Well, thank you.
I just want you to know that I was a friend of Mr. Piper's, a good friend, and the murder was a terrible shock to me. If I can help you in any way...
I'll be certain to let you know, Mrs. Marley.
Oh, very well, Mr. Keene.
She was certainly anxious to prove what a pal of Amos Piper she was, if you ask me, boss.
Yes, I noticed that too, Mike. Well, let's go in. Oh, excuse me.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Are you Mr. Decker?
Norris Decker, yes. And you are?
Mr. Keene. This is Mr. Clancy, my partner.
Oh, yes, of course, the great investigator. I presume you're here to look into the death of Amos Piper?
Yes. Is there anything you can tell us about it, Mr. Decker?
You can find out all I know, or the police for that matter, by examining that apparatus in the corner. That's what killed Amos. I'll have a look at it.
Do that, Mike.
It was an unfortunate affair, to say the least. When I first heard about it, I was sure it was an accident. But after talking to the police, I realize now it was premeditated murder.
What made you think it was an accident first, Mr. Decker?
Because of Amos Piper's idiotic scheme to turn lead into gold. For a while, he almost had me believing it, too.
You're a close friend of his?
No, I was interested in his work in a business way. I'm an investor, Mr. Keene. I use my money to back inventions that are worthwhile, particularly ideas in new business equipment.
And is that what you were seeing Amos Piper about, Mr. Decker?
Yes. He told me of an invention he had for a new type of carbon paper, thin enough and strong enough to make over 50 copies at once.
I see.
Well, it seemed like a saleable idea, and I thought we could both make a bit of money out of it. But then he was killed, and the invention has disappeared. And that's why I came here today. I wanted to see if I could find the sample.
That's some contraption, boss. It's set up like some kind of an electric oven.
That was another of Piper's ideas for turning base metals into gold. He was an extraordinary man, but a bit on the eccentric side. And his private life seemed to be even more peculiar.
How do you mean, Mr. Decker?
Well, once I walked in here, Mr. Keene, and found him in an argument with a lovely young girl, at least 30 years younger than he. She wore a mink coat and was fashionably dressed. As I came in, I noticed her motor car and chauffeur in front of the door.
Who was the girl?
I don't know. She left when I walked in, and the landlady told me later that the girl had come once before and had had a terrible row with Piper.
I see. Did she know why?
No, and neither of us knew how a man as simple, and as poor as Piper, could have any relationship with a woman who was obviously very wealthy and, young enough to be his daughter.
She couldn't have been his daughter. I'm told that Piper never married.
Well, whoever she was...
Someone's inside the room now, miss.
The police?
Well, there's Mr. Keene, the famous investigator.
I'll come back some other time, Mrs. Mullins.
Mr. Keene, that sounds like the voice of the girl I was just telling you about.
Don't say anything about my being here, please.
Boss, look at the car parked in front of the door. It looks like one of them fancy foreign makes.
Mike, come along. I don't want that car to get out of our sight. We'll follow it and find out a bit more about this mysterious girl and her connection with Amos Piper.
She just went into that house, boss. It's certainly an elegant one.
Let's drop in for a chat, Mike.
Well?
I'm looking for a young woman who just entered here. My name is Keene.
What young woman?
Sure, the pretty one with the fur coat. The chauffeur just left at the door and then drove away.
You must have the wrong house.
Well, I'm sure we haven't.
And I say you have.
This young fellow must think we're a couple of kids, boss. Maybe he'd like us to...
He may have been mistaken, Mike.
What, Mr. Keene?
We were halfway up the block when she disappeared. She could have gone around the corner.
But Mr. Keene, with my own two eyes...
I'm sorry to have troubled you, Mr.
Webb. The name is on the door.
Oh, yes. Of course.
Good day.
Mr. Keene, you don't really think we made a mistake, do you?
Of course not, Mike. If Mr. Webb was lying so obviously, I prefer to find out in our own way what he was up to. What time is it now?
It's a little after 6.
It'll be dark soon. We can enter the house through the rear. Perhaps we can get a little more information from Mr. Webb and the young woman we followed when they least expect it. Information that might lead us to Amos Piper's killer.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Colonos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Colonos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Get Colonos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are investigating the strange murder of Amos Piper, an eccentric inventor who was electrocuted when one of his inventions was cleverly tampered with by the murderer. Now Mr. Keene has followed a strange young woman to a well-to-do house in the suburbs. A woman who Mr. Keene believes may have a strong bearing on the case. At the door, however, Mr. Keene and Mike were blocked by a rather belligerent young man. Now, a short time later, the two investigators decide to enter the house through a rear entrance.
There's a light in the room right in front of us, Mike. Let's see who's inside.
Right, boss.
I'm leaving the house, Elliot.
Wait, Mike.
And I'd say you're staying here. You want to be picked up by Mr. Keene?
I have nothing to hide. And maybe I can help him solve Uncle Amos' murder.
Now, you listen to me, Lorna. I've got a reputation to think about. You want to ruin me in business?
Doesn't my Uncle Amos mean anything at all to you?
No. Besides, he's dead now, and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
That's where we disagree, Mr. Webb.
Elliot, who are these men?
How did you get in here, Keene?
My partner and I decided to enter without an invitation, Mr. Webb. Inasmuch as you were so anxious to keep us out.
Why, I'll throw the two of you.
Elliot, it won't do any good, and you know it.
Not only won't it do any good, but I'm not so sure he can manage it.
I overheard you say that Amos Piper was your uncle.
Yes, Mr. Keene. I'm Lorna Webb, and Elliot here is my husband.
May I ask why you made those secret visits to your uncle before he was murdered?
I'll answer that for you, Keene. She was trying to keep me from finding out.
Is that right, Mrs. Webb?
Yes.
But after your uncle was murdered, didn't you realize how serious the situation was? And didn't you think of contacting the police and identifying yourself even then?
No, Mr. Keene.
Why not?
I don't know.
Go on, Lorna. Tell him. Tell him you think I'm a murderer. Turn your own husband into the police for a crime he never committed.
Elliot, why do you talk that way to me? We used to be so happy.
That was before I found out you were seeing Amos again, in spite of what you promised.
What was your objection to Amos Piper, Mr. Webb?
He was nothing but a lazy sponger, Mr. Keene. He knew Lorna married a man with money, and he was just biding his time to take advantage of it.
That's not true, Elliot. I begged Uncle Amos to come and live with us, but he refused. I know I handled this the wrong way. And I know you were jealous of Uncle Amos.
Jealous?
I don't quite understand the situation, Mrs. Webb. Perhaps you can explain.
Mr. Keene, I've been fond of Uncle Amos ever since I was a child. I worshipped him then. But Elliot, my husband, didn't want me to worship anyone, even a poor old man. He wanted all my affection for himself. I'm afraid now I've made a mess of things, and I'm going to regret it.
Mr. Webb, does that explain your attitude?
Mr. Keene, I admit I didn't like Amos Piper, but I wasn't jealous enough to kill him. That's ridiculous, and there's no basis for believing it.
Is that what you believe, Mrs. Webb?
No, Mr. Keene. Of course I didn't believe my own husband killed my uncle. If I did, I wouldn't be here now.
We followed you here from the rooming house where your uncle lived, Mrs. Webb. Why did you return there today?
To get Uncle Amos things, to look for his invention. He has a sister, my Aunt Martha, who is old and very poor. Whatever Amos had should go to her as his closest survivor.
Exactly what invention were you looking for? The carbon paper Or the machine he hoped would turn metal into gold?
No. I was looking for the dye.
The dye? Does that have anything to do with the new type of carbon paper he invented?
I don't think so. I remember Uncle Amos telling me something about that carbon paper. He said the idea had been stolen from him.
Did he know who stole it, Mrs. Webb?
No. But he really didn't care. He didn't think it amounted to much. But the dye seemed to be worth something. Even Elliot thought so.
I don't know anything about it, Lorna.
When I described it to you, you said it might make a fortune.
Well, maybe it was another one of your uncle's crackpot ideas, like the gold machine.
Just what do you know about the dye, Mr. Webb?
Well, Mr. Keene, according to Amos, it was a brighter, faster, and cheaper dye than any other now on the market. And he could make it in all colors. But he might have been dreaming again.
I wonder if Mrs. Marley, the rooming house keeper, would know anything about that dye. Or the carbon paper, for that matter. Mrs. Webb, would you get your coat?
What for?
I want your wife to accompany me back to Mrs. Marley's rooming house, Mr. Webb.
You've got nothing on Lorna. I won't let you involve her in that murder.
Then you do care what happens to me after all, Elliot.
Do you think I ever really stopped caring?
Oh, then we have nothing to be afraid of. You come too. Let's do everything we can to help Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Is it okay if I go along, Mr. Keene?
Of course, Mr. Webb. As a matter of fact, I want everyone involved in this case to be present when we discover the solution to Amos Piper's murder.
Mrs. Marley, the rooming housekeeper, doesn't seem to be in, Mr. Keene.
The door may be open, Mike. Try it.
It is, Mr. Keene.
Good. Come inside, Mr. and Mrs. Webb.
All right, Mr. Keene. Come along, Lorna.
The house is pitch dark, sir. There's no one here. Chance preserve us. What's that?
What is it, Mike?
I stumbled into something here on the floor. Wait till I get my flashlight out.
Mr. Keene!
It's the body of a man.
Boss, it's Mr. Rockwell.
Yes. And his neck's been broken.
Oh, no!
Steady, Lorna.
Keep your flashlight on his body, Mike. I just noticed something on his wrists.
It looks like some kind of paint.
It's a dye. A green dye.
Oh, you let me alone!
What was that?
Sounded like Mrs. Marley.
She's upstairs, boss.
Yes, she's probably in the room where Amos Piper was murdered. Mr. Webb, you and your wife stay down here and don't touch the body. Come on upstairs, Mike.
Take your hands off me! What are you doing here?
Certainly. After I turn you over to the police. It's Mrs. Marley and Mr. Decker, boss.
Mr. Keene, well, you've come at precisely the right time.
Well, what's going on here?
If you're looking for Amos Piper's murderer, there she is.
That's a lie. I didn't kill him.
Are you also going to deny you stole one of his inventions and sold it in your own name before it was patented?
How do you know about this, Mr. Decker?
Because I caught her one day coming out of the patent office, Mr. Keene, and I investigated. She stole Amos Piper's invention, then killed him so he wouldn't turn her in.
Do you deny that, Mrs. Marley?
Mr. Keene, I'll admit I stole it and sold it to someone, but I only made a couple of $1,000 on it, and I certainly didn't kill the old man for that.
What about George Rockwell?
What?
The dead man downstairs.
Dead man?
You mean another man's been murdered, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mr. Decker. Didn't either you or Mrs. Marley see the body down there in the front hall?
Well, I didn't, Mr. Keene.
Who entered this room first?
She did. I found her here when I came up. I was still searching for that new invention of Amos Piper's. I found her here fooling around with that devilish contraption in the corner that killed Amos.
Well, what have you to say for yourself, Mrs. Marley?
I didn't mean any harm, Mr. Keene. I just wondered if there was anything in what Amos Piper believed, that he could turn metal into gold. I thought maybe I'd find something, and this was the first chance I got to look for myself. Up to now, this room's been filled with policemen and investigators. But I never touched that machine. Why, I'd be afraid to.
We've caught you red-handed, and you know it. Take her away, Mr. Keene. I'll be happy to testify against her.
I imagine you would be, to save your own skin, Decker.
What?
Decker, did you say you caught Mrs. Marley red-handed? Well, I caught you green-handed.
You mean here on my hand? Why, this is just paint.
Really? And when did you get it on your finger?
Well, 2 or 3 days ago.
Odd that it took so long to dry. You left some of it on George Rockwell's wrists.
What?
Only a man with strength could have killed Rockwell. He was a pretty big man himself. But someone with a knowledge of, well, let's say, judo or jiu-jitsu could have accomplished it.
You must know a little something about judo yourself, Keene.
Enough to tell when it was used to break someone's neck. Search him, Mike.
Don't make a move, I warn you.
Oh, he's even got himself a gun, boss.
Now, you're pretty clever, Keene. I've got to hand it to you. I imagine you even know where this green dye came from.
Amos Piper's invention.
Right. And tonight I found a sample of it at last, along with a formula. The old fool never even realized he had something that would bring a fortune on the world market.
But you did, Decker.
I most certainly did. I also knew I had to take care of Rockwell. You see, he was a little too close to Amos Piper. And sooner or later he might have surmised why Piper was killed. And then he'd have thought of me.
I'm afraid you won't get away with it, Decker. You posed as an old man's friend and benefactor to defraud him of his valuable invention, then killed him to cover your fraud. You're not going to get away with either the theft or the murder.
And who's going to stop me?
Maybe I will, mister.
Come on and try it if you want a bullet through your head.
Don't move, Mike. He means what he says.
I'll say I do. And what's more, I'm...
He tripped on the machine!
Help me!
Help! Mr. Keene!
Cut your electricity off outside. Quickly, Mrs. Marley.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Boss, he's getting a terrific electrical shock.
Don't touch him until the current's been cut, Mike. He'll pass the shocks on to you.
Saints preserve us. He's dead, Mr. Keene.
Yes. He shorted some wires in that machine when he fell over it.
You mean he died the same way his victim died, boss?
In Amos Piper's case, the electrocution was deliberately planned. Decker's was caused by a short circuit as he tripped over the machine. In any event, Mike, the result was a form of poetic justice. Amos Piper may have thought he was inventing a machine that turned things into gold, but it appears as though he actually invented death.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of the man who invented death. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pain strikes, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. The community chest asks you only once a year to contribute or to pledge your share in their wonderful red feather services, which benefit your community the year round. The list of services supported by the community chest is almost endless. Whether day nurseries, guidance clinics, scouts visiting nurses' help, YMCA, or neighborhood centers, the value of all their services to you and to your community is very great. Everybody benefits, so everybody gives. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Cleave. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the Silver Dagger murder case. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Calanos and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Calanos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, is your smile everything you'd like it to be? Bright, sparkling, magnetic? If not, try the new Calanos toothpaste thousands are raving about. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but also gently, Calanos erases stubborn surface stains from teeth, revealing all their glorious natural brilliance. Get Calanos. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Calanos toothpaste at your drugstore tonight. Now Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, who tonight takes from his files one of his most unusual and most bewildering cases, the case of the girl who flirted. The girl is an art student, gay and beautiful, but just a little too adventurous. It all starts one day in a museum, where Betty March is at work copying a painting, and a charming stranger walks up to say, "Not bad. Not bad at all.
Well, I beg your pardon.
I'd almost say you had signs of talent, young woman.
Well, I did not happen to ask your opinion.
If anyone in this town knows painting, it's I.
I ought to be furious with you.
Are you?
No. Just terribly amused. I like people to be unconventional. Tell me some more, Mr. Whoever you are.
Yes, that's how it started. Now, several days later, we find Mr. Keene in his office talking to a very distressed man, Robert Colby, assistant curator of the Manhattan Museum.
I tell you, Mr. Keene, nothing's ever happened like this. In all the years since the museum was founded. The girl walked off in the midst of copying a painting. There's no sign of her since.
Well, let's start at the beginning, Mr. Colby, shall we? First, what is the girl's full name?
Elizabeth March. According to her application for a museum permit, she's now 22.
Go on, Mr. Colby, please.
Well, lately she's been copying that big painting by Whistler in the American Room.
Oh, you mean the portrait of Mrs. Farmington and her daughters?
Yes, that's right. Now, the last time I saw Betty was 4 days ago, Monday.
Betty, eh? You're on familiar terms.
Oh, she's lovely, Mr. Keene. Charming, spirited.
Well, now, under what circumstances did you last see her?
I dropped into the American Room where she was copying the Whistler painting to ask her to lunch. She looked up from her easel and said,
No, Mr. Robert Colby. No can do.
Why not?
Too busy, Bob. Oh, that man Whistler.
Has he insulted you, Betty?
Why did he always have to sign his paintings with those complicated little butterflies in one corner? I'm having an awful time trying to copy it.
Oh, forget the butterflies, Betty, and come to lunch. I have a question to ask you.
Oh, yes. I know. Dum, dum, da-dum.
Well, will you marry me?
No, Mr. Robert Colby, assistant curator of the Manhattan Museum. I will not marry you.
What's wrong with me?
Nothing at all. That's the trouble.
Don't understand.
You're just too darn correct to be alive.
What?
The man I'm going to marry will have to be somebody exciting, somebody dashing, somebody dangerous.
Oh, now stop talking like a Greenwich Village bohemian.
See, you are a stuffed shirt. Still want to take me to lunch, Mr. Colby?
No, I do not, Miss March. Goodbye and good luck.
Well, yes, she certainly is a very spirited young woman, isn't she? What happened next?
Well, I came back in the afternoon, Mr. Keene, to make up.
Her easel was still there in its usual place, but no sign of Betty. So that night I went to her apartment. Still no luck. Again the next day and the day after. This morning, finally, I talked to the attendant in the American room.
Did the attendant have anything to report?
Great deal. After our little spat, Betty sat down at her easel to work again on the butterfly signature. A few minutes later, a tall, dark-haired man came by. He stopped by Betty's easel. The next thing the attendant heard Betty say something like this.
I like people to be unconventional. Tell me some more, Mr. Whoever you are.
I've seen you here many times before.
And I've noticed you.
Oh, have you?
First time was in the Egyptian room. We bumped into each other in the tomb of the pharaoh.
I said, I beg your pardon, miss.
And I said, I beg your pardon, sir. Yes, and something more. From where my easel stands, I have a very good view of the Italian room next door.
And?
You have been observed on 3 different occasions, standing there in front of the Annunciation of Parolini.
Your spies have been busy.
You admire the Annunciation very much, don't you?
There's another work I admire even more. A 20th century masterpiece. You.
Wonderful. Who are you, anyhow?
Just the man who wandered into a museum and saw a very beautiful girl.
Seriously.
I could tell you better over lunch.
Oh, lunch?
Please.
Well, I don't think I ought to give in so easily. Argue with me 5 minutes more.
And did they finally go off together, Mr. Colby?
Yes. After Betty finished up a few more details on the painting. Well, what do you think of it, Mr. Keene?
Well, frankly, I don't like the sound of it. It wouldn't be the first time a girl was lured into something very unpleasant by a charming stranger.
Then please, Mr. Keene, try to find her.
I most certainly will, Colby. And as a first step, tell me, is Betty's easel still standing there in the American room?
Exactly as it was the last time she used it.
Then take me there, at once.
There you are, Mr. Keene.
Judging from this painting, Betty's a very talented girl.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Did she usually place her stool in just this spot?
Yes, it gave the best light.
One moment.
What is it, Mr. Keene? Why are you staring so hard at Betty's copy?
I wonder if there's a magnifying glass handy.
I'll have the attendant get one. Oh, Billings.
Yes, Mr. Colby.
Look into Mr. Vanderhoff's office, please, and ask him if I could have a magnifying glass for a moment.
I'll be right back, sir.
Mr. Keene, you've got me up a tree. First you were talking about the position of the stool and...
Oh, yes. In fact, I am going to sit down on it right now and make a little investigation.
Well?
Observe one thing. From this position, Betty at all times had a view through that open door into the next room.
The Italian room.
Oh, there comes the attendant now with that magnifying glass. Here you are, sir.
Thanks.
Let me have it at once.
Right. Oh, what are you looking for, Mr. Keene?
I'm looking for a... By Jove, I found it.
What is it?
Colby, I was impressed by one thing. You told me how Betty went off with a stranger. That she stopped first to finish a few details. Asked for 5 more minutes to paint.
Yes, yes.
Now take this glass.
I have it.
Turn it on the butterfly signature in the corner. Concentrate on those very fine strokes in the wings.
The wings? Yes, I see it now. Dear Bob, Studio Tea Room.
She had a feeling she might be in danger. That message was just in case she didn't come back.
Well, of course, but why? What danger?
You know that restaurant?
Yes, it's a hangout for artists in Greenwich Village.
Let's go. Let's go as fast as we can. And I take it, Miss Grudy, that you are the owner of this restaurant?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you happen to know Miss Betty March?
Of course, she ain't here often.
I wonder if you remember her coming here last Monday for lunch.
Well,
Don't mind me, please. This isn't a case of a jealous lover.
Oh, well, in that case, yes, she came in with a tall, handsome man and took a table near the cash register here. The reason I remember so well...
Yes, Miss Goody?
Well, after an hour or so, the place was clearing out, and I heard Betty say...
Well, thanks for a very good lunch and some grand conversation.
You're not going already.
We've got to. Back to the museum. Back to work.
Silly idea. Why don't you come along to my place instead? I'll show you some of my own work.
Well, it's very kind of you, but I couldn't, really.
Would that be too unconventional?
Well,
Just a while ago you were talking about how you loved adventure. Well, I'm going to hold you to that.
Please, let go of my arm.
Oh, no, you're coming along with me. Even if I have to kidnap you, darling.
Let go of me. I'll scream.
If you do, I'll put my hand over your mouth and gag you, dear.
Help!
You see, darling, it doesn't help. Better come along quietly now. That's a good girl. That's a good girl.
And then what happened, Miss Grudy?
Well, there was a car at the curb, and he took her inside and drove off.
Great Scott, why didn't you stop him?
Oh, well, you know these artists. I thought it was all in fun.
Miss Grudy, did you get the license number by any chance?
No, there didn't seem to be any reason.
Well, thank you anyhow.
Well, not at all. I hope the poor girl hasn't come to any harm.
Gone. Vanished completely.
I'm afraid so, Colby.
What do we do now, Mr. Keene?
Now we play another hunch.
What do you mean?
Tell me something, Colby. What is the most valuable painting your museum owns?
Oh, one that I mentioned before, the Annunciation by Rinaldo Perellini.
Well, if you want my advice, remove it from the wall at once.
What?
Have it examined by the best technical expert on your staff. Do that, and I think I can still find Betty March.
Mr. Vanderhoff, how's it coming?
Do not disturb me. I will be finished in a moment.
He's experts, Mr. Keene. You've been at it all morning.
Oh, calm yourself.
How can I, when Betty may be in danger of her life? This seems a very roundabout way of finding her, Mr. Keene, if you'll pardon my saying so.
But it's the only way I know.
Here's Vanderhoff now. He's finished.
Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Huh? There's the painting. Look at it, gentlemen.
A magnificent work of art, as far as the eye can tell.
Tell us, Mr. Vanderhoff, what did you find?
First, Mr. Colby, in accordance with my usual routine, I subjected the painting to an X-ray examination. I followed this with a spectroscopic analysis.
Yes.
Finally, I tested minute portions of the pigmentation for chemical content.
Well?
Gentlemen, I am compelled to report that this masterpiece is a fake.
What?
Very skillful, but a fake.
Impossible.
It is a fake, entirely so. The original has been stolen, this copy substituted in its place.
Exactly what I thought and feared.
The man who did this is one of the most skillful copyists alive.
What type of paint did he use?
Or tempera, of course. The same as the original. Oil paint did not come into use until several centuries after Perolini. I must report this to the director at once.
One moment, please, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
You may also tell the director that I'll do everything in my power to recover the stolen original.
Good.
And that I strongly advise against any publicity at the moment.
I will tell.
Mr. Keene, two things aren't really connected.
Of course they are. Betty's disappearance and the theft of the painting are one and the same case.
But how?
Well, here's my theory, Colby. The men who stole the Perolini are cautious, methodical people. They must have worked for months to prepare their fake painting. After that, it was only a question of finding the right moment to snatch the original from its frame and substitute the copy.
Yes?
They decided, of course, to do it on a Monday, when there are few visitors in museums.
Yes, that's the day we charge admission. Usually only students are present.
But that still left one obstacle. Betty. You remember I told you that from where she sat, she had a good view of the Italian room at all times? A perfect view of the painting to be stolen?
Yes.
Well, that's where the charming stranger came in. He was assigned to lure Betty away and keep her away.
But why are they still holding her?
It's my guess that she'd seen the man admiring the Annunciation just a little too often. She knew something was up. And at lunch with the charming gentleman, she probably gave herself away.
Poor kid.
So then she had to be held prisoner until the painting was safely disposed of. Sent out of the country, perhaps.
But what do we do now?
Yes. What do we do now?
Mr. Keene, you're supposed to be an investigator, not an echo.
My dear fellow, I assure you I'll do everything possible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give me a moment. Let me... Colby,
Your expert just said that this fake painting was very skillful. But like the original, it was painted in tempera.
It fooled me.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But there must be very few painters alive today who could do work like that in tempera.
A few dozen, that's all, Mr. Keene.
All right. I have an assignment for you. Because it takes an art expert.
Yes?
And if you don't come through, and if this doesn't find Betty, I don't know what will.
Fire away, Mr. Keene. What's my assignment?
Dig up all the catalogs of recent art exhibitions that you can find. Go back 10 years if necessary.
Yes, yes.
But get me the name of every outstanding artist in this country who paints in tempera.
I will.
Somewhere in that list will be the man who did that fake Parolini. We'll check over the entire list. By process of elimination, we'll find the forger and the gang that abducted Betty March.
Right. Get to work at once.
Now a brief intermission in Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, brought to you by Colonos Toothpaste. Next time you meet the most successful man you know or the most popular girl, take a good look at their teeth. Chances are they'll be sparkling and beautiful, with all the magnetism your own smile should have. Examine your own teeth critically. If they're not every bit as brilliant and gleaming as they should be, if they show signs of being discolored by surface film, just do as thousands do. Try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Safely, speedily, Colonos helps brush away masking surface film, revealing the natural luster and brightness of your teeth. Your druggist has an ample supply of Colonos on hand, so get a tube tonight and see what wonders it may do in helping you to add to the charm and appeal of your smile. Remember the name Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Now, as the clock strikes midnight, we find Mr. Keene with his assistant, Mike Clancy.
Well, Mr. Keene, I do hate to be breaking into your house at such a late hour, but here are some nice names Mr. Colby's dug up.
That's quite all right, Mike, and thank you.
And you should have seen the pile of catalogs he's going through. Sure, he was still at his desk when I left the museum working like a beaver.
Oh, Colby is still at the museum?
That's right, sir.
Mike, I suddenly feel another of my hunches coming over me.
Well, out with it, boss.
Something tells me that stolen painting is still within the walls of the Manhattan Museum.
No.
It's easy enough to get a bundle into a museum, but taking one out...
Oh, you mean that once they copped the painting, they couldn't get it past the door?
Yes, and for days now, they may have been keeping it in a place that they prepared for just such an emergency.
But where?
In the other part of the museum that this charming stranger used to hang around in. The Egyptian room, the tomb of the pharaoh.
In a tomb?
That's where we're going, right now.
Oh, no, boss. Among the mummies at midnight? Oh, no, sir.
Well, here it is, Mr. Keene. The tomb of King Mentop IV.
Well, thank you, Colby. This switch turns on all the lights inside.
That's right.
All right. You stand by at the door. Mike and I will have a look inside.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Come on, Mike.
Good luck.
Oh, boss, there's 100 other places I'd rather be than in an old cemetery like this.
Don't worry. There's plenty of light in here.
With all these narrow winding alleys. Plenty of spaces for spooks to be hiding.
Here, Mike, to the left. This should lead to the central chamber and the sarcophagus of the king.
The what, sir?
A stone casket where the mummy lies. I'd like to move the lid and have a look inside.
Well, I wouldn't.
Relax, Mike. Here's the central chamber now, and the sarcophagus.
Saints preserve us.
Come now. Let's try the lid.
Stand back. Don't move.
Glory be. The mummies are talking.
No, Mike. Mummies don't talk English.
Stand back. Hands over your head.
It's coming from that doorway on the other side.
Quick, let's get after him.
Boss, the lights are gone out.
Quick, turn on your flashlight, Mike. Help! He's trying to strangle.
I'll fix him. Come away, you. Here, I got him, boss. No, he's broken away.
Your flashlight. Turn it
Oh,
on.
I dropped it somewhere. Here it is.
That's better.
Boss, he pretty near slashed the coat off your back.
Look what he left behind on the floor, Mike.
10-inch knife.
Now we know we're up against killers. Don't let's waste time. Help me move the lid of that sarcophagus.
Okay, sir. You ready now?
Hee-haw. Hee-haw. All right, Mike. Now flash the light inside.
Why, boss.
There, Mike. The painting. But we've still got to find the girl. And she's in the hands of killers.
Here you are, Mr. Keene. I've narrowed the list of tempera painters down to a half dozen possibilities.
These are all experienced artists, all over 40?
That's right. Wish I could have stopped that fellow when he came tearing out of the tomb last night. Would have been a quicker way of finding Betty. If ever we're going to find her.
Oh, never mind such talk. As the next step, let's find out everything we can about the 6 men on this list. Anything that indicates shady activities in the past.
Right.
And let's hurry, because now that gang is desperate.
Good morning, Betty.
Oh, there you are.
Tyler is the name.
Well, whatever you call yourself, why are you keeping me in this house? When are you going to let me go? You have the painting. What more do you want?
Correction, my dear. A certain busybody got it away from me last night at the museum. Mr. Keene.
Well, good for him.
No. Bad for you, my dear.
Why? Why?
You see, I have 2 careers at once. Sometimes I borrow, shall we say, valuable paintings from museums with the help of my colleague, Mr. Bruno Carson, who paints excellent substitutes. Most of the time, I run a very respectable gallery on 57th Street.
You're afraid that now I'll give you away.
Mr. Carson is also worried. He's not always a forger, you know.
Let me go, and I'll never mention this to anybody. The museum has its painting back, and that's all it cares about.
Correction again. The police and that man Keene will move heaven and earth to track us down. He's a very smart old billy goat.
I don't care. This has gone far enough. You can't keep me a prisoner here forever.
That's right, my dear. See you later.
Let me out! Let me out! Please, I beg you, let me out!
No use. No one will hear you.
Tyler! Tyler!
Okay, Carson, I'm coming.
Look, Tyler, we can't keep her here much longer. Some people are coming tomorrow to look at my paintings.
All right, Carson. She goes tonight.
And don't leave any traces.
There won't be, Carson. Not for the East River right outside the door.
The river? Too bad. She's so nice looking.
Yes. Too bad.
Well, Mr. Keene, that reduces the possibilities to 2. There's this fellow Haverford Jones.
What trouble was he in, Colby?
He once tried to swindle an estate out of a very valuable Van Gogh. Also, there was once talk of some forgery.
Very promising lead. Now the other fellow.
He got into a different sort of trouble. Bad checks.
And his name is...
Bruno Carson.
I see he lives over by the East River.
Yes, but Haverford Jones seems more likely. The forgery angle.
All right. We'll try him first.
Let's go. There's no time to lose.
No. Something tells me to try Carson first.
No, I don't think Carson
Why would a successful painter like he is live in a dismal place like the East River waterfront?
Well, perhaps he likes to do river scenes.
That's just the point. These catalogs show he's never done anything but portraits.
But Mr. Keene,
Pick up that phone, Colby. Get me the harbor police right away.
All clear, Carson?
All clear, Tyler. The cop on the beach just walked up the block.
Here. Help me carry her out on the pier.
She's not going to start screaming.
No chance. That gag is on good and tight. She's bound hand and foot. Okay, let's go. Straight ahead now, onto the pier.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea. We could just beat it somewhere.
Run away from the cops the rest of our lives? No, sir.
Okay.
All right, here we are. Get ready to swing.
Stop where you are. Hands up.
It's that fellow Keene.
Drop her, Tyler. Let's run for it.
Stop where you are. I'm warning you. Mr. Keene.
What is it, Colby?
Look, Betty's rolling off the pier.
She's fallen into the water.
I'm going in after her.
I hope he makes it in time. The harbor police. They've got those men. But not for murder, I hope.
Keene. Wasn't Bob wonderful, the way he went in after me?
You certainly owe your life to him, Betty.
Yes, to a stuffed shirt.
Why, Bob, whoever called you that?
You did when I asked you to marry me.
Darling, will you ever ask me again?
Well, Betty, will you marry me?
You bet I will.
Betty. Mr. Keene, I don't think we've properly thanked you.
Colby, my dear fellow, this is no time to stop to thank anybody.
Listen next week at the same time when Mr. Keene brings us his next missing persons case. The case of the boy who used big words. Every girl and woman knows that in order to be popular today, one of the most important things she needs is an attractive smile. A smile that reveals clean and sparkling teeth. And to the man in business, teeth that make a good impression are just as important, too. If you're not certain that your own teeth are as attractive as they should be, here's something you'll want to know. The new Colonos High Polishing Toothpaste does wonders in helping to remove those dingy surface stains, helps reveal the natural brilliance of your teeth that adds so much to the charm and personality of your smile. I'll tell you why it does this. Its action on teeth is like that of a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. So start using Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste yourself right away. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore tonight. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene.
And this is Mr. Keene with one last word. I've been asked to bring to your attention the important fact that our country is still faced by a critical shortage of tires for civilian use. The tires you have now must last you indefinitely. Do not be misled by announcements that huge quantities of synthetic rubber are being made. They are, but they are required for military use. So do everything you can to make your tires last as long as possible. Drive only when necessary, at under 35 miles an hour. Keep your tires properly inflated and inspected. Recap your tires as soon as they need it, and share your car with others. Good night, and thank you all.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday night at 7:30 Eastern Wartime. Tomorrow night, listen to the big new musical Friday on Broadway. All the song leaders of the day direct to you from the Gay White Way. At 7:30 tomorrow night over most of these stations. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colonos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder with 1,000 Witnesses. If you suffer from the pains of headache, we urge you to try the remarkable product this program features, Anison. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. That's why the relief it brings is often incredibly fast. Many of you I know first discovered Anison tablets through your own dentist or physician. But if you've not yet used Anison, we urge you to try it. You can get Anison at any drug counter. Use only as directed. And if pain persists or is unusually severe, see your doctor. Anison is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N.
Now for Mr. Keene and a case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Our scene is set at a county fair which is opened in a community just outside New York. It is a bright, sunny afternoon, and as the visitors to the fair wander from exhibit to exhibit, they create a gay holiday mood. A well-dressed, handsome gentleman of 45 has paused near an exhibit of cakes and pastries. After a moment, he is approached by his wife, a lovely woman in her early 30s, whose worried, tense expression sets her apart from the cheerful faces around her.
William?
Anne, darling, so you decided to come to the county fair after all.
My headache's gone, William.
Good. You're just in time, too. The baking contest's about to begin.
Oh.
You know, I love these county fairs and the people who run them. They're wholesome, these folks. And by asking me to be an honorary judge, well, they flatter me more than I can tell you.
I know that, William. In spite of your success, you've always been modest and simple, just like our neighbors. That's one reason I fell in love with you and married you.
That's another thing I can't get over. How a lovely young actress like you ever gave up the stage just to marry me.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Brooks, but they're waiting for you to judge the baking exhibit over there.
Oh, thanks, Miss Wilkins. I imagine you've got your usual delectable entries on the table again this year?
Well, I baked a large cake, but maybe it isn't exactly right that the judge's housekeeper should be a contestant. Or the judge's wife, for that matter.
My wife? Anne, did you...
I've made a few small cakes, William. Just little decorative
Well,
things.
this is a surprise. I didn't know you were a cook, Anne. Up to now, I imagined that actresses couldn't even boil an egg.
And you still may be right.
This way, Mr. Brooks. We're waiting.
Here I come.
And now, folks, Mr. Brooks, our favorite country squire, will taste these cakes and tell us who's the best pastry cook in Bellows County. Mr. Brooks.
Well, let's see now. Here's a delectable-looking morsel, if I ever saw one. Well, this cake is guaranteed to expand a man's waistline. I'll score that at 80 points. And now... Oh, these little cakes look out of this world. Just a mouthful of...
Mr. Brooks, what's the trouble? Get a doctor, somebody, quickly.
Mr. Brooks! Mr. Brooks, what happened?
Don't touch him, Miss Wilkins. He's dead.
Dead. He was poisoned. The poison must have been in the cakes. And those cakes were baked by Mrs. Brooks, his wife.
Then what happened, Miss Wilkins?
When I shouted that the poisoned cakes had been baked by Mrs. Brooks, everyone, all those people turned to look for her, Mr. Keene. But she was gone.
Saints preserve us. Murder with 1,000 people looking on.
You say Mrs. Brooks disappeared?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And she hasn't turned up since.
Holy mackerel. That makes her look even more suspicious.
My partner, Mike Clancy, is right, Miss Wilkins. Mrs. Brooks has certainly made things more difficult for herself by leaving the scene of her husband's murder.
There's no question about the fact that Mrs. Brooks murdered her husband, Mr. Keene. The police have an alarm out for her right now.
Then why did you come to me, Miss Wilkins?
Because I know your reputation, sir. You're not only one of the most famous criminal investigators in the country, but you have just as big a name for finding people, particularly criminals in hiding. If anyone can ferret that woman out, you can, Mr. Keene.
You're very bitter about Anne Brooks, aren't you?
Why shouldn't I be? Her husband was one of the finest men I ever knew. She only married him for his money. She and her theatrical heirs. Why, he was over 12 years older than she was. And besides, what did she know about running a country home and pleasing a man like Mr. Brooks?
Miss Wilkins, how long had you worked for Mr. Brooks as his housekeeper?
For 15 years. I've taken care of him as if he were my brother. And when he married that woman 6 months ago, I still remained in spite of everything.
How do you mean, in spite of everything?
Well, Anne Brooks and I never got along, Mr. Keene. But that's beside the point. I'm asking you, pleading with you to accept this case, sir. A man's been murdered, a good man, and I know that you'll want to see that justice is done.
I most certainly do, Miss Wilkins, and I intend to see that justice is done.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Now, I have the address of Brooks's home. You'll hear from me very shortly.
Well, just one thing more before I go, Mr. Keene. In regard to her brother...
Anne Brooks's brother?
Yes. He's been living with them ever since the marriage.
I see.
And frankly, I think that man is worthless. He's been sponging on Mr. Brooks' generosity. Of course, I don't believe he had anything to do with the murder. But there is a chance that he may know where his sister is hiding.
Well, in that case, I'll have a talk with him. You can expect my partner and me at the Brooks' home this afternoon.
Very well, Mr. Keene. And thank you again for your help. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Clancy.
Goodbye, Miss Wilkins. So long. Well, what's on your mind, Mike?
Sir?
I noticed how you stared at Miss Wilkins as she talked. What were you thinking about?
You want me to come right out with it, boss?
Well, you usually do.
In my opinion, the killer just walked out of this office.
And how did you reach that conclusion?
Well, sure, and jealousy was written all over her face. She kept house for the man, Mr. Brooks, for years. And then he marries a younger, prettier woman, an actress. When the baking contest comes up at the county fair, the housekeeper slips some poison into the wife's cakes, so the wife would get the blame for his murder.
Well, Mike, that's not a bad theory.
Yeah, and look how anxious she is to nab the wife. Why, she can't even wait until the police grab her. And she's got to come to you and ask for help.
I'm glad she did. This is a strange case and an interesting one. We'll drive out to the Brooks' home this afternoon, Mike. Mr. Brooks' murder is certainly worth looking into.
Hey, this is a nice-looking house, boss.
Yes, Mike, it is. Mr. Brooks must have been a man of taste as well as wealth.
That roadster parked in front of the door has a New York license plate.
There's definitely a visitor in the house. Let's go inside.
Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy, please come in.
Thank you. Is Ann Brooks' brother here, Miss Wilkins?
No, and I don't know where he's gone. He wasn't here when I came back. But Mr. Hilton's here, sir.
Mr. Hilton?
Lawrence Hilton. He's in the living room. And he's a man you might be interested in talking to, if I may say so.
Is he? Why?
Well, he's young and he's good looking. And he knew Mrs. Brooks before she married. I'll bet he's an actor, sir. And frankly, I don't care much for actors.
What is he doing here?
Well, he said he just stopped off to say hello to Mrs. Brooks and her husband. I told him about Mr. Brooks' murder, and he couldn't get over it. But he may be putting on an act. He might even know where she is. And he came here to check up for her.
Miss Wilkins. Mr. Keene's the investigator.
What?
I'll speak to Mr. Hilton alone, if I may, Miss Wilkins.
Oh, well, step right in there, Mr. Keene. I told him you were coming here, and he said he wanted to wait for you.
Now, as soon as Mrs. Brooks' brother arrives, please tell him I'd like to speak to him.
Yes, sir. I will.
So the more she talks, the surer I am that she had something to do with the murder, boss.
Well, we'll see soon enough, Mike. Now, let's have a chat with Lawrence Hilton.
Mr. Keene?
Yes.
I'm Lawrence Hilton. Miss Wilkins, the housekeeper, told me you expected.
Oh, yes. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Oh, how do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Hilton.
Needless to say, I'm still stunned by the news. I can't believe that Ann Brooks had anything to do with the murder of her husband, even though she did disappear right afterwards.
She's under strong suspicion, however.
Yes, I can see that, Mr. Keene.
I understand you're a good friend of hers, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, I toured with her for months in a Broadway production. She was the leading lady. I must admit, for a while, I almost thought I was in love with Ann. But I was wrong. And I was very happy about our marriage.
You don't happen to know where she is right now, do you, Mr. Hilton?
Why, no. I thought she'd be here. Oh, great Scott, Mr. Keene, you don't believe I'm the one who's hiding her, I hope.
Why, not at all. I just thought you might be able to give me some kind of a clue.
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Miss Wilkins.
Here is her brother, John Ainsley.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Ainsley?
How do you do?
I don't believe I know you, sir. My name is Hilton.
Keene, you're wasting your time here. I don't know where my sister Ann is. What's more, she's innocent. She didn't murder her husband.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Ainsley. However, I hope you're telling the truth about not knowing where your sister is. If you aren't, you're only placing her in further jeopardy.
What do you mean?
Every hour she's in hiding makes her look more guilty. Now, if she gives herself up willingly, she'll at least show faith in her own innocence. But if she's caught while hiding, I wouldn't give much for her chances of escaping a verdict of first-degree murder.
Mr. Keene, you're just trying to scare me into telling you what...
In other words, you know where your sister is.
Miss Rainsby, I took this case to help your sister if she's innocent, not to convict her. But I see I'm getting no cooperation from you. Perhaps I'd better drop the whole thing and let Ann Brooks face the situation alone.
Mr. Keene, you really mean you want to help her?
If she's innocent, yes.
She won't be the first innocent person Mr. Keene's helped to freedom, mister. And don't forget it.
Yes, I know his reputation.
I'd put my trust in Mr. Keene if I were you, Ainsley. And I assure you, I'm just as anxious to see Anne in the clear as you are.
Mr. Keene, call the Hotel Newtons. The number is Central 4, 1174. Ask for Miss Brown in room 103.
She's hiding there under an assumed name?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Anne may never forgive me for giving her away, but I'm putting my trust in you.
Hotel Newton.
Miss Brown, please. Room 103.
One moment, please. Yes?
Is this Ann Brooks?
Who are you?
My name is Keene. I'm investigating the murder of your husband.
I never heard of Ann Brooks. There's no one here by that name.
I'm only trying to help you, Mrs. Brooks. You just trust
Keep
me.
away from me. I warn you, keep away. You're not going to take me. If you try to do it, I won't be responsible for what happens.
Hello? Hello?
My sister hung up on you, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Miss Rainsby, with a threat. She may try to get away again. Or she may remain there at the hotel and do something foolish when we arrive. But in any case, we're going after her. Come along, Mike. We're heading to the Hotel Newton and a long talk with Mrs. Ann Brooks.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between teeth. Get Colinos toothpaste with amazing dental floss action for a clean mouth and a pleasing breath. Most unpleasing breath breathes between the teeth, in the deep recesses where food particles can collect and decay. These are the places that must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a pleasant breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Now Colinos toothpaste gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. What's more, Colinos has high polishing action. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colinos is gentle, safe for even children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Most refreshing toothpaste ever. Test Colinos in your own way. Keeps your teeth bright, your breath right. Colinos toothpaste is dentist approved, dentist recommended. Get the Colinos with dental floss action today. Save 31 cents on the giant economy size. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the murder of William Brooks, a wealthy country squire who was poisoned to death while judging a baking contest at a county fair near his home. Mr. Keene has just discovered that beautiful Ann Brooks, the victim's wife, who is suspected of murder, is hiding in a nearby hotel under an assumed name. And as he and Mike reach the room she's occupying...
Well, this is it, Mr. Keene. Room 103.
We've got to handle this carefully, Mike. Ann Brooks knows she's under strong suspicion of murder. She may prove to be difficult to reason with. Knock on the door.
And no answer.
Hotel clerk said he didn't see her leave. Use the key he gave us.
Boss, look. She's sitting in a chair over there, just staring out of the window.
I think she's been weeping, Mike. Mrs. Brooks.
Yes.
I'm Mr. Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
You come to turn me over to the police.
We've come to talk to you. I'm glad you didn't try to get away after we phoned.
There's no point in running away. I'm tired and beaten. They believe I killed William, my husband.
There doesn't seem to be any way to prove my innocence.
Perhaps everyone doesn't hold to that theory, Mrs. Brooks.
What do you mean?
It doesn't seem logical to me, for instance, that you murdered your husband.
You mean you really want to help me?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I would have notified the police at once.
I love my husband, Mr. Keene. I didn't kill him. I didn't.
You feel you can answer my questions calmly now and tell me everything I want to know?
Yes. Yes, of course, Mr. Keene.
Now, the poison that killed your husband was in the cakes you baked. Tell me, when did you prepare them?
The night before we went to the county fair.
Why did you enter the baking contest at the fair? I understand you were an actress before you were married, and your domestic experience is limited.
I decided to enter the baking contest because of Miss Wilkins.
Your husband's housekeeper?
Yes, Mr. Keene. She worked for the Brooks family for many years. She resented my marriage to William. Perhaps she hoped he'd have married her someday. At any rate, I had to prove something to Miss Wilkins and to William, my husband.
What was it you wanted to prove, Mrs. Brooks?
That I wasn't useless in the house. That I could cook and clean and do anything I had to do to make him comfortable.
So you learned how to bake and tried to win a contest at the county fair to impress your husband?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Who was in your home the night you prepared those cakes, Mrs. Brooks?
William, Miss Wilkins, and my brother John Ainsley. I remember I quarreled with Miss Wilkins that night. I was in the kitchen, and the cakes were in the stove. She came in while I was mixing the icing.
You say Miss Wilkins, the housekeeper, quarreled with you?
Yes, Mr. Keene. She accused me of messing up the kitchen. She said I'd left a box of rat poison on the pantry floor and that it was dangerous.
Rat poison?
Well, I remember looking for something in the pantry, and maybe I took the box of poison out by accident.
Well, never mind the quarrel at the moment, Mrs. Brooks. Just tell me, what happened to that box of rat poison?
Miss Wilkins said she replaced it where it belonged.
Now, while you were mixing the icing for the cakes, did you leave the kitchen for any length of time?
Why, yes, I did, for 5 minutes. I wanted to talk to my husband.
About what?
I thought Miss Wilkins was going too far. I decided to have it out with my husband about her. But I changed my mind when I found him in the study. He was upset.
Yes, Mrs. Brooks. Why was your husband upset?
He asked me a very odd question. He wanted to know if I'd ever been involved in a scandal before he married me.
Mm-hmm. What did you tell him?
I was amazed. I denied it, of course. He seemed to take my word for it, Mr. Keene, because he looked relieved.
And then you returned to the kitchen and the cake icing, eh?
Yes.
Now tell me, Mrs. Brooks, what ingredients did you use for the icing?
A prepared chocolate mixture and sugar mostly.
Sugar from a bowl?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
And did you leave the bowl in plain view when you were out of the kitchen?
It was on a table next to the stove.
Mike.
Yes, boss.
I think I have an important clue to the murder of Mr. Brooks. I'm going to take you back to your home, Mrs. Brooks, and give you a chance to clear yourself. Your brother is there with Lawrence Hilton.
Lawrence?
Is he a good friend of yours?
Why, yes. He's an actor, and we toured in the same theatrical company. I haven't seen him in quite a while.
I asked them both to wait at your home. Oh, just one thing more, Mrs. Brooks. Can we get inside the house and into the kitchen without being seen by anyone in the living room?
Why, yes, there's a service entrance.
Good. I think we'd better get started. Incidentally, can you brew a good pot of coffee, Mrs. Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Keene. But what's coffee got to do with all this?
It may enable you to go free and point an accusing finger at your husband's murderer.
Here we are, Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy. This is the kitchen.
Be very quiet, Mrs. Brooks. Where is that sugar bowl you used the night before your husband's murder?
Usually kept in this cabinet. Yes, here it is, Mr. Keene.
It's empty, boss.
Well, that doesn't matter, Mike. We'll fill it up again with sugar.
Very well, Mr. Keene.
You start to brew that pot of coffee, Mrs. Brooks, and serve it when it's ready. Exactly as I instructed you to.
All right.
Meanwhile, Mike and I will join John Ainsley, Miss Wilkins, and Mr. Hilton in the living room.
I still don't see what you're getting at, boss.
You may find out, Mike, that a murderer can be caught with a bowl of sugar. Mr. Keene and his partner, Mr. Clancy.
We didn't hear you come in the front door, Mr. Keene.
We came in through the service entrance, Miss Wilkins. Did you see my sister? Yes, I did, Miss Ainsley.
How is she? Anne hasn't done anything foolish, I hope.
On the contrary, Mr. Hilton. Mrs. Brooks is in the kitchen right now, preparing some coffee for us.
Coffee? At a time like this, Mr. Keene?
As good a time as any, Miss Wilkins.
And that means Anne's been cleared of suspicion. She's free.
Not quite. She must turn herself over to the police tonight.
But what?
Anne.
Good evening.
Here, let me help you with that tray, Mrs. Brooks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Clancy.
I think everyone can use a cup of coffee. It's going to be a strenuous night, I'm afraid. Would you serve, Mrs. Brooks?
Of course, Mr. Keene.
This is crazy. We're sitting here drinking coffee as if nothing...
Sugar, Mr. Ainsley?
Oh, I don't care. Either way.
Give your brother 2 teaspoons of sugar, Mrs. Brooks.
How about you, Miss Wilkins?
Yes, I'll have some coffee.
Sugar?
Please.
Now, Mr. Hilton?
I don't care for coffee, thank you.
You don't, Lawrence? I remember how fond of it you used to be when we were on the road together with the play.
Was I? All right, I'll have some. But no sugar.
I already put sugar in it just a moment ago. I also remember how you liked your coffee. Very sweet.
I'll have a cup, Mike. And take one for yourself.
Certainly smells good.
You're not drinking your coffee, Mr. Hilton.
I don't feel very well, Mr. Keene. I believe I'll leave.
Not until you've had that coffee.
What?
You heard what the boss said. You either drink up, Mr. Hilton, or I'll take you over my knee and feed it to you.
That's not a bad idea, Mike.
No! Let go of me! No!
That's all I wanted to know. Put the handcuffs on him, Mike.
Get out of my way! Never leave with your right, Mr. You have a little more of the same, or will you behave yourself?
I think you'll be quiet now, Mike.
Well, these bracelets will make sure of that, boss.
I don't understand. What's it all about, Mr. Keene?
Lawrence Hilton murdered your brother-in-law, Mr. Ainsley, and tried to place the blame on your sister Anne.
But how could he have done it?
I think I can reconstruct the story now, Miss Wilkins. Hilton was hiding outside the kitchen window when you and Anne Brooks quarreled about that rat poison. When you both left the kitchen, he placed some of the deadly poison in the sugar bowl. And when Mrs. Brooks returned, she innocently mixed it in with the cake icing. That's why Hilton refused to drink the coffee just now. He thought the poison was still in the sugar bowl. And that's how I hoped to trap him.
But why, Mr. Keene? Why should he want to murder Mr. Brooks?
Well, from what Mrs. Brooks has told me, perhaps I can guess that too. William Brooks asked his wife if she had ever been in a scandal before she married him. Obviously, someone had told him she had and tried to blackmail him. Am I right, Hilton?
You may as well talk, mister. You don't have a chance to get away with it anymore.
All right. Brooks said he was going to turn me over to the police for blackmail. He threw me out of the house. I killed him to protect myself.
In other words, after you saw William Brooks, you hid outside on the grounds, trying to find a way to strike back at him. And then when you overheard his wife's conversation in the kitchen, you thought you had your perfect opportunity.
I wanted to marry her once. She refused. Who did she think she was? A goddess?
You didn't love me, Lawrence. You only wanted to marry me because I was the star of the show and a good friend of the producers. You thought I could further your career.
So you saw Sue Hilton even then, Mrs. Brooks?
Yes, Mr. King. But I never dreamed he'd resort to murder.
When he heard of your advantageous marriage, he thought he'd cash in on it. So he tried to blackmail your husband by creating a sordid lie about your past. And he hoped he'd be able to strike back at you for turning him down. Hilton, you thought your plan for murder was clever. But it really wasn't at all. And I think you'll agree with that when you are convicted of murder.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician. and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pain strikes, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hubbard. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the man who invented death. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye from Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colinos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, for bright, sparkling teeth, $1 million smile, try the new Colinos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from silver. Safely, speedily, it whisks away dingy surface stains that cloud your smile and reveals the full natural brilliance of your teeth. Get the new high-polishing Colinos at any drugstore tonight. Ask for Colinos toothpaste. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. And now for Mr. Keene and the case of the boy who used big words. Our story opens in the reception room of Mr. Keene's office as Miss Ellis talks with an unusual visitor, Jimmy Harmon, who's only 12 but wears horn-rimmed glasses and a very serious manner.
Young man, you say you want to see Mr. Keene at once.
Yes, ma'am, I've got to.
Well, he's a very busy man.
I know, but the nature of my business is very imperative.
Important, you mean?
Imperative.
Such big words. What's your name?
James V. Harmon, Jr. And what's yours, if I may ask?
You may, and it's Miss Ellis.
I like you, Miss Ellis. You have a trustworthy face.
Now, Jimmy, you wouldn't be trying to get around me.
Oh, please, Miss Ellis. I've heard so much about Mr. Keene, and I know he's the only man who can help me.
Help you with what?
Well, that's very confidential.
Well, he's talking at the moment with his assistant, Mike Clancy, but I'll see what we can do.
Oh.
Come along, Jimmy.
Thank you, Miss Ellis.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Miss Ellis?
This young man, Jimmy Harmon, insists upon seeing you.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
I'm afraid I'm rather busy.
I know, but he says the nature of his business is very imperative.
Imperative? What in tarnation is that? Hush, Mike. Come over, Jimmy. Sit down.
Mr. Keene, you're a gentleman.
Thank you.
Yeah, guess you won't be needing me.
Suppose I introduce you to my assistant, Mike Clancy.
I'm pleased to meet you.
I've heard about you, too, Mr. Clancy. Very reliable, they say.
Well, thank you, my boy.
Now, Jimmy, you haven't come here because any member of your family has disappeared, have you?
No, Mr. Keene. Just the opposite. We can't get rid of him.
Of whom?
Or of my uncle, Bill Harmon.
Your father's brother?
That's right. You see, Mr. Keene, he came to visit us. Oh,
approximately 6 months ago.
You mean about 6 months ago?
Approximately. Well, Uncle Bill was only supposed to stay for a week or two, but he's been staying on and on. What I don't like, well, the very first night he sat down in the parlor in the nice, big, soft chair that's always been Father's. I went up to him, and I said, Uncle Bill, that's where Father always sits.
Yeah?
Well, he works very hard, and he needs that chair to relax in.
Yeah?
Don't you think you ought to get up?
Jimmy, why don't you just go and chase yourself?
Well, have your parents objected, Jimmy?
You can't object with a man like Uncle Bill. And something more, Mr. Keene.
Yes?
His eyes are too close together, and he doesn't have much back to his head.
Oh, really?
Yes, I made a study of that. It's a sign of bad character. Now take Mr. Clancy's skull.
Miss, now, I think you'd leave my skull alone.
Well, I only wanted to say that your skull shows signs of excellent character.
Oh, well, now, that's different.
Jimmy, this is all very interesting, but...
Wait, Mr. Keene. There's something more.
Well?
I mean the man in black.
What man in black?
Well, I was walking on Fifth Avenue one day with Uncle Bill when this individual suddenly came out of a side street. Black suit, black derby, and black overcoat. He walked up to Uncle Bill and said,
Well, hello, Harmon. Huh? Fancy meeting you.
Oh, hello.
Didn't ever expect to run into me again, did you?
Look, I can explain everything.
No, I don't think you can.
I swear, the way it happened...
It happened the wrong way for you, Harmon.
Wait a minute. I can square myself. I can... Taxi! Hey, taxi! Come on, Jimmy. Hop into that cab.
And so your uncle suddenly ran away from this man in black, eh?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And now, I have a feeling that something terrible is going to happen. You've got to help me get Uncle Bill out of our house.
Jimmy, did your parents know you were coming here to see me?
Well, no, sir, I didn't tell them.
I'm afraid I don't really have any right to interfere.
But this is a dangerous situation, Mr. Keene.
Well, the kid's been to too many movies, boss.
Mr. Clancy, I resent that remark. I may be only 12 years old, but I'm not a child.
Oh, sure.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Jimmy, much as I understand your dislike for your Uncle Bill, I'm afraid this is a matter for your parents to handle.
But, Mr. Keene...
I hope you'll drop in again someday when I have a little more time. Will you do that?
All right, Mr. Keene. But I know something is going to happen. Something terrible.
Here you are, Mr. Keene. Now, if you'll just sign those letters.
Letters? Oh, yes.
So absent-minded today. Something bothering you?
I've been thinking about the visit we had yesterday from that strange little boy.
Jimmy Harmon? Oh, he was just scaring himself.
Jimmy has a wisdom and perception far beyond his years.
Imagination, too. Now, here are the letters, pen and ink.
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Hello, Mike. Why so excited?
Well, I bought myself an evening paper on the way to the office here. And the first item that hits me eye, Saints preserve us.
Come, Mike, let's see it.
There, on the bottom of page 1. Read it, sir.
Man killed in auto accident. Boy vanishes.
Good heavens, that doesn't mean...
Police were left baffled today by an obvious hit-and-run accident early last night on Madison Avenue, which claimed the life of William Harmon, 44, of 3000 East 89th Street, where he was staying at the home of a brother. The dead man, found lying in the roadway, had gone walking with his young nephew, James Harmon, Jr., age 12. But there has been no sign of the boy since the accident. Police are investigating.
Heavens above.
Hand me my hat and coat, Mike. I must talk to Jimmy's parents at once.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. We knew Jimmy admired you, but we didn't know he'd been to see you.
He didn't tell you, Mrs. Harmon?
No, Mr. Keene.
He always used to say that if anybody ever disappeared, you'd be sure to find him.
Well, Mr. Harmon, more than ever, I hope I can justify Jimmy's faith in me. He's a splendid boy.
So serious and so good. A sweet little owl.
The way I blame myself for this. As I've told you, Jimmy had certain premonitions.
Well, I don't know that had anything to do with it. We talked to Lieutenant Walker.
Of the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes.
He's an old friend of mine. What was his theory?
Just a hit-and-run case. And he thinks that maybe Jimmy became unnerved at the sight of blood and ran away. Or else
We hate to think of it.
Or else that Jimmy was also hurt and the driver maybe took him to some hospital and left him there. What do you think, Mr. Keene?
I need more facts. Now, what can you tell me about your brother, Mr. Harmon?
Well, Bill is my brother, and I don't like talking bad of the dead.
He moved in 6 months ago and just wouldn't move out again.
What was his occupation?
Occupation? I wouldn't much know. I hadn't seen him in 10 years. Business, he said.
He talked about big deals sometimes. He said he'd made a lot of money out west.
Mm-hmm. What was he supposed to be doing in New York?
Looking for some opportunity to invest.
And that's all you know?
Oh, I wish we could do something more to help you, Mr. Keene. You're so kind to drop everything like this and go hunting for Jimmy.
To me, it's the most important case of my life. Well, I'll have to go now. The Missing Persons Bureau is my next stop.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. God bless you.
You see, Lieutenant Walker, it just happened the boy came to my office yesterday to tell me that strange story.
Well, I certainly appreciate the tip, Mr. Keene. It makes it more than just a hit-and-run accident.
I'm very much afraid so. You don't mind my stepping into the case, Lieutenant?
No, glad to have you.
About the boy, I presume you're in touch with all the hospitals?
Yes, it's still possible he was also hurt. The driver was soft-hearted enough to want to get him to a doctor.
Yes. There weren't any witnesses to the accident or whatever it was?
No one. No, excuse me. Lieutenant Walker speaking. Oh, yeah, Martin. You got a pretty good set of prints? What's that? I'll be darned. Well, thanks anyhow.
Bad news, Lieutenant?
Funny news, Mr. Keene. I was a man at the morgue. Jeepers, there are 2 billion people in the world, and they all got fingerprints. Now, just when it would help to know...
This man has no fingerprints?
Not a trace.
You mean his fingertips have been mutilated?
Yep, the old gag. All 10 fingers badly burned and healed over with scars.
Yes, that is news.
Now, clear as day. He was an old mobster. Did it deliberately to cover up his record.
Well, maybe he did once have an accident.
No. No, he belonged to a mob.
One way or another, we're up against a stone wall. Even his own brother knows nothing about him.
Well, Mr. Keene, only one thing left to do. Send out a nationwide alarm for the kid, Jimmy. So, if you'll excuse me now...
I'm running along anyhow. No fingerprints. Who was he, anyhow? What was he hiding?
And so the case takes a baffling turn for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people. But if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that adds so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene as he returns once more to the home of Jimmy's parents.
See, Mr. Harmon, Mrs. Harmon, the one important thing right now is to get back in the dead man's past.
Well, I've shown you every blessed thing that was in his room, Mr. Keene.
Not one single paper there to give us a lead. One moment. Do you recall anybody who may have phoned him regularly?
Well, now come to think of it.
Yes, Mrs. Harmon.
The one person I ever knew Bill to have anything to do with, it was last week. Mr. Benson phoned him here 2 or 3 times.
Benson? Any idea who he was?
No.
Or where he might be reached?
See, I remember once that Bill wasn't in, and Mr. Benson left a message where to call him back.
Where? Try to remember. It may be very important.
A hotel it was. It's a funny name, like that man in England.
What man?
Lord somebody. He has to do with rationing. It was the only way I remembered.
Oh, Wilton?
That's it. The Hotel Wilton.
You say you're looking for a Mr. Benson?
That's right, clerk.
You wouldn't have his first name?
I'm afraid not. All I know is that he was registered here last week.
I looked through these files. Yes, we had a Harley Benson.
Good. Is he still in the hotel?
No, checked out yesterday.
Yesterday. All the bad luck. Did he leave any home address with you?
Just Chicago.
That's a very big city. Of course, there's just a chance he might be in the Chicago telephone book.
But you'll find the out-of-town phone books on the end of the counter there.
Thank you.
Find it, sir?
Yes, here it is, thank you. What? Benson.
Any luck, sir?
No Harley Benson. I rather imagine he wouldn't be in the phone book anyhow.
Well, sir, if there's anything more I can do, I'll
Yes, there is. You keep records, of course, of all long-distance phone calls for your guests?
Oh, yes.
Would you mind showing me Benson's? To explain my right to ask, my name is Keene. I'm a tracer of lost persons. I'm now looking for a 12-year-old boy, Jimmy Harmon, who has disappeared.
Oh, yes, I read all about it in the papers. Let me see, the bill file's right here, Mr. Keene. Yes. Here's Benson. He made several calls.
Did he call Chicago?
Yes, sir. 3 times. His only long-distance call.
And the number he phoned?
Here you are, sir. The same all 3 times.
Thank you, clerk. That's all I need to know.
Well, here we are, boss. This is the house that Benson phoned to from New York.
Didn't expect this. It's as pretty a cottage as I've ever seen.
Well, I've known gangsters to hide out in stranger places.
All right. Strike a match now, Mike. Let's see the name on the doorbell. It says Malcolm Dugan.
That's an alias. I'm sure it's Benson. And that Benson is that man in black that Jimmy talked about.
Possibly.
Well, let's bust right in and face it.
Hey, you out there. Anything you want?
Well, you see,
I seen you through the window, prowling around in the dark.
Indeed you did, Benson.
How'd you know my name?
That's a long story. I've come all the way from New York to talk with you. Though I didn't expect to find you under the name of Dugan.
Dugan's a cousin of mine. I board here.
May we come in?
Sure. Why not?
Now then. My name is Keene.
Say, not the detective.
That's right. This is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
Okay. What's next?
What do you know about Bill Harmon?
Bill Harmon?
A gunman, huh? Trigger man for one of the Chicago mobs. Alky racket. Or was it dope? Or maybe black market. And you did him in.
Oh, wait a minute, Clancy. Back up.
All right. Tell us in your own way.
Harmon ain't no mobster. He was the same as what I still am.
And what's that?
A prison guard in the Lakeshore Penitentiary.
A prison guard?
Sure, until 5 years ago when he quit. I didn't hear a word from him until I was in New York on vacation last week and ran into him on the street.
On the street? You get that, boss?
1 second, Mike. Benson, are you in the habit of wearing black suits and overcoats?
Me? You think I'm an undertaker?
Well, now, when you ran into Harmon, did he tell you what he was doing?
Salesman, he said. We had a couple of beers together, 2 or 3 times. He didn't talk much.
Tell me, was there any special reason why he left his job at the penitentiary?
No, just quit.
What were his duties?
Same as me, guarding the death house. And come to think of it...
Yes?
There was something a little funny in his quitting. He did it just a couple of hours before that big racketeer, Legs Mosley, was burned.
Mosley? Oh, yes.
And Harmon just walked out. Said he had enough executions. Well, it happens that way sometimes with a guard.
Yes, I've heard.
But now I remember something else. The minute Legs came out for his last walk to the chair, he asked for Harmon. Where's Harmon, he says. He's got to be here. He's always here. I said Harmon had a previous appointment.
So Legs kept asking for him.
Yeah, Mr. Keene. Think it meant anything?
Tell me something else, Benson. Are there any members of the old Mosley mob still in the penitentiary that I could talk to?
No, not a one. Tell you what, though. There is a guy in the pen, a lifer, who was supposed to burn the same night with Mosley. He got reprieved to life. His name is Rayburn. Like to talk to him?
You bet I would. The first thing tomorrow morning. Rayburn, I gather you're no gangster.
No, Mr. King. I committed my murder over a woman.
Well, as I've told you, I'm trying my best to trace a fine 12-year-old boy who's disappeared. Somehow the trail leads right here to the penitentiary.
How do you mean?
It's too long a story to tell right now. There's only one question I want to ask.
Yes, sir?
Why did Bill Harmon suddenly quit his job as a guard in the death house a few hours before Mosley's execution?
Well, you see...
And why didn't Harmon have the nerve to go into the death chamber that night to see him executed?
Mr. Keene, I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Don't worry about that. Harmon is dead. The question now is to try to save the life of an innocent boy. Well, why did Harmon quit?
Well, because he welched on a bargain.
Welched? How?
Well, while Legs Mosley was waiting to burn, some of his gang reached Bill Harmon and made a proposition. They would pay him $20,000 if he would help spring Legs from the death house. The brains of the plan was a fellow called Blackie.
Blackie?
Well, they called him that because he always dressed in black. Blackie Westlake.
Yes, go right on.
Well, the way I got the story, Harmon agreed. But he wanted some of the money in advance. So they gave him $10,000, and he would get the rest after Legs was over the wall and free. I knew all about it because they were going to let me walk out the same time.
Harmon never carried out his crooked bargain.
No, Mr. King. Talk of crooks out-crooking each other. He took the $10,000 and beat it. Legs died in the chair. I got a reprieve. But that's ancient history, isn't it?
Yes, ancient history that suddenly came back to life. Thank you, Rayburn.
Why, sure, boss, it's as plain as day now. Blackie Westlake and the other members of the old mob killed Harmon for revenge.
Yes, and abducted Jimmy because he had once seen Blackie before and was in a position to identify him to the police.
Right.
Now the next step. We phone Lieutenant Walker in New York and ask him to send out an alarm.
For every member of the old Mosley mob?
No, Mike. Just for Blackie Westlake.
And why just for Blackie?
To start a civil war.
Boss, I don't get it.
You know the old saying, when thieves fall out, honest men get their due? Mike, that's the only way of getting Jimmy safely out of the hands of those gangsters.
Oh, psychology stuff.
Right. Let's phone Walker now and then get back to New York.
Good morning, Professor. How do you do, Professor?
Oh, it's you. The hoodlum they call Blackie.
Next on that hoodlum stuff.
Well, that's what you are. When are you going to let me out of the cellar?
When I feel like it. Get back there, I'll slap you. That's better. Looks all right. I brought you a sandwich out of the kindness of my heart.
I don't want your sandwich. Why are you keeping me here?
Because you're too darn smart, Professor. You saw us bump off your dear uncle. If I let you go, the cops would take you to headquarters, you'd identify my picture.
Just what I thought. You're one of those habitual criminals.
Shut up.
I can tell that from the shape of your ears and the index of your cranium.
Stop that highbrow stuff. My cranium's all right.
Where is this place you're keeping me?
A warehouse. A lot nearer your home place than you think.
I'm sick of it. It's cold. Let me out of here.
You stay right here till the noise dies down. Now go on, get back. Get back or I'll smack you.
Take your hand off me. Let me go.
Oh, yeah?
You slapped me right in the face. You knocked my glasses off.
And that's only a sample.
Let me out of here. Let me go.
Little wise guy.
Hey, Blackie! Blackie!
Yeah, Montana?
Look at here. I was just outside and got a newspaper.
So what?
Me and the others are scrambling out of here.
Why?
Look at this paper, the front page.
Let me see. Oh.
Blackie Westlake hunted in murder and abduction. That means you.
Thought it was covered up the whole way.
You ain't, but we are.
Now, wait a minute,
You're
Montana.
hot, Blackie, hot as fire. The whole town's looking for you. So the rest of us is taking the car and scrambling. Because we're still in the clear.
You're not walking out on me. You're staying right here. If we burn together.
Not in your life, Blackie.
Okay, maybe this'll teach you.
You rat! Larry, French, come quick!
Oh, so you want to shoot it out, huh?
It just makes me sick to think of Jimmy in the hands of those gangsters.
He's a bright boy, Mrs. Harmon. We can count on him handling himself intelligently.
Besides, Mother, the police are hunting everywhere.
Yes, but they might take weeks and still not find him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Harmon. I've done my best. Now it's only a question of letting nature take its course.
Nature? But, Mr. Keene, those men are killers.
That's exactly what I'm counting on. You see...
Oh, the door.
Now go and see. Just remain calm, Mother.
Hello, everybody.
Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Thank God you're back again. Jimmy, my darling.
Hello, Mother. Hello, Dad.
Oh, darling, did those men hurt you? Are you all right?
We're just a little hungry. Relax, everybody.
Oh, Jimmy, we were just about crazy with worry. Where were you?
In a warehouse in Brooklyn.
Well, how did you ever get away from there?
In a police car. Thanks to Mr. Keene. I guess you'd like to know what happened, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Jimmy, I certainly would.
Well, just about an hour ago, I was locked in the cellar. But I heard an argument start. The rest of the gang wanted to run away without Blackie. Suddenly, they were shooting all over the place. When the police came a little later, they were all dead or dying. Like the Kilkenny cat.
Good heavens.
You see, Mr. Keene, they didn't have much loyalty to each other.
Yes, Jimmy, that's exactly what I was counting on.
Mr. Keene, Lieutenant Walker told me how you did it while he was driving me back. Psychology, that's what you call it.
Whatever it was, Mr. Keene. You saved Jimmy's life.
How can we ever thank you?
My own happiness is reward enough.
Mr. Keene, there was something I wish to request of you.
Yes. What's that?
Well, when I grow up, may I have a position in your organization?
Well, Jimmy, I never had a higher compliment from anybody. Of course you may.
Listen next week at the same time when Mr. Keene brings us the fascinating case of Mr. Trevor's Secret. Today, the girl or woman who wants to be popular knows that one of her most important assets is a charming smile and teeth that sparkle and gleam. Knows that no matter how smartly she may dress or make up, teeth that are dingy and discolored looking instantly create an unfavorable impression. And the same is true of the man in business, whose very livelihood depends on selling himself. He knows how quickly discolored looking teeth can bring failure. That's why today thousands of smart and successful men and women are changing to the new Colonos, high-polishing toothpaste. So for your own sake, try the new Colonos toothpaste yourself. It works like a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. It helps remove dull, dingy surface stains, revealing the natural brilliance and sparkle of your teeth. Ask for Colonos toothpaste, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, at your drugstore tonight. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of Mr. Trevor's Secret. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Kalinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Silver Dagger Murder Case. When you think of a headache, think of Anison. When you have a headache, get Anison. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. It gives incredibly fast, effective relief from the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Millions have turned to Anison tablets for this reason. If you're one of those who have not already been given Anison by your own physician or dentist, let me urge you to try it. Results will surprise you. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name, Anison. Anacin. All drug counters have it. Now for Mr. Keene and the Silver Dagger murder case. Our scene opens in a 3-story, privately owned white stone house in metropolitan New York. On the first floor, in a handsomely furnished study, decorated with curios from many parts of the world, a beautiful woman sits at her desk, deeply engrossed in writing a letter, unaware that death is lurking just outside her door.
And this is to tell you that we must not see each other again. Apparently, you misjudged my motives and made a grave mistake. I am not in love with you, and I never was. Good luck, and the best of everything. Edna. Who's there? Who? What are you doing here in my apartment? I thought I made it plain that you were not to see me again. How dare you touch my things? Leave that dagger on the wall. Did you hear what I said? What are you doing with that dagger? No! No, don't!
Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Keene.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mike.
There's a strange-looking fellow in the outer office. He wants to see you.
A strange-looking man?
He's got a French accent, but he's wearing an outfit like a moving picture extra. Says his name is Lafarge, and it's a matter of life and death.
Well, I'll see him at once, Mike.
Right, sir. And wait till you get a look at his makeup, boss. Sure, all he needs is a camel, and he'd be set for a trip across the desert.
You wanted to see me?
You are Monsieur Keene?
Yes.
My name is Lafarge, Monsieur Jean Lafarge. I am grateful that you can send to see me, Monsieur Keene. The situation cannot wait.
Please sit down, Mr. Lafarge. You've met my partner, Mike Clancy.
Yes, of course.
Can I ask you one question, mister, before you tell the boss what's on your mind?
But naturally, Monsieur Clancy.
Where did you get that outfit?
I am a North African, Monsieur. My home is in French Morocco. Part of this costume is Arabian.
Oh, you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Lafarge. You don't look Arabian to me.
I am French, Monsieur Keene. My parents left France and moved to North Africa, to Casablanca, when I was a child.
What was it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Lafarge?
Murder, Monsieur.
Saints preserve us. What's going on?
Last night, a woman named Edna Coring was killed in her home here in New York.
Edna Coring? Seems to me I've heard that name before.
She was a very wealthy and beautiful woman, Monsieur Keene. Much in the news.
Well, I didn't read about her murder in the papers this morning.
It was kept from the papers, Monsieur Clancy. The police believe they will have a better chance to catch the killer if there is no publicity at the moment.
Then how did you learn about it, Mr. Lafarge?
I had an appointment with Edna, Miss Coring, last night. When I reached the house, the police were there investigating her murder. The man who found her body, a servant, told me what happened.
And you spoke to the police?
No, monsieur, I did not. I left immediately without going upstairs.
I see.
But please, let me explain everything first.
Very well, Mr. Lafarge.
I first met Miss Coring in North Africa 3 years ago. She was on a tour, and she came to my place of business. I am an exporter of African curios, Monsieur Keene. And she was fond of collecting odd souvenirs on her travels.
What sort of odd souvenirs?
Oh, masks, silverware, and knives. It was a solid silver knife that I sold her, a dagger. It was used by her murderer.
And is that why you were so reluctant to speak to the police? Because you had sold her the murder weapon?
That and my relationship with Edna Coring. We were very good friends, and nothing more. But the police may think... Mr. Keene, it is not for myself alone that I beg for your assistance. Edna Coring was a wonderful woman. It is only fitting that I should ask you, one of the greatest investigators in the country, to see that her murderer is caught.
It seems to me, Mr. Lafarge, that your story isn't complete.
Monsieur?
Are you holding anything back from me?
You are a very discerning man, Monsieur Keene. Yes, there is something else. I only hesitate because I don't want to involve a young man who may be innocent.
Who is this young man?
His name is Alan Cody. He is a young, ambitious playwright who is still unknown. I have every reason to believe that Edna Coring was in love with him. She told me about young Cody.
You also have reason to believe Alan Cody may have murdered her?
She told me several days before her death that she was breaking off with him. She said that she intended to send him a letter, but I could see it was making her nervous. She wasn't quite sure how he would react.
Why was Edna Coring breaking off with this young man?
She said there was too much of a difference in their ages, at least 14 years. Perhaps there was another reason, I do not know. However, if I may suggest it, young Cody would be the man to question first about her murder.
Yes, obviously.
Here is my card, Monsieur Keene. I will write young Cody's address on the back for you.
Very well.
You have no idea how grateful I am for your help. This horrible thing has become a nightmare. But now I feel safe.
You're safe, Mr. Lafarge, as long as you remain on the list of innocent people.
I beg your pardon?
If I accept this case, I intend to make a thorough investigation of everyone connected with it, Mr. Lafarge, including you.
I understand that, Monsieur Keene.
Very well. Mike Clancy and I will have a talk with Alan Cody. Perhaps he'll prove to be a starting point in our search for Edna Coring's murderer.
Yes?
We're looking for Alan Cody. Does he live here?
Why do you want to see him?
I'll explain when I meet Mr. Cody.
Who is it, Juliet? Someone to see Alan. Oh, someone else? May I ask who you gentlemen are? My name is Juliet Forsythe, and this is Mrs. Cody, Alan's mother.
My name is Keene. My partner, Mike Clancy, and I
knew it. Something awful has happened to Alan, Mrs. Cody. Mr. Keene's a private investigator.
Calm yourself, Juliet. I trust my boy implicitly.
I knew those other men who came here this morning were policemen, even though they weren't in uniform. And now, Mr. Keene...
Mrs. Cody, has someone questioned you about your son, Alan?
Yes, Mr. Keene. They were looking for him. They didn't tell me why, but they acted like plainclothes police.
They probably were. You see, your son is involved in a murder case.
No!
Juliet, please leave me alone with these gentlemen. I'll phone you at your flat later on.
Very well, Mrs. Cody. I'll expect to hear from you.
Miss Forsythe and your son are friends, Mrs. Cody?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Juliet and Alan have been friends since childhood.
She's a wonderful girl, and my son is a good boy, no matter what they think he may be involved in.
Where is he now, ma'am?
I don't know, Mr. Clancy. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you until you've explained what Alan has to do with all this.
A woman named Edna Coring was stabbed to death in her apartment last night.
Edna Coring?
You knew her, Mrs. Cody?
Yes, and so did Alan.
That's why we want to question
But
her.
if you think my son had anything to do with it, Mr. Keene...
I understand your son was in love with a murdered woman.
That's not true.
Then what was his relationship with her?
Well, it was purely business. He's just finished writing a play, and Edna Coring was interested in helping him get it produced. She had money and...
I know that. However, my information links your son with Mr. Coring in more than a business way.
Then your information is wrong, Mr. Keene.
Mrs. Cody, please don't think I've come here believing your son had a part in Miss Coring's death. All I'm looking for are facts. I thought he might be able to help me.
I haven't seen Alan in 3 days, Mr. Keene.
Does he live here with you?
Most of the time, but he also has a small studio where he often works when he wants privacy.
Where is that studio, Mrs. Cody?
I don't know.
You mean you won't tell me?
Mr. Keene, Alan is my boy. He's all I had left in the world after his father died. I'd sooner die myself than do anything to hurt him.
I respect your feelings as a mother, Mrs. Cody. I don't blame you. But if I could only convince you that we're here to help him if he's innocent, perhaps you'll cooperate.
I don't want to be rude, but I've said all I'm going to say.
Very well, Mrs. Cody. Let's go, Mike.
Mr. Keene.
Yes?
I swear to you my son is innocent.
For your sake, Mrs. Cody, I hope I can prove it. My mission is to find Edna Coring's killer. When I do, I don't intend to spare him the penalty that all murderers must pay for their crimes.
Well, this is Edna Coring's house, Mr. Keene.
She evidently owned this entire white stone building. Well, perhaps there's someone inside.
Well, no one seems to be in, boss.
I beg your pardon. Are you looking for someone?
Oh, do you happen to know if anyone is home in Miss Coring's residence?
Are you friends of hers?
My name is Keene. My partner and I are private investigators.
Oh, yes. I'm Anson Howe, Edna's husband.
Her husband?
I didn't know she was married.
Edna and I were secretly married 1 week ago in Chicago. I've just come from police headquarters, Mr. Keene. I was told that you two were investigating Edna's murder. Please come inside. I have a key to the house. I only found out about Edna this morning when I arrived from Chicago. I'm not able to control my emotions completely as yet, so please forgive me.
I understand, Mr. Howe. But perhaps you can tell me...
Boss, what was that? Something hit the floor in that room. Must be a prowler in the house.
Keep your gun handy, Mike, and let's investigate.
Right, boss. I'll open the door. Fast. Stand where you are, young fella. Don't make a move.
Who are you?
I just came to see Edna Coring.
Is your name Alan Cody?
Yes?
I thought so. How did you get in here?
The door was open.
It happened to be locked when we came in.
Sure, and he climbed through that open window, boss.
Well, all right. But I haven't taken anything. Except my own property.
You mean that manuscript under your arm?
If you'll let me pass, please.
Just a moment, Alan. Let me see that manuscript.
It's mine. I gave it to Edna to read, and I've taken it back.
The boss asked for the script, young fella, so just be polite and hand it over.
Give that back.
Now, take it easy. Here it is, Mr. Keene.
Alan, your play has an interesting title.
Has it?
The Dagger.
It's a mystery melodrama.
So I gathered. Sit down, Alan.
What are you going to do, Mr. Keene?
I'm going to read your play from cover to cover. It might prove to be as interesting as its title. The Dagger. Edna Coring, you remember, was stabbed to death with a silver dagger.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the Silver Dagger murder case. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Those
Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Colonos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Get Colonos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the Silver Dagger murder case. The murder of beautiful, wealthy Edna Coring brings Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, to the scene of the crime. Miss Coring's New York residence. There, Mr. Keene discovers that the victim had been secretly married to a man named Anson Howe, and had apparently also had a close relationship with Alan Cody, a young playwright. Mr. Keene has surprised young Cody in the study, attempting to get hold of a copy of his latest play, which the murdered woman had had in her possession. Now, as Mr. Keene reads the manuscript of the play, which is titled The Dagger...
When did you finish this play, Alan?
4 weeks ago, Mr. Keene.
Have you read it, Mr. Howe?
Yes. My wife showed it to me. Edna said she was interested in producing it to help this young man, Alan Cody. I'd never met him, but I know who he is.
You mean you were married to Edna Coring?
Yes.
Mr. Howe and Edna were secretly married last week, Alan. By the way, Mr. Howe, why did you and your wife keep your marriage a secret?
We only kept it a secret so there wouldn't be too much newspaper publicity, Mr. Keene.
And I thought she loved me.
Edna told me all about you. She said she befriended you because she thought you were talented, but that you became infatuated with her.
Apparently that's the theme of this play of Alan. Young man falls in love with an older woman, then stabs her to death.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike?
Will you just look at the walls of this room?
I noticed them before, Mike. Edna Coring had some odd souvenirs.
My wife collected these masks and weapons as a hobby, Mr. Keene. The silver dagger that was used to kill her was taken from the empty space on that wall over there.
Mr. Howe, do you know a man named Lepage?
Jean Lafarge, the French Moroccan? Yes, he was also in love with my wife before I married her. But he was a sensible man, Mr. Keene. Alan Cody here was different.
What do you mean?
I mean that I think you had something to do with my wife's murder.
You have anything to offer as proof, Mr. Howe?
You've just read his play, haven't you, Mr. Keene?
Yes, but that's not proof of murder. Might have been a coincidence.
The money he filched from my wife was no coincidence.
Why, you lying. Just stay put, young fella.
What money are you referring to, Mr. Howe?
Edna gave Alan Cody $15,000. You'll find 3 canceled checks in her bank statements for $5,000 each, endorsed by Alan Cody.
I don't know a thing about that money.
Mike, look through that desk and see if you can find those bank statements.
Oh, I'll find them for you. They're right here in this drawer. You'll find them in this bundle of checks, Mr. Keene. For all I know, Cody tried to squeeze more money out of Edna. She refused, so he killed her. And if it's the last thing I do, I'll make certain he pays for it.
Alan, Mr. Howe is telling the truth. Here are those checks, totaling $15,000 and endorsed by you.
But that isn't my handwriting, Mr. Keene. It's a forgery.
Write your name on this sheet of paper, quickly.
Write my name?
Yes. Here's a pen.
There you are, Mr. Keene.
Look at this, Mike.
Sure, his handwriting isn't the same as on those checks, boss, but maybe he's disguising his signature on purpose. Well, isn't anyone on my side? Do you all think I'm guilty?
Even your mother knew how you felt about Edna. She came here once and quarreled with Edna, threatened her if Edna didn't break off with you.
Leave my mother out of this.
I'm sorry, Alan, we can't. In view of what Mr. Howe just said about threats, please phone your mother now.
Look, Mr. Keene, arrest me if you want to, but leave her alone. I've caused her enough unhappiness already.
Alan, will you phone your mother, or must I?
All right. I'll do it.
Hello?
Juliet?
Yes? Is this Alan?
Yes. Let me speak to Mother, please.
She's ill, Alan. She's in bed. The doctor just left.
What's the matter with her?
The strain was too much for her. Worrying about you. You'd better come
right away.
I'll be right over. Mr. Keene, my mother's been taken ill. I've got to see her. Please give me a break. I won't try to run away. You'll find me there with my mother when you want me. On my word of honor.
Your word of honor isn't enough in this case, Cody.
Keep out of this, Howe.
I think we can trust him, Mr. Howe. Go on, Alan. But don't leave your mother's flat until you hear from me.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
How could you let him go, Mr. Keene? Suppose he...
Alan Cody didn't murder your wife, Mr. Howe. At least he never endorsed these checks that were made out to him. Tell me, did your wife make these out herself? Is this her handwriting?
Yes, of course. She told me she'd sent money to Alan to help him produce his play.
And did she tell you that she sent these checks to him directly?
Why, no, I just took that for granted.
And we're dealing with murder, Mr. Howe. We take nothing for granted. Suppose we all follow young Cody to his mother's house. I have an idea that the solution to your wife's murder is there.
Mr. Keene, please come in.
Thank you. Juliet, you know my partner, Mike Clancy, and this is Mr. Howe, Miss Juliet Forsythe.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How is Mrs. Cody?
A little better.
May we see her?
Of course. She's in the bedroom with Alan. Please come with me.
Mike, let me have that statement I made out before we left Edna Coring's study.
Here it is, boss.
I still don't understand why you typed that thing out, Mr. Keene. You have complete authority to investigate the case. You don't need a statement to that effect from anyone.
I prefer it this way, Mr. Howe, for my own reasons.
Please come in, Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene,
How do you feel, Mrs. Cody?
a little better, thank you.
The doctor said Mother would be all right, providing she wasn't subject to any more strain. It's her heart.
Mrs. Cody, I'm convinced now that your son is innocent of Edna Coring's murder, and I'm going to prove it.
Oh, Mr. Keene, do you really mean that?
The boss never meant anything more in his life, ma'am.
Incidentally, this is Mr. Howe. He's married to Edna Coring.
Married? Then I was right about her after all. She was shameless.
Take it easy, Mother.
I'm all right, son. I just want you to know that when I interfered in your behalf, I knew what I was doing.
Then you saw Edna Coring, Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Keene, I knew she was only amusing herself with Alan. I saw her and warned her never to speak to him again, or I wouldn't be responsible.
Mother, be careful of what you say.
I'm not afraid. I have nothing to hide.
Perhaps not. But you made one mistake, Mrs. Cody. Edna Coring was only trying to be fair to Alan. She never led him on. Is that right, Alan?
Yes, but if you think my mother's quarrel with Edna had anything to do with her murder...
Alan, right now, all I want is complete authority to investigate this case thoroughly.
But you already have that, Mr. Keene.
I need it in writing, Mrs. Cody. I've prepared a statement to that effect, and Mr. Howe has already signed it. I want the rest of you to add your names. Mike, your pen, please.
Okay, boss. Here you are.
Miss Cody, sign here, please.
There you are.
Alan?
There.
Well, I guess that's all we... Oh, wait. Suppose you sign it too, Juliet. After all, you're involved in this too, as Alan's best friend.
I'd be glad to sign, Mr. Keene. There you are, sir.
Oh, thank you, Juliet. Now I don't want to cause Mrs. Cody any more distress, so I'll leave you for the time being.
May I stay here with Mother, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Alan, it's quite all right. Oh, Mr. Howe, may I speak to you in the living room before I leave, please?
Very well.
And you too, Juliet?
Excuse me, Mrs. Cody. I'll be right back.
What is it, Mr. Keene?
Mr. Howe, I wanted to tell you that I found your wife's murderer.
What?
But I prefer to finish this case out here so as not to excite Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Keene, you mean you know who killed Edna Coring?
Yes.
Who?
You did, Juliet.
What?
Don't try to deny it. A moment ago, when you signed this statement I pretended to need, I saw that your signature matched the endorsements on these checks of Edna Coring's. You write with your left hand, Juliet, which gives your handwriting a peculiar slant.
Oh, Mr. Keene, how did this girl get hold of those checks for my wife?
Your wife believed Juliet Forsythe could be trusted as Alan's best friend. She wanted to help him produce his play, but thought perhaps he wouldn't accept her money after she broke off with him, and that Juliet could persuade him. But Juliet promptly forged Allen's signature and cashed the checks herself.
No, that's a lie.
Now, listen, young lady. You raise a rumpus and scare that old lady inside, and I'll carry you out on my back.
Edna Coring took Alan away from me. All my life I hoped he'd marry me. But he never knew. And Edna Coring stole him away.
Are you trying to say that you killed Edna Coring because of your love for Alan?
Don't you see, Mr. Keene? I wanted to protect him from her. I admit I was terribly jealous, but I thought of him as well.
In other words, Juliet, you're looking for sympathy. Well, I'm going to disappoint you. There is no excuse for murder and no sympathy for it. Even less in your case.
How can you say that? Look at me. Am I pretty? Am I rich and beautiful like Edna was? No. All I had was Alan and
You claim you loved Alan. Yet you stole money that was rightfully his. Love such as yours is false, Juliet. You stabbed Edna Coring to death to cover your theft and forgery.
No.
Maybe jealousy had a part in it, too. Maybe your mind did become twisted over the years. But the fact remains that you murdered primarily for profit. That's how you'll be tried. Take her away, Mike. I'll put in a call to Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters and tell him that the Silver Dagger murder case is finally solved.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the Silver Dagger murder case. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the Martin Street murder case. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable, high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anacin and Colinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Forgotten Cave Murder Case. It's so unnecessary to suffer from the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia when Anacin gives you such incredibly fast relief. There's a scientific reason for this fast action. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. If you're one of those who've never been given Anacin by your own physician or dentist, let me urge you to try it. Get a handy box of Anacin tablets at your druggist tonight. For most effective relief, use only as directed. It's spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin. Now for Mr. Keene and the Forgotten Cave murder case. Our scene opens in the dark, damp recesses of a cave, located deep in an oceanside cliff on Long Island. Two men, both with small electric flashlights, are clambering over the slippery rocks, going deeper inside the tomb-like cave.
Take it easy, Jim. These rocks are covered with slime.
Let's have another look at that map, Ed. Well, we can't be far from what we're after.
Look, Jim. The cave breaks into two passages right ahead of us. And the map doesn't say which one to take.
Well, maybe they come together again, farther up. I tell you what, Ed. I'll take the left passage and you take the right.
No, listen, Jim. Let's get out of here. I'm afraid.
Oh, forget it. We may be 100 yards away from $1 million. And I'm seeing it through. I'm going into this part of the cave on the left.
Jim! Jim! I'm going back. I'm not staying in this cave another... Jim! Jim! Jim, what happened? Did you fall? There's a knife in his back. He's dead. I must see Mr. Keene right away. Right away.
Oh, take it easy, young fella. What's got you so excited? I'm Mike Clancy, Mr. Keene's partner.
Please let me see Mr. Keene immediately. Either I'm mad or there's been a murder.
Saints preserve us. A murder.
I overheard what this young man said, Mike. Come in, will you? Let's hear about it.
My name is Ed Johnson, Mr. Keene. And I'll never rest until I find who murdered my friend Jim Ramsey. And got away with his body besides.
Got away with his body, Mr. Johnson? Well, that sounds strange. Are you sure your friend was murdered?
Mr. Keene, the local police thought I was a crank. They wouldn't believe my story. That's why I came here.
Well, Mr. Johnson, I suggest you sit down quietly and tell me just what happened.
We were in a cave when Jim was murdered.
In a cave? What were you doing there?
Looking for hidden gold, Mr. Keene. Maybe pirates.
That sounds like one of the fairy stories I heard at my mother's knee. Pirates' gold.
Well, let him proceed, Mike. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
I realize it all sounds crazy, Mr. Keene, but it's true. I've known Jim Ramsey for over a year now. We were in the clam and oyster business on the Long Island coast. We bought a tract of land for our business.
I see.
On a deserted part of our land, near the coast, there was an old abandoned house. The place was falling apart, but I've always been pretty handy with tools, and Jim was too.
So you decided to repair the house and live in it together near your work,
That's right, Mr. Keene.
And how did you get this idea of pirates' gold in a cave, Mr. Johnson?
We were repairing the chimney, Mr. Clancy, and we found a map under some bricks.
A pirate's map in a chimney in an old house on Long Island. Well, still sounds like a fairy story to me.
Mr. Johnson, I'm afraid Mike doesn't believe in buried treasure.
But the map led us to an old forgotten cave. The cave was near the house, about 30 feet underground. That's where Jim Ramsey was murdered and disappeared. I guess you don't believe me either. But Jim's death was real. He was murdered. A knife in his back. I saw his body.
Well, after the local police left, Mr. Johnson, did you return to the cave to look for your friend's body?
I didn't have the map anymore. It was in Jim's pocket when his body disappeared. Besides, I was afraid I'd be murdered like Jim was. Mr. Keene, you're known as one of the cleverest investigators in the country. Someone's been murdered, and something must be done about it.
Well, I'm honest to say this whole thing sounds fantastic, Mr. Johnson, but I'll look into it.
You mean you'll help me?
I'll do what I can.
When can you come to Long Island?
Sometime this afternoon.
There's a train at 1. We'll get to Shellview at 3:30. I'll meet you at the station.
Very well.
Goodbye, Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy. And thanks again.
Goodbye, Mr. Johnson.
So long. Sure, and you're not going to waste your time on a yarn like that, Mr. Keene.
I'm almost as suspicious of it as you are, Mike, and yet I'm curious, too.
But even the local police think this fellow Johnson's a little off balance.
Still, why would he come here to ask my help? There certainly is a cave. The police were there.
Well, boss, do you think that he and his partner may have fallen in with some dope smugglers or something like that?
You mean a gang would be using that cave to hide their loot? Sure. It's possible. Mike, I see you're becoming just as curious as I am. Well, there's only one thing to do about it. We're going out to that old house in Long Island and that secret cave and see for ourselves. Mr. Johnson said he'd meet us at the station, but I don't see him, Mike.
I know it, Mr. Keene. He's got us way down here in Long Island on a wild goose chase.
You gents looking for a taxi? I got one right over here. Hiram Webb, gents, at your service.
Oh, do you happen to know where the Johnson house is?
You mean that old busted-down hen coop those two fellers lived in? Sure. I can take you there.
Come along, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene, the great investigator. Well, I guess you're here to look into that disappearing body business.
Do you know anything about it, Hiram? I mean, how Jim Ramsey disappeared so mysteriously?
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. One thing I do know, though, this section of the country, I know it backwards and forwards. And maybe I can help you out.
Thanks, Hiram.
Step into the taxi, gents. She ain't very fancy, but she'll get us there.
Excuse me. Is this a public taxi?
Sure is, ma'am, but she's taken now.
Oh, please, I'm sure these gentlemen won't mind. This is very urgent. I've got to get up to the Ramsey house immediately.
Ramsey house?
Maybe it's known as the Johnson house. It's an old place my husband bought with Ed Johnson.
Oh, you're Jim Ramsey's wife?
Yes, Margaret Ramsey. You know my husband?
No, my name is Keene. My partner and I are on our way to that house ourselves.
Mr. Keene, according to Johnson, wasn't this lady's husband the one who was murdered in that case?
Murdered? Jim? No. No, I don't believe it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Ramsey, but it hasn't definitely been established. All we know so far is that your husband's body has disappeared.
I guess you won't object now if I go in the taxi with you, Mr. Keene.
Why, of course not. All right, Hiram, let's head directly for that old house.
My husband, Jim, left me almost a year ago, Mr. Keene, and I only found out where he was during the past 2 weeks. We'd had a bitter quarrel.
About what, Mrs. Ramsey?
Another woman. She was very beautiful, an artist, and she'd fallen in love with Jim. But we'd been through so much, I felt it was the final straw.
How do you mean you've been through so much?
Jim was a dreamer and something of a mystery even to me. I never heard him mention a word about his family.
Oh, I see.
He always believed he'd be able to find the gold at the end of the rainbow. Every time he came home with a new and sillier scheme to make money, my patience wore thin. Then his relationship with Ann Wharton finished me.
Ann Wharton was the artist who was in love with him?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Now you tell me that Jim may be dead, that he was murdered.
We're not absolutely sure, Mrs. Ramsey.
Oh, saints preserve us. Don't jam your brakes on like that, mister. This taxi will fall right apart.
That feller's half blocking the road. Looks as if his car's bust down.
Sorry if I'm in your way. I broke an axle on my car a few minutes ago. You know, if there's a phone nearby, I'd like to call for a tow car.
No telephones in these parts, mister. We're 11 miles from town.
Yeah, I know that.
I'm going to drop these folks off up the road a bit. If you want to come along, I'll take you to town on my way back.
Well, if these gentlemen and this lady don't mind.
Not at all. Get right in the taxi.
Thanks a lot. My name's Bly, Sanford Bly.
Mine is Keene. This is Mrs. Ramsey.
How do you do?
My partner, Mr. Clancy.
Hello.
Glad to know you. Did you say Keene, sir?
Yes.
The well-known investigator? Well, I'm a salesman myself, Mr. Keene. Wristwatches. Long Island's my territory.
There's the Johnson house now, Mr. Keene, up ahead of us.
Sure, the place looks as if it's ready to fall apart.
I wonder where the cave is.
The cave? What cave, Mr. Keene?
Well, there's supposed to be a secret cave nearby, Mr. Bly.
I was inside that cave a long time ago. It's underneath the house. We can stop right here, I reckon.
What do I owe you, Hiram?
$3.50.
Mr. Keene.
What is it, Mrs. Ramsey?
Look, there's a woman on the ledge, near the edge of the cliff.
Yes, I see her. She seems to be painting something on an easel.
It's Ann Wharton. My husband Jim's been seen her, and I was right.
Oh, now, don't jump to conclusions, Mrs. Ramsey. I suggest we have a talk with Miss Wharton first. Hiram.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Would you mind waiting here with your taxi for a few minutes?
Sure. I'll stay.
Mr. Bly, would you mind if we delayed you?
Not at all. I'll wait in the taxi.
Come along, Mike. We'll go over there with Mrs. Ramsey and have a talk with Ann Wharton.
Okay, boss.
You can hear the surf now, Mike. And that cliff must overlook the sea.
This place looks like a desert, boss. Nothing here but sand dunes, rocks, and that broken down old house.
Why my husband came here to such a deserted place, I'll never understand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you looking for... Oh, Mrs. Ramsey.
Yes, I'm Mrs. Ramsey. May I ask what you're doing here, Miss Wharton?
I'm painting a picture. The view is beautiful from this cliff.
How far down is the sea? I'd like to take a look.
May I ask where Mr. Johnson is, Miss Wharton?
Mr. Johnson? Well, who's he? I don't know him.
He's my husband's partner, and I'd like to know where my husband Jim is, too.
I had no idea he was anywhere in the vicinity, Mrs. Ramsey.
I don't believe you.
Mr. King, boss, come here, quick.
What is it, Mike?
Look down below, Mr. King. Saints preserve us, it's a man's body floating there in the water.
A man's body, did you say?
Boss, look at his face. You see who that feller is? He's the one who came to our office.
Yes, Mike. It's Ed Johnson, Jim Ramsey's friend. And even from this distance, it's easy to tell that the man is dead.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the Forgotten Cave murder case. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Colonos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Colonos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right.
Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action.
Get Colonos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the Forgotten Cave murder case. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are investigating a situation that seems to grow more dangerous and mysterious with every passing hour. First, a man named Edward Johnson came to Mr. Keene and said his business associate and friend Jim Ramsey had been murdered in an old forgotten cave on Long Island, and the body had disappeared. Now, when Mr. Keene and Mike appear at the scene of the crime, they find that Johnson himself has suffered his partner's fate, and his body pushed off a cliff into the sea. A few minutes later, Mike has succeeded in recovering the body, and as he and Mr. Keene examine it on the beach at the foot of the cliff.
He was stabbed, Mr. Keene. There's a knife between his shoulder blades.
Yes, Mike. Ed Johnson was stabbed and pushed into the sea. We'd better send word to the police in town.
Well, we'll tell that hillbilly, Hiram Webb, to drive back in his taxi.
Oh, here's Sanford Bly, the salesman we picked up on the road.
What's the trouble, Mr. Keene?
Holy smoke. Is he dead? Yes, Mr. Bly. He was murdered.
Wait a minute. I've seen that man before.
You have? Where?
On the road, Mr. Keene, about a half an hour ago. Just before my car broke down, I passed a man and a woman walking along the side of the highway.
And Johnson here was the man?
Yes, sir.
Look up there on the cliff, Mr. Bly. Mrs. Ramsey is standing near the edge with another woman, a Miss Wharton.
Why, that's the woman who was walking with Johnson on the road.
Are you sure?
Positive. She was wearing a beret like an artist. I guess you and your partner, Mr. Clancy, here want to report this murder immediately.
Yes. Right now, I intend to have a talk with Ann Wharton.
And here's Miss Wharton, boss, and Mrs. Ramsey.
What happened to that man who was floating in the sea, Mr. Keene?
It was Mr. Johnson. He was dead, Miss Wharton. was evidently murdered by the same person who killed Jim Ramsey.
You mean Jim is dead, too?
But up to now, his body hasn't been discovered.
I never knew. I never dreamed.
Didn't you? Then what were you doing here? You didn't come to paint a picture.
Miss Wharton, just why did you come here to this old house, if not to see Jim Ramsey?
All right. I'll admit it now, Mr. Keene. I did come to see Mrs. Ramsey's husband. I hoped I could make up with him.
What do you mean, make up with him?
I'm afraid I made a mistake about Jim. I thought he'd left his wife for good when I fell in love with him. Later, when he broke off our relationship, I realized I was wrong. It was his wife he loved, not me.
Then why did you follow him here?
I wanted to help him make up with you, Mrs. Ramsey.
I don't believe her, Mr. Keene.
It's true.
Miss Wharton, you said before that you didn't know Jim's partner, Mr. Johnson. But Mr. Bly told me that he saw you walking along the road with him.
That's right. He was the man whose body you just found. But I didn't lie to you, Mr. Keene. I only asked him the way to the ocean. I didn't know that man's name was Johnson.
Oh, Miss Wharton, I suggest that you and Mrs. Ramsey wait inside the house.
Mr. Keene, you mean you're holding me on suspicion of murder?
I'm holding you as well as everyone else until this murder case is solved.
I'm sorry if I implicated Miss Wharton, Mr. Keene. I didn't mean to make a suspicious character out of her. For that matter, I suppose I fall into that category myself.
Why, Mr. Bly?
Well, after all, my car broke down just a short distance from here, and I was near the scene of the crime.
But only a homicidal maniac would murder for no reason, and you don't appear to be a maniac. Oh, by the way, do you have the correct time? The police will want to know exactly when we found Johnson's body.
Why, it's 5 minutes to 5, Mr. Keene.
Boss, there's the taxi, but where's the hillbilly taxi driver?
Oh, here he comes now.
Well, Mr. Keene, guess I may as well start back to town.
Where have you been, Hiram?
Just looking around a bit.
We just discovered the body of a murdered man.
What?
I want you to report it to the town police immediately.
I'll get back to town in my taxi as fast as I... Mr. Keene!
What is it?
Come over here and look at this.
What's the trouble?
My tires. All 4 of them are flat. The car's useless.
4 flat tires isn't exactly a coincidence.
I'll say it ain't. Someone must have punched holes in them. Who's going into town to tell the police, Mr. Keene?
May I make a suggestion?
What is it, Mr. Bly?
Well, my car's broken down, too, but I have 4 good tires. My car's the same make as Hiram's, only much newer, of course. Now, if you wanted to take the trouble to switch tires, it might solve the problem.
That's not a bad idea, Mr. Keene.
Well, we can try it anyway, Mike.
Well, between Hiram, Mr. Bly, and myself, why, we can do the job in an hour. All right.
Meanwhile, I'm going to take a look at that forgotten cave.
The entrance is just below the cliff over there on the right, Mr. Keene, near the old house.
Well, Mike, perhaps you can switch those car tires yourself with only Mr. Bly's help.
Oh, I think we can manage it, boss.
What about me?
You seem to know your way around here quite well, Hiram. I'd like you to guide me to the forgotten cave, to the place where Jim Ramsey's body was last seen.
Here's the spot, Mr. Keene. At least this is as far as the police went.
How far into this cave did you go, Hiram?
Well, no further than this.
I don't mean on the day Ramsey's body disappeared. I mean half an hour ago.
What?
When you left your taxi a little while ago, you came to this cave again.
How do you know that, Mr. Keene?
I noticed there was slime on one of your hands. It came from these damp walls.
I wasn't trying to put something over on you, Mr. Keene. I swear I wasn't.
And what were you doing in this cave?
I was just snooping around.
You found something, though. I can tell by your manner that you're hiding very important facts from me.
Mr. Keene, I found the body. Jim Ramsey's body.
Where?
Come over here, Mr. Keene. See for yourself. Bend down. Reach behind this flat rock.
of a man. It's undoubtedly Jim Ramsey.
There's a small tunnel in there, but nobody would have found it except me.
I don't see how you found it either, Hiram.
I used to play in this cave years ago when I was a little shaver, Mr. Keene. I know every nook and cranny in the place.
Just a minute, I can feel something in Jim Ramsey's pocket. There it is.
Well, I'll be darned.
This is the so-called treasure map, Hiram. Do you know anything about it?
No, Mr. Keene. I've been telling you the truth. I had nothing to do with them murders.
Well, Hiram, I'm going to give you a chance to put yourself completely in the clear. Now, if you follow my directions carefully, you'll prove your innocence.
I'll do anything you want me to do, Mr. Keene.
Then go back to my partner, Mike Clancy, and give him this message, and make certain no one else is present when you do. If things develop as I think they will, our killer may discover it's not so easy to get away with murder. Mike, is that you?
Right, boss. Where are you, Mr. Keene?
Over here, behind the ledge.
Oh, saints preserve us. This cave gives me the creep, boss.
Did you follow my instructions, Mike?
Yes, sir. I went back to the house with Mr. Bly, and I told the two women you had found Jim Ramsey's body here in the cave, and that you and I were going to town to report to the police. Then I started the taxi and drove it out of sight, and circled back here to the cave on foot.
Did you search that car?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
What did you find?
Nothing at all.
Well, you may not know it, Mike, but you found a great deal. Let me see. It must be at least 20 minutes since you left them in the house. We ought to have a visitor inside this cave within...
Boss, someone's coming.
Yes. A murderer, Mike. Hold your gun and your flashlight ready.
Right, sir.
Flash your light, Mike. What? Don't move, Mr. Bly. If you do, Mike Clancy will shoot to kill.
Keene.
Put this man under arrest, Mike, for the murder of Jim Ramsey and Edward Johnson.
You're crazy, Keene. I never even knew Edward Johnson.
You murdered Edward Johnson because he evidently ran into a clue that would have sent you to the electric chair for Jim Ramsey's death.
That's a lie.
You proved your guilt, Bly, by coming to this cave just now. Jim's body was hidden behind that rock, where we caught you stooping. Only one other man knew that body was there, Hiram Webb.
Then why don't you accuse him?
Because the man who killed Ramsey wanted his body hidden forever. That was an important part of the plan. You came back to hide Ramsey's body in some other place, knowing we'd found it.
And what was my motive, Keene? You can't just pick up a watch salesman and accuse him of murder.
You're no watch salesman, Bly. You claim your line is wristwatches. And yet, when I asked you for the time, I saw that you carried a pocket watch. Not a very good advertisement for a man in your trade.
Besides, I searched your car, mister. Since when does a salesman travel without samples?
You were also clever about puncturing the tires of Hiram's taxi. At first, you thought it might prevent us from getting word to the police. Then you decided it would be smarter to lend us the tires from your car, just to make you appear more innocent.
You still don't have a murder motive, Keene.
Go through his clothes for identification, Mike. I have a feeling his name isn't Bly.
No, don't you touch me.
Take it easy, mister. I'll make me get tough with you. Here. Here's his wallet, boss. Oh. Bly, is it? Mr. Keene, his name is Ramsey. Sanford Ramsey. It's on this car registration.
So you're related to Jim Ramsey.
Look, I'll make a deal with you, Keene. In 6 months, I'll come into $3 million. Let me go free and we'll split 50-50.
$3 million, eh? Whose money are you inheriting?
My uncle's. It was left to Jim, but it goes to me if Jim dies. Jim left California 6 years ago and disappeared. But I finally caught up with him. Decided to play this my own way.
Now I understand why you wanted Jim's body to be missing. Jim Ramsey was gone for 6 long years. One more would have made it 7. The man is declared legally dead after 7 years. You'd have inherited the money.
The way I planned it, Keene, no one will be the wiser. I knew about this old house and the cave. Then I put the map in the fireplace, knowing Jim would fall for it. Thinking he could find hidden gold, search the place. I made that map myself, Keene.
You've also made a case for the state that's foolproof.
You mean you won't play along with me?
Of course I will. As far as a prison cell and a judge and jury...
Why, you...
Put the handcuffs on him, Mike. Mr. Sanford Ramsey, or Bly if he prefers, is going on trial for murder in the first degree.
Mr. Keene finds the solution to the forgotten cave murder case. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummer. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the engaged girl murder case. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmacal Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable, high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching and enjoying the video. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you did. It really helps the channel out. And again, if you're seeing this video on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, there are no numbers in my channel's URL name, then you are watching a pirated copy of my video where the thief has stolen my audio track and republished it with a different background on their channel. Thanks again for all of your support.